Here they come.
Okay.
Here they come.
All right, I think we're good to go, boss.
Yeah, we're live. How y'all doing tonight, folks? We're starting to get this done a little better, so it's not that much lag when we start one up.
Sorry, we're starting a bit late.
Yeah, I wanted to start this at 7 or 7:30, but things came up and that didn't happen.
And we actually have been so busy we forgot to eat. So we had to eat really quick before we started live stream.
Yeah, I get kind of grumpy when I don't eat. We're supposed to have some special guests stop by tonight. Hopefully they'll be in here in a little bit.
Chris Marsh said, blame it on Absol.
That's funny. That's funny. So we're going to have some special guests stop in. Not going to tell you who they are yet until they get here. DW is supposed to stop by again tonight, y'all. We're going to have just a kind of if I can get all the guests in here, we're going to have like a round table discussion of Dogman, Bigfoot, certain things that's been going on here recently.
No, we did not have Hot Pockets. We had pepperoni pizza, believe it or not.
DW crazy. Hot Pockets. No, but we're going to.
He wouldn't let me use the microwave.
Nope. I ran all the way to town. That's what took so long, and got a couple of pizzas and brought them back. No microwave.
He got a new microwave and won't even let me touch it.
Nope.
Sad.
It's under lock and key. I'm gonna get her one to put in her office with a big fire extinguisher. I'm thinking about building one of them hoods around it that automatically sets off the extinguishers when they start burning.
Hey, now I'm not that bad. Well, yeah, but anyway.
It was brought to my attention that talking about Hot Pockets, somebody went over to Hot Pocket site and started downing me and DW again, and I got called what was it, Forrest Gump?
Oh, you got called a lot of names, and you know what? I find it so fun. I think it is. I rolled with laughter. I really did, and people don't understand. You say on the World Wide Web will come back. It will come back to the other person. People take screenshots, people copy and paste. It comes back. If you don't want somebody to know what you're saying about them, don't post it publicly, number one. Number two, it just makes you look like a complete idiot. I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
Me too. I thought it was kind of flattering being called Forrest Gump. According to that movie, he was pretty damn successful, so I'll take it.
Well, I thought it was funny because they took the time, to watch and listen and to view. Thank you for that coin. Yeah. We're always appreciative of that.
Thank you for the view. Put our name out there. Send everybody over to watch it. That's what we're here for. Like I said, I'm hoping this goes pretty good tonight if we can get everybody in here. I sent the links out. Hopefully we'll start having some more people show up here very, very soon. We started a little bit earlier than what I put it out, but that's okay too.
And we want to thank everybody that has emailed. I've tried to answer and reply back to most of them. Please understand we are very, very backed up in emails. And we are also very busy right now trying to finish up some content and some collabs that we're doing. So, please bear with us if we don't respond to you, in a timely fashion. Send another one and say, hey, hope you haven't forgotten about me. Because we don't want anybody's email overlooked.
Nope. And like I said, we thank you for all the emails, and I thank you for all the little posts you put on the channel. I try to get them up as fast as possible. And I cannot remember. There's one person that put a post up, and instead of hitting the approve button, I actually hit the delete button. If you want to write that again that didn't get put up, I'm sorry. I'll put that up for you. That was my bad, because the delete button is right next to the approve button. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Yes, and if y'all don't know, most YouTube channels now, they have their comments on approved only. So we have to read them before they're approved, because we don't want anybody coming on and bashing other people's opinions in the comment section. Everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Yep.
But the ugliness and the nastiness is just absolutely uncalled for.
Well, we have kids that watch this and look at it, and like the other night when they started putting up the nasty pictures and stuff, and we had to go down with our stream and stuff, and it. JJ, I went to Walmart and Best Buy and asked for that #1 Dogman camera, and I think people thought I was crazy, which they ain't far from the.
DW said they're shooting outside again, real close. Finna go find the yellow tape. Somebody got to bleeding out right now.
Duck and cover. Bob and weave. But
I'm telling you,
I was going to get out to Property X today, and that kind of got shot in the foot, because I stayed up really well all morning with 2 of our guests, if we can get them in here tonight. Find out some.
They may be sleeping.
No, hopefully they're not. Like I said, find out some interesting things. Like I said, I'm gonna wait to talk about the stuff that we talked about, and like I said, one of them has some interesting things going on his channel. Like I said, we've got some, I guess you could call it collabs or intergoings with each other. DW put out today that we're gonna start working with all the smaller people, to build the family up, and just help the person below you, pay it forward.
And for those in the chat section, everybody, if you have a channel, type it in. I have a channel, please check me out right now. Go right ahead, because I've tried to sub to everybody I know that are producing videos and need more subscribers and more views, so they can work on their content. So if you've got a channel and you want us to check it out, I don't care what the genre is, let me know, and I will absolutely try my best to find your channel.
Folks, I'm trying to figure out where Zulu is myself right now. I was going to see if he was able, and I was going to send him a link. What in the hell did I just click? Oh, I like it when Zulu and him come on.
Oh, we had a question real quick before our guests come on. Let me see it. Trev wants to know, live in central Pennsylvania, love the outdoors. What do I need to look or be aware of when I'm in the forest?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for Bigfoot, what you want to do is start by, it's kind of hard to explain this. Start looking for, the obvious is what I look for is the broken, you'll have a bunch of little small trees or whatever in a whole little area, and there'll be one tree that's broke over, not completely broke off, but it's been over and been snapped over, probably usually between 5 foot, 6 foot, a little higher maybe. Start looking for that. Stand there and look the direction that tree is broke over and point it. More than likely, if you start walking that way, you'll find another one. That's kind of like a path marker, I believe is what that is. The other thing you want to look for just stuff that doesn't make sense. It's out of place. You can be in a clearing and all of a sudden you've got sticks and stuff that are for some reason pushed up against each other, making like a start of a teepee, or they're crossed over each other in weird ways. That's a good indication that something's around that area. The other thing is you've got vines and stuff like that hanging down. If a tree is placed in those vines, I've heard it called last night was a good one. It was, they call it the redneck swing. Not saying that's what they're doing with it, but I'm talking if a tree falls on vines, 99% of the time it's going to push them down to the ground or tear them down. And this right here will be kind of like somebody's making a swing. The other indications are literally look for deer paths and stuff like that, and then look 10 feet to the right or to the left of it, or if it's a hill there, look up on top of the hill. Usually you'll find another path that's been worn down or a place that's been stomped down, and you'll see that it's way wider than the deer path. That's a good indication.
That's just Shadow Stalker said watch for deadfall traps as well.
Yes, watch for that. And a deadfall trap is going to be an old tree or something that's broke over or about to break over. And sometimes I have seen that more than likely these right here usually are set up with dogmen. They'll place like wrap vines and stuff around it. So when you go to move the vine or whatever, it pulls it over on you. When you're looking for those damn things, start looking around the trees for scratch marks, limbs that are broke off up higher than they should, especially when you don't have nothing like bears and cougars in the area.
Let me see. I've seen another question.
I'm trying to get a hold of Zulu. Go ahead.
LA Rand said, me and my friends go out into the Everglades sometime. Any dogmen there?
I've heard reports here recently of supposable dogmen in the Everglades. If our guest gets on here, he can answer that better than I can. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm fixing to try to get a hold of Zulu and see what's going on.
Frank, I'm not sure if Sunday night's going to be a normal thing. I know Vault was trying to have Wednesday nights his normal live streaming night. But sometimes when we have special guests on, we have to work around their schedules as well. So I honestly cannot answer that, except for I really just have no idea. It just depends. And hello to everybody that's just now joining us. I'm trying to watch chat and say hello as much as I can. Sorry if I miss you, but I am reading your comments.
I just got a hold of Zulu. I actually woke him up. He hadn't been in long and been asleep, so he said give him a little while and he'll try to jump in. So I sent him a link, yeah.
Lex wanted to know, would all demonic entities have a sulfuric smell? I have encountered some entities that do have a sulfuric smell. But I personally have also encountered a few that I wouldn't say it had a sulfuric smell. They had a smell, but it was almost like, well, actually, it's really hard to describe. But I would not say, I would say no, not every demonic entity has a sulfuric smell. I would have to say no, only from what I've encountered myself of people assuming or, putting the title of a demonic entity.
That's a good one. Not that's one thing that all are not going to have the same ways and act the same and smell the same. Hold on, y'all, 1 second.
Okay. Dee, did you get to join us?
I believe so. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. How are you?
I'm good, good. Nice to be talking to y'all again.
Absolutely. Everyone who doesn't
Sorry,
know,
I was actually rushing back home because I got the email. I went out of town for a second.
That's okay. We started the live stream actually late. We forgot to eat anything today at work, so we had to put a little bit of pepperoni pizza down before we were able to come live.
How's it going, D?
It's going great, Vault. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good, running around like a chicken on my head cut off.
Huh. That's always the way.
Oh yeah.
If you're not rushing, you're not accomplishing anything, right?
Yep. You been back out to your property today?
Not yet. Not yet. I was actually going to go after we have to call tonight. I don't go out there very often at night, but it's been heavy activity, so I was going to see if I could catch them out doing their thing in the midnight hour or so.
Yeah. Tell everybody what your channel is and who you are, D.
It is the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. I started it with the co-founder, Kirk Stokes. You can find his personal channel at Kirk Stokes 19. He's a great guy. His research is mainly in Kentucky, and I take care of North Texas and Southern Oklahoma.
I'm going to put a link up in the chat room to your site. And I went and checked it out, y'all. He's got a lot of good stuff there, and he's on the right path, and I like his stuff, and he's got some unique stuff.
I appreciate that, Paul.
I've seen a lot of videos and photographs and stuff like that where they zooming in so far that you're looking at a leaf depixelated, and that's not his case. He starts out way back, and you can see it there. He point, if you can't see it, usually he points it, and then you can like, okay, yeah, I see it. And then as he comes in, then all of a sudden the eye or a part of a face will be there, or you can see something coming out from behind the tree. He's got some good stuff that I hadn't seen a whole lot nowhere else. And like I said, he sits there and goes into detail. And this man is going out there every day, y'all. He's even more dedicated than I am.
I don't know about all that. I mean, I haven't been doing it that long, but I have a set way of doing it, and it's getting results.
Yeah.
And that and everything I get, I try my best to share.
I tried to get Dweller on here. I sent him a link, but I hadn't heard nothing back from him.
He's on the Dracula hours too, though.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew
so
he
may not be awake yet.
I don't have his number to call him. I forgot to get that last night or early this morning, whenever it was.
Yeah, Vault and Swamp Dweller and I talked, I don't know how long last night. And I mean, we could have probably talked another 12 hours. Just extremely interesting conversation. All our minds and all our hearts in the right place. And I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. Y'all go check out D's channel, like and subscribe. And like I said, he's always putting up some good stuff. And he just realized he had some dogmen in his area.
Yeah, a white dog man.
Yeah,
believe it or not, it's it's crazy.
Yeah, that's but anything with these things I've done figured out is possible. And Swamp, somebody was asking earlier, were there any dogman activity in where was that at, in the Everglades or somewhere in Florida? And I told them that you or Swamp Dweller could answer that question probably a little bit better than I could, because I haven't been down there here in good many moons.
Zulu, you there?
Zulu on?
What's up, Bob?
Oh man, what's going on? I didn't mean to interrupt your sleep a while ago. I'm sorry.
No, you interrupted the piss, not the sleep.
No. Did y'all have a fun night last night? Or today?
I was at fucking dispatch last night. All we had last night was people running over deer.
Hey, there's supper.
I tell you, dude, those deer after hunting season get depressed as fuck after watching their kin get shot to shit for sometimes.
Cut out of
what's going on this one tonight?
We're just talking a little bit of everything, just whatever the hell scares you is what we're going to do.
Rosie
Speaking of scary stuff,
out of me.
Poltergeist and all that.
Go ahead, D.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
We were talking a little bit last night about poltergeist. That's the supernatural and that kind of stuff. I know a little bit, but not a lot in. And I found out something new last night that from you guys, that poltergeists are man-made. They're manifestations of fear and anger.
Yeah, energy.
Absolutely. They can also be manifested by people that have PTSD, manic or clinical depression, different things like that, mental illnesses, But poltergeists, they are manifestations of negative energy from human beings. Yes, correct.
And see, I always thought that was just the super ghost. You know what I mean? Like, there was a ghost on steroids. So I learned something new.
Hey, is
ghost on steroids. I love that.
Hey, Aaron,
I mean, the supernatural stuff that we're encountering that people were attributing to a poltergeist was heavy activity.
Yes, usually poltergeist activity, but it can be heavy activity, but it can also be, just simple things as well. But people sometimes confuse spirit activity with poltergeist activity, and they don't understand there's a difference. Exactly, or it could be both.
We were talking about like how they're all interconnected in some way, because I was experiencing all that before I actually went to Brown Springs down in southern Oklahoma and found that tribe of Sasquatch. I don't know if they're necessarily connected, but it seemed like it to me. There's more question marks the further I get into this field. Every time you have an answer, to me, I mean, Vault, I don't know about you because you're wise beyond your years, but to me, every time I find an answer, there's 3 more questions attached to it.
Exactly. You never stop learning with these things. That's the crazy thing.
Well, that's what I love about this field. It's an ongoing educational process.
Like I said, and that's what I like about talking to different people, and people are doing different things, because you never know what you're going to find out.
Hey, Maritza.
Absolutely.
Maritza, don't feel bad, honey. I do as well. You are not alone, I promise you. That's why we try to make this a safe place for everyone.
Yeah, we don't put up with no bullcrap. That's from any of them. And like I said, and that's the reason why, like I said, I reached out to D and Swamp last night and talked to them for a while and everything. Like I said, what I want to start doing, and what DW is even starting to do, he come up with this really, is we're going to start gathering all the smaller YouTube channels and reaching out to them. If y'all want to do collabs or you want to do live streams, and come on, help each other and build this group and these things. So the bigger people like Swanson or whatever the hell his name is, you can't, his thing is when you contact him, oh, you don't have enough subscribers for me to help, so I get any gain out of it. I'm like, that's not what it's supposed to be about.
Exactly.
Frank,
we're not about the divisiveness. That's why I love talking about. He's the same way I am. It's about community. That's why they call it a community. I mean, bringing people together, being an outlet for people who may be afraid to share their story, or that's why I appreciate you and Swamp Dweller, because y'all are that outlet for people who may not be able to have it, that are afraid to be judged, or, have someone call them a liar.
Yeah, and people don't realize how often that happens.
More often than not, and it's unfortunate.
Frank Lawrence has a question. Is Brown Springs still active?
I'm going to give that one to D.
Brown Springs, I'm sorry?
They want to know.
Is Brown Springs still active?
Is it still active?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's my main research site. Now, when I say Brown Springs down there in southern Oklahoma, because I'm a little bit further north right now, heading home. But when I say Brown Springs, don't go to that cemetery and look for anything. One, because I don't think it's a good idea to mess around among the dead in an old Indian cemetery with the last grave marker marked at 1885. That's just me personally. But when I say Brown Springs, I mean that whole, nature preserve back there.
And to kill the myth that certain other outlaws have put on the airways, it's not a private area, nothing else. It is a game reserve. As long as you follow the rules, you can go there.
Right, and the cemetery is next to private property, but the cemetery itself is a part of that nature reserve as well. But yes, Brown Springs is a highly active area, the part that I go to, and certain other parts that I haven't been to yet, but I've kind of trekked and hiked towards. I've got a lot of activity.
And see, that's one of the things I was just talking about. Glad somebody brought that Brown Springs up. Like I said, D is a native there. He's not somebody that comes there and stays a couple of hours or a night and then leaves and comes back and talks about it and everything of how bad and scary and all that crap it is. He goes there every freaking day. He's going there tonight, he just said.
Yes, sir. I try to mix it up a little bit, and that's how, I'm not catch them off guard to surprise them, but, once you start going a lot of times, then they get bored with you. They won't do certain things. Like the adolescents will throw rocks every now and again. You can hear them. Sounds crazy to even say, but you can hear them giggle. I mean, after a while, they say, oh, well, he's boring. And, they won't mess with him.
Yeah, that kind of weird cackle they do.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. A cackle. That's the best way to describe it. It's creepy at first. But like Walt said, I've gone in every day, and they're the higher ups, I guess, that were supposed to be in the field, the outlaws, and they kind of judged me without talking to me at first, which bothered me. But they're not going to deter me because it's what I love to do, and I don't like putting the fear in people. If it's something, anybody can be a researcher, in my opinion.
Exactly.
If it's something you want to do, just dedicate yourself to it. Know that it's a daunting task. It's not easy. And have your head about yourself. I mean, have your head on a swivel. Be mindful of your surroundings and be respectful. That's the most important part.
Yeah, don't go out there acting like gung-ho, mojo. Or best thing I tell them to do is, if they want to start, is learn the area that you're going to go in. Learn as much as you can from topographical maps. Go talk to people that work in that area, the rangers, the shit, even the highway patrol, that if you can get someone to talk to you about the area, find out what's going on where. And
absolutely,
get an idea of what you're going into. Because like I said, now some places can be more aggressive than others. Like we talked about down at the
Big Thicket.
The Big Thicket. I personally believe the reason why they act the way they do down there is because they've been messed with, molested, shot at, bothered so much. They're just, when they see humans, they just get mad. And
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I'm talking about it, like the area you're in now. You've been going there enough, and they figured out, hey, he's not bothering us, so you're not a threat. And I firmly believe that if they figure out you're not a threat, and they don't want to be exposed, like I said, now you get rogues and everything like in humans. Like you told me, you had a teenager you thought that was the only one so far that has bluff charged you.
Yeah, the teenager shows aggressiveness, and I think that's why I call him the teenager. He's not that big. I think he's just like any teenager. When we're teenagers, we see Johnny Handsome walking through, all the girls are giving him attention. We're going to puff out our chest like a peacock. And I think that's pretty much what he was doing.
Yep. And what's odd is I've heard of this, but I haven't seen it myself. Like you got the one female that when he started doing that, she started making calls and he backed off. It's like, hey, leave him alone.
Yeah, it was like a hum, a deep, and it was feminine. It was a deep sound, but it was feminine. I know that's an oxymoron, but I can't explain it any better than that. But as soon as he ran through those bramble bushes, it like, you hear this hum, and it was real brief, and he just kind of slunks back.
Like he was being got onto like a child.
Yeah, like cut that crap out or something, you know?
Yeah, you're drawing attention we don't want. And see, that goes back, a lot of people believe that the big male is the alpha of the bunch. Well, I believe, I'm coming to believe that maybe, yeah, he is if a threat comes up, but I believe it's like in any household. You may have the man that is the head of the household, but the woman in that household usually dictates and judges what goes on in that household.
I'm glad you said that, Ball. I've been giving a lot of thought to that too, because I've only seen that alpha male once. And it's the one I was telling you about, and as big and as intimidating as he was, I only saw him that one time. That female's pretty big too, and she's always in there, you know? Maybe
Yep.
it's like the South African tribes back in the 1800s, how the woman was the chief, and the head of the household.
Yep. The man is the muscle and she's the brains of the outfit.
Well, I mean, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Now, like I said, that's just, I've been thinking about that from certain things that I've heard and seen. It's like, the big alpha males, you can see them sometimes by themselves and never see another one around. But usually if you see a big female, there's always little ones or others around her. It's like
right.
She's the monarchy of the bunch. You wouldn't believe how many families growing up like the Hatfields and the McCoys. It wasn't the men that were in charge; it was the women. If that was, I forgot the Hatfields monarchies, the woman's name, but I'm talking about she was the
like
one.
Maddie Hatfield or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. She was actually the one I'm talking about. If she said that boy right there needs to go, that's what happened to him. They looked at
Devil Anse Hatfield gets attributed with being, the patriarchal leader, which he was, but you're absolutely right. A lot of people don't know that. Like, the Hatfield clan was led by a woman, and it's like that in Italian families as well as other cultures. So, and that's what's great about this research field to me. You can postulate and hypothesize anything you want, and nobody can tell you you're wrong because you're doing it from your own personal experience. It's an individualistic experience. So, a lot of these shows that come on that say, oh, well, don't do this because this will happen, I kind of look at them out of the corner of my eye because it's a very individualistic process. Yep. It's what you bring into it, what you get out.
That's like last night we were talking, and you asked me what the bad things were that come from habituating, like feeding and stuff like that. And like I told you, usually it's because of any animal, like a wolf or bear or whatever. If they figure out I can get an easy meal from here, and then you stop doing it, well, then they keep coming back looking for that easy meal, and you got some other person that comes through there that doesn't know that you were doing that, and then they get hostile. Well, hey, you didn't give me my food. Where's my food? Then they get. That's usually why I tell people don't habituate, because you don't know what the next person is going to do. But like when you carried the peanut butter jar, and I say I've done stuff like that. You carry a peanut butter jar out there, folks, is what he did. And he opened it up. He took a bite out of it. I guess if, that way, if any of them's looking at him to see that, it's edible.
Yeah, I'm not trying to harm them or anything.
You screw the top back on, put a little bit. Yep. I always put a little bit of peanut butter on the top of the lid and sit it down. Now, there's nothing in those woods that can take that lid off except for a human, Bigfoot, dog man. A raccoon can't. Well, even though he's got hands,
a raccoon wouldn't have the strength. One of our viewers said, a raccoon could open it. It does have, the opposable thumb, but it's not going to be able to put its whole hand around the top of a jar of peanut butter.
Even if he gets both of his paws up there, he still, if you get the lid on with a little bit of force, it's not going to be able to get it off, folks. That's just the gist of it. And you come back in the peanut butter jars, the top's laying on the ground over here and the bottom's laying over there, and it's been licked clean. That's if nothing else, that's amazing, because, and I tried doing that with a camera, they wouldn't touch the damn thing. If as long as the camera wasn't there, they would mess with it. If that camera was pointed at it, they wouldn't touch it. I've seen sticks and stuff.
That's another thing about their cognitive thinking. They know I don't know if they necessarily know what cameras are, but they know they don't belong.
Yep.
If you're only taking one jar of peanut butter out there, they know you're not trying to feed their entire tribe.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's where does their cognitive thinking begin and end? Do they know that, hey, this guy's showing his appreciation by giving this gift? Because, I haven't told a whole lot of people about it. I said it last night on Swamp Dollar Show, but they left me a gift in return, which I was flabbergasted completely.
Well, if you go back to the old native ways, even when they traded, if you gave them, say, a knife, they would give you beads back or a blanket that was made. That's the way the trade, the barter system is, and they may have picked that up from them years and years ago, or the Indians,
or maybe the natives picked that up from them.
Yeah, because I've seen that happen before. Even DW had a guy that had to call me because they were throwing deer legs and stuff like that at the house, and I think I had to ask DW again. I think how it started, they were leaving old scraps and stuff out there. Well, the Bigfoot then decided to start throwing old deer legs and stuff out there when they stopped giving the scraps. It's like, well, hey, I'll give you this if you give me that back. And they, it escalated to a point where they were slapping the house and kind of getting a little abrupt. But that's what I'm talking about. They get used to something. They don't have the sense to and the ability to go, hey, look, can you please give us that back? That was really helping us out, or I really liked that bacon grease or whatever. So they do what any other animal. When an animal wants something, it gets aggressive or gets aggravating.
Or you're right. Maybe it's like in their minds, hey, we did this trade. Now, why don't you, since we traded you a little bit above what you traded us, why don't you upgrade a little bit? And I understand what you're saying. That's why, I didn't really want to, as they call it, a gifting station. I'm getting activity and I'm getting stuff without that. You know what I mean? It was just something people were telling me to draw, and I thought it'd be interesting to see what happened.
Well, that's like I was telling you. My thing is I'm thinking about going out and setting up a mock camping set up with some tents and everything, but building a fire and leaving it. And I'm going to put cameras and stuff in those tents. I haven't had a chance to do that yet because at least I'm still filling out the area, but that can still be considered setting up a habitual site, because they're coming in to see if what the humans have done or if they've left anything. Right. That could be, but to me, it's setting up basically a science experiment. I want to see what will happen. I ain't saying I want to go do that every time I go out. I just want to see what's going to happen. That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Now, well, if you're going to do something like that, make sure that
you have to change things up. That's why, I want to go tonight.
Hold on, Deep. What was you saying, Zulu?
It's not very cloudy. It's pretty bright. That's why I want to try to go out tonight and see, what kind of activities going on. Yeah. As opposed to, I usually go early in the morning or midday, sometimes, late evening. But just change things up a little bit because, like you said it last night, I'm probably their favorite TV show.
Yep.
Like, hey, here's that guy. He's not going to do anything to us. Let's go check out and see what he's got going now.
Yeah. What was you saying, Zulu?
I was saying get a wireless link up to your cameras to where you can monitor them directly from a good distance away. You ain't going to find your cameras.
Remote viewing?
Yeah. The only problem with that is I can't get any service out there, so I can't set it up so I can do it back here. And setting up out there somewhere, if I go anywhere else but where I'm at, other people own the property, and they've had poachers. They've had people come out. Man, look, I've never heard of this before, but they even had a guy come out and log another man's damn land, and I'm talking about steal several $1,000s worth of damn.
Wow.
I'm talking, he just went in there and cut the guy's timber, hauled it off, sold it, and stole it.
That guy must have had a lot of acreage on his land. I mean,
yeah, these are
lumber.
They've even done it to the right next to me is it's kind of like what you've got is it's a no hunting zone. It's set up by the Corps of Engineer. They've even went out there and stole stuff off the Corps of Engineer land. They were
very smart.
No, they were out there stealing buoy. They had some buoys. It's a big lake that's out there, probably I want to say 5 miles from me. They stole some buoys that were marking off a stump. Were like old growth stumps were out there, and if you're not paying attention, without the buoys, you don't know the channels that they've got cut in there, so you can get in there. Well, they stole all the damn buoys that marked the channel. Why they did that? Why they did that, I have no idea.
That kind of stuff's completely ridiculous, and I mean, but I'll think about that, and like, because I've ran into some stuff out in this area. Like people go back there, they're throwing their drugs. I guess like I don't know if they're getting chased because the interstate's a mile and a half, 2 miles away from this place, the opening of this place.
Yeah.
Where the main road where I go to this area. And I guess people may go back there. I found all sorts of stuff and seen all sorts of people that go through there. And I think sometimes this is what they're seeing. These are the kind of humans that they're used to. They're back there either doing something they don't have any business, or, you know, they're running in and out, or hell, even going down to the river to go fishing. You know, if I honestly believe certain that, you know, they build, that they know that, you know, that they're there. And that brings them in a little bit closer.
Like I said,
because what looks like a pile of sticks off the side of a trail, which, you know, me and you will look at it and we'll say, well, that's that could be like a nest or a nesting area. Once you start looking around in that stuff and looking on the inside of it instead of just walking past it like most people will do, they take notice of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said, I told you last night, I've actually never come across what I consider a nest. I probably have and didn't know it, but
I'm sure you have and didn't know it. Yeah.
There we go. I am trying to send out another link. There we go. Hey, Vamp, if you want to come in so you and LaKay can talk and everything too, I sent you a link to your email you sent me. I
thought DW was going to hop on. I missed my brother.
I don't know where he's at. I haven't seen. I ain't even been looking at the chat room. I got the other stuff pulled up that way.
I gotta meet the real DW since I'm the bargain basement DW.
Oh yeah, DW. I forgot to tell you that. Somebody called the bargain basement DW.
They said, "Is that Dark Water?" And Robbie said, "No, that's DDoS." No, well, that's the bargain basement Dark Water. That's the best compliment I've ever had, Dark. So
I was going to tell you.
I'm still fairly new on YouTube, so I'll take that as a coup in my cap.
Well, like I said, we're going to see if we can help grow you, because I like your approach you're doing, and basically it's mimicking stuff that I'm doing. And like I said, I'm kind of new to the whole trying to gather evidence. Like I said, usually I go out to a place just to investigate to see what's going on there, or I've been called out because of some other thing that's going on. And the first thing I try to do is disprove, like I told you last night, what it actually, something else that it could be besides a Bigfoot. And usually,
exactly,
sometimes it comes out, well, yes, exactly what they said. And then sometimes it's like I said, the woman that kept calling into the wildlife people that she had a Black Panther out there turning over her garbage cans and tearing up stuff and trying to climb under her house. And I get out there and do an investigation, come to find out it's a damn black Labrador.
So, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, since I've started this, I don't know why people think that I'm like an expert at it, but I've had a ton of people say, hey, would you come on my property and check this out? We've had rocks and, you know, big, good sized rocks thrown at the house and stuff. And I'm like, you know, I'm dealing with one tribe in one area. I could probably look for the telltale signs, but I don't know how to get rid of them or anything.
I don't think if they actually don't want to leave, you ain't gonna make them leave.
Right, and you'd be hard pressed to try to make them leave. Like,
oh yeah, I don't think it would work. I don't think it'd come out very well. But
yeah, I'm not the person pushing them out.
Yeah, that's like I like what, you know, like we said, anybody that comes on and tells you they're an expert, I wouldn't hold too much of what they say, because there is no experts.
No.
Like those people that try to discredit you or tried to say that you were encroaching on their research area, you know, you were a nobody, you would be better going and swim with sharks. That you don't.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they said they said that they were too afraid to go to this area. They said they spent 30 minutes and it was so spooky that they left. And I mean, they hear this cat that's in there day in, day out, you know, with his Bowie knife, carving little dolls for his daughter and stuff, you know, whistling songs to him that they whistle back. I don't know if it insulted them because they're perpetuating that this place is so scary or not. But I'm the kind of person that I don't believe in fear. Fear exists only inside your mind. Once you can get past that, you can get past a lot of hurdles.
Yeah, I believe it too. Like I said, you got somebody that like me that can come up there, and they don't like everybody. You can take somebody, like you said, you took people in, they didn't have a problem with them. You take somebody else in, and for some reason they just don't like him. I don't, you know, or like her or them. and they act stupid and act crazy and aggressive, and
they'll
leave.
let you know.
Yeah, and they leave, and all the activity kind of dies back down. That's, like I said, that can be with dogs, cats,
anybody. It's like they feel your intent. And I'm not one, we talked about that too. I'm not talking about like they're reading your mind or anything. They're just like any other wild animal. You go in there, you're hooping and hollering, you got guns, you're being arrogant, shooting off blindly into the bush. They ain't gonna make them too happy.
Nope. Well, like I said, like I said before, if you pay attention to a wild animal's reactions to things, it lets you know if they're aggravated, if they're uptight, or they're just relaxed and they ain't bothered with you. If they're growling, if they're showing their teeth, if they keep their eyes on you and don't turn their backs and hunch up and stuff like that, that's a good indication they don't like something you're doing, or back off and give them a little more space.
And they are curious creatures, but just like you said, just be aware of your surroundings and know how to interpret what it is that they're doing. Because a lot of times they just want to check you out. They just want to see what you're up to, because they're out there with sticks to play with and holes to dig for their entertainment. When you come in there, they're watching you because they're curious creatures. And
I believe a lot of the ones that come up to people's houses and get caught looking in the windows, I think that what they're doing is they're trying to figure out, well, what are they doing in there? Or they hear a radio playing, or they hear or they see a TV or something, and that's that's their entertainment.
I couldn't agree more. Because they're curious. That and what we do. I don't know how. Like I said, they're cognitive thinking. I don't know how they view us, as if like we're hairless, smaller versions of them. But I do think that they're interested in how we do things and how we, conduct ourselves.
Well, think about it. You take a person, an Aborigine that has never seen an automobile, and there's some out there still in the backwoods of
outback out there in Australia.
Yeah, they've never seen automobiles. There's some that have never seen guns, and they see a car coming at them, and they're like, "What the hell is this?" And they see a person get out, and it's like, what?
You're blowing their mind. It's like us seeing a UFO.
Yeah, I'm talking about. It could be the same thing with Bigfoot. They're amazed that we can control this loud, stinky thing that makes all this noise.
Yeah, the stick, the booming stick of thunder. Is that what they used to call back in the day?
Yeah, something like that. Like I said, that to me though, like I said, that's going in with an open mind. It's not going in with a preset disposition. And like I said, I don't like it when people, like I said, I don't mean to scare anybody when I tell them, look, if you go out into the woods and looking for these things, don't be surprised at what you find. Just remember, like you said, you have to be respectful. Because if you go with disrespect, it's like going into my house. If you come into my house with disrespect, I'm not going to meet you with open arms either.
Exactly. And people have to think these nests that they build, once they start poking around in them and stuff, it creates a lot, in my mind, it creates a lot of problems for them, because that's where they put their adolescents. And I'm pretty sure those adolescents stay in there because of a scent. And I don't know how. I heard that their scent glands are amazing. Their sense of smell is outstanding. But once you start poking around inside those nests, I think that you're creating a problem that doesn't necessarily have to be. That's another thing that might make them mad or make them leave an area. So I try to leave things like that I know are structures that they've created or nests or whatever. I try to leave them undisturbed. But that's just me, how I do things. Like,
well, I've heard of stories like this. Somebody goes out, finds one of those nests, they crawl in it and looking around. Well, you're leaving your scent all over it. Let's say Big Mama Bear comes back, or the big alpha male comes back to get in his bed, and he comes in and figures out you've been in his bed. Now he's got your scent. He trails you back home, and he starts messing with you at your house. I've heard of that. Yeah. I've heard of stuff like that several times. It's like, well, what did you?
Well, I'm gonna go feed my real fast, and I'll jump back on with you guys, because this is it's great. I love talking to y'all, and
that's no problem. Come on back in, D, if you get a chance.
For folks.
Come on back in if you get a chance, D. Appreciate it. I think Zulu fell asleep.
Thank y'all for having
us again.
No, I'm just sitting here listening.
Oh, okay. Well, so
I like to blabber on. I'm sorry.
Nah, man, you do your thing.
I will talk to y'all shortly.
All right. Appreciate it, D.
Appreciate y'all. Bye-bye.
All right. So D, not D, but Zulu, what's been going on the battlefront?
Now I'm taking a day off, trying not to think about it.
Okay, well, this don't help much.
Nah, it's no big deal, man. I just, kid lost his leg, so we're dealing with that.
I hate to hear that.
But, oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get swamp dwelling in here, but I figured that as long as we stayed up this morning and he was up all night last night, that he may still be asleep. I think Dee's going to try to get a hold of him while he's eating. So,
hey, boss man.
Yes.
Okay. Well, since DW's not here, I'm going to play DW for a moment.
Oh, Lord.
No, I'm just playing. I was just sent some very funny information.
Okay.
There is somebody running to Hot Pockets talking about your schlongdong.
Okay.
What the hell?
What the hell's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
I don't know. But all I want to say is, for somebody that is the vault keeper, and to have somebody talking about your neither regions, you are a very popular dude. You are a very popular dude.
Yeah, but I don't like being popular with the guys talking about it. I'm sorry. I
would be flattered. I would be absolutely flattered.
I don't swing that way. That's not, you barking up the wrong tree. I don't know who the hell they are, but
from what I understand, he is bad mouthing this innocent lady and comparing your pecker. I don't know. Do you not have anything better to do?
Oh, Lord.
Care about his own placidity.
Yeah, well, I haven't ever had any complaints, so, but like I said, I like the women, so, if the women over there want to talk about, that's fine, but I don't know how I feel about Hot Pockets talking about my pecker.
No, I just that and I'm sitting here, being live stream and chatting with the peeps in chat, and I am getting bombarded with messages and links. I don't care. Hey, I don't want to hear nothing about my boss man's schlongdong.
Yeah, y'all gonna get me a damn sexual harassment suit, y'all.
No, thank you.
Well,
we had questions earlier.
Hold on, Vant, did you get the link I sent you? Okay. Where the hell did my shit go? There it is.
Oh, here's the question, killing time. When was the last time you heard anything about South Texas as far as cryptids?
What the hell is today? Sunday? Probably last Wednesday.
January 3rd and January 4th.
Yeah, that's what I'm at. It's like last Wednesday, probably. Actually, if you want to really talk, it was last night, because me and D were talking about it, because he goes down there, because like I say, he's in Oklahoma. He drives down there, I think, like once a month, I think he told me, or every other month or something. Because we were talking about how much more aggressive they are in that area. And like I told him, I said, that's like further up north, like around in Canada and around Yellowknife and stuff like that, how much more aggressive those are up there. And I think it's all to do with the more interactions they have with humans, the bad ones especially. They just get fucking fed up with humans, and when they see one, the first thing they think of is like the Hulk smash.
Here's another question. I've heard from park rangers about bears breaking into cabins and only taking beer. Have we ever heard about Bigfoot doing that? This is from Kumi.
I've heard of them, yeah. Up and I think I told this story on one of the other live streams where I went up and I think the guy even had an episode on Monster Quest where I went up and was doing some research, and this cabin, the only way you can get to it's by float plane. I'm talking, it's way the hell out in the middle of nowhere, up in Alaska, and that cabin had been broke into multiple times, and the last time that it was broke into, I was up there talking to the guy, and he was just then remodeling it, and whatever this was not a bear, because it pulled, the refrigerator off the wall, tore all the cabinets off the wall, got inside the refrigerator, ate food and stuff that had been left there in the freezer. It left bloody footprints where it stepped on a spike board, and it wasn't a bear because it left giant 20-something inch foot tracks, bloody foot tracks all around.
Another question I'd seen, hold on, let me scroll back up. It was about, does Bigfoot have a mating season?
I have no idea. I would figure it does, just like any other wild animal. It's probably off the cycles of the moon, because even human females, the moon cycles, they dictate theirs.
Vamp said she saw the link. Whenever she's able, she'll see about jumping on. She may or may not be able to.
Okay, I just want to make sure she got it in case she did. I'm going to put the link up eventually in the chat room, but like I said, I was trying to keep it calm. I didn't want the same thing that happened tonight that happened the other night, so I was trying to do it a little bit differently by sending out the link through emails. But I will give everybody in the chat room a chance to, if they want to come in. But like I said, I'm doing that a little bit later in the show.
And we also wanted to be able to have a chance to answer some of the questions that are asked in chat before, during like intermissions, I call it, like right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find another one. Zulu's Bumkiss wants to know, are you guys making headway against dogmen? Is it getting any better?
Well, we've got 86 confirmed right now, but that's just 86. We don't know how many are actually out there, but when we find them, when we hear about them, we do what we can to get rid of them. If we're making headway or not, I don't know. I know there's less reports in certain areas now because of it, but
I think these things are like fucking cockroaches. You kill 3 and 20 more come up.
I know, like fucking rabbits.
Well, think about it. If they're like a regular wolf or a regular dog, they don't have just one at a time. They don't even have just 2 at a time. They have anywhere from 4 to 8.
Caden wanted to know, what was the whole werewolves, dogman, and silver back in the medieval times, and is it true or not? What is y'all's opinion on that?
I have no idea if it's true. There's so much. I'll let Zulu answer this, but
they can barely hear Zulu, by the way.
Oh.
I'm on my cell phone. That's why the wife is the computer.
Hey, don't let Vamp know you got a wife. She'll get heartbroken.
It should be all right.
Hey, Aaron's in here. I didn't know that.
Johnny wants to know, Zulu, did I hear you right the other night, you saying you have shot some dogmen from a helicopter? If so, what happens to the bodies?
We burn them.
No, y'all have it mistaken. They're not shooting dogmen. They're annihilating them. Y'all didn't listen. They hit it, like when you hit something with a 20 millimeter round, that's an anti-vehicle round, anti-personnel. They're made to shoot vehicles and planes out of the air at 10,000 feet. When it hits something, it usually makes 2 parts then.
Top part still goes.
Vault, Erin's in the chat room. She says hi.
I know, I seen that.
Yeah, and she wants to know, what is Zulu's job?
I'll let him answer that.
My day job, I work as a dispatcher to kind of keep my ear to everything. after that, it's whatever the hell we do. Really, it's not really a job. It's more we feel like doing it.
It's kind of like the Minutemen of the old days. When something bad would come up or something would mess with the town, you would have the Minuteman, which is not the regular military. It's kind of like the militia. They would come out and take care of whatever the problem was without all the bureaucrat bullcrap.
Yeah, no paperwork, just results.
I'm trying to find some more. I'm having this chat scrolling so fast, so I'm having to scroll up. Have y'all heard of any dogmen in the southern Jersey area?
No, I haven't personally.
I haven't either. I'm not saying they're not there now. That's just I haven't heard in the Jersey area. I've heard about the Jersey Devil and stuff like that, but not Dogman. But you know, the Pine Barrens are a big fucking place.
Yeah. It could be anything out there. I don't go out there. I stick to what people would call hot zones.
Somebody wanted to know, does Zulu only kill dogmen in his state or does he travel? And how much Bud Light would he need to come to Northeast Ohio to kill these bad words? Hashtag Absols.
I don't drink Georgia piss water. You can get me a case of Jameson. No.
Jamie, go ahead, Zulu.
I do it for free. My boys get paid, but I do it for free.
Jamie Highwolf will know, how come they don't have shows on Dogmen? Are they too aggressive? Chat scroll, to even admit they exist? That's a good question.
They've had a couple.
Well, the one actual almost successful show they had, the camera crew was setting up and their equipment, when they went back to the camp, was completely destroyed, and they quit the show before it even began. So
that was probably lucky. They got lucky they wasn't snack kebabs.
Zulu, is there any way you could maybe move the phone a little bit closer or talk just a little bit louder? A lot of people are still having problems understanding you.
I'm just, I can talk louder if they need me to.
You sound fine to me because of the headset, but the chat room was saying they couldn't hear you, and they really wanted to hear what you had to say.
Oh.
Yeah, and our phone gets a little weird sometimes whenever I'm talking. So. But no, as far as Ohio, man, what are they doing? Honestly, if they're not fucking with anybody, usually we put them off on the back burner. But if they're giving you issues, they're mainly, I don't really give a shit if they kill livestock. That's fair game. But if they're going after people, then yeah, I'll show a greater interest in it.
Yeah, so that's what people need to understand. Doing something like he's doing, you can't just roll into every little dogman sighting or report or nothing like that. Now, when you got 4 and 5 people come up missing, can't find nothing, just odd, yeah, that right there raises a red flag and gets people's attention.
Zulu, do you gather any evidence of the dogman hair samples, blood DNA, anything after the confirmed kills?
We might not need to go into that.
Hang on 1 second.
All right. We're going to leave that question alone anyway, y'all. That's the questions like that are the ones that get people in trouble. That's a rabbit hole for a different day.
All right. I missed the question. What was it?
Let's see.
Somebody was wanting to know about DNA evidence, and I told them we really don't talk about that. That's a rabbit hole for a different day.
That rabbit hole is closed. After the other night, whenever that dude was asking too many off the wall questions, that rabbit hole's gone.
Yeah, like I said, that gets too many people looking a little too hard and too close.
Brian wants to know.
Federal prison.
Mm-hmm.
Brian wants to know, what is the tallest dog man you have encountered? Either one of y'all, I guess, could answer that one.
12.5 feet.
Yeah, I'd say around that big for me too.
That's like 3 of me.
Mm-hmm.
Little exaggeration there, but no, thank you.
Told y'all she was short.
Yeah, she one of them ones. Her theme song in life is "It's a Small World After All."
She's short, but she got quick legs.
What is it? They say it ain't short; it's fun size.
Yeah, fun size.
Fun size.
I always tell her, you can't help it. They built a sidewalk so close to your butt.
You are not right.
Shit, I got a long way to fall. I'm 6'3", so I'm going down hard.
I'm just under 6 foot, so.
Several people have asked us a couple of times. They wanted to know, how old was the kid that you mentioned that lost its leg? Is he okay? Is he doing okay right now?
He was 22. He's got a small infection, but he should be okay.
Okay, so maybe guys in the chat, y'all could send up maybe a little prayer or light a little candle or something, send some positive healing energies that way. It's all about intent, people.
Y'all give me just a minute. I'm going to see where the hell old D is. DW, where'd you go? I ain't seen him in the chat room either.
No,
all right.
I was thinking about texting him, but I'll let you do it.
All right, hold on.
My little heathens running around terrorizing the animals.
So that's what I hear in the background.
Yeah, that's a glimpse into my life that people don't usually get to hear.
I was wondering whose that was. I knew it wasn't mine.
One of the 4.
Daniel Cullen wanted to know, Zulu, is Zulu work for the government? Just wondering, does he and his crew not get in trouble for going around hunting and firing heavy weapons at these creatures?
No, we don't work for the government. And if they ever bother us, fuck them. It's not their business.
Not just that. I'm talking about if y'all don't do it, they have to do it. And it makes more of a dramatized thing when they come in and do it, because then everybody wants to know why the military is there.
And their dumb problem is they send people in on the ground. You don't send people in on the fucking ground. I've told that story to one person now as to why I don't go on the ground anymore.
Yeah, fuck that. Ground means getting ate.
You go on the ground, you're going to see some shit that you never wanted to see in your life. You're going to see your buddies getting ripped in fucking half. You're going to see some fucking weird ass shit. You're going to have nightmares for the rest of your. I get 2 hours of sleep a day. And if I'm not at work, I'm usually drunk, trying not to think about it. You don't fucking do it.
Okay, my phone started blowing up. What the hell's wrong with you?
It's because you're popular, you and your schlong dong.
Man, they want to take a pic of that little pickle pepper.
Somebody wanted to know, Caden wanted to know, Zulu, are there any things you can put on broadheads for if one shows up when you're hunting?
Huh?
You want to shoot it with a bow?
Fuck that.
I think what it is, if you're hunting with a bow and one just happens to come up upon you, was there anything you could put on, on the metal of the broadheads to maybe
you
poison it or something?
you hide the best you can, and hopefully that motherfucker keeps going. I don't even know if a bow would fucking penetrate this son of a bitch.
Lenny Gal, have you ever seen a baby dogman?
Me? No.
I told you though, if I see one, I'm gonna bring it to the vault.
No, the fuck you're not. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you and it to damn Zulu's house. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link in the room, and give me just about 2 minutes, and I'm gonna give the link in the room and see if we can get some more people in here. Hold
on. Jamie Highwolf wants to know, are there any female dogmen? Well, I would be.
I'm getting this little one down for bed. I will catch y'all on the next one. She's getting to the point of grumpiness. So.
Oh, go be good to her. See you later, Zulu.
I'm gonna feed her to the cat. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks for having me.
No problem, as always. See you later. Lucas, Vault said I could not have a hashtag baby Absol. I'm so sad. I'm pouting. Hey, Midwest, how are you? I'm going to read Vamp's comment out loud. I really enjoyed what she said. When it comes to who Zulu works for, what they all do, that's on a need-to-know basis, and it's not something we need in-depth to know. Just know there's a Superman and his team out there. And I absolutely highly agree with that statement. There are sometimes some things to be disclosed to the public. Privacy and security reasons. He had to go put a munchkin down.
Okay, ain't no problem. I'm gonna put the link up in the room.
Oh, if I did keep a baby Bigfoot, what would I name it? And no, I would not name a baby Bigfoot Hot Pocket. I'm sorry. What would I name a baby Bigfoot? Oh, that is a good question. Normally, I pick names after. Normally, I pick names after an animal's personality trait. However, I would probably name it Mini Vault.
Why the hell you go? Why name it Mini Vault? I think I'm cuter than a Bigfoot.
Yes, but I have seen your temper. Okay. And I can only imagine the temper tantrums of a baby Bigfoot or a baby Absol, a.k.a. crypto terrorist, a.k.a. dogman, whatever, for those that don't know.
Hey, Aaron, if you're still in here, I'm putting the link in the chat. Come on in.
What would I name a baby Absol?
Hot Pocket Junior.
No, I would probably pick something like really dark and sinister. My personality is very dark, sinister, sarcastic. So it'd probably.
So it'd be a mini Lakeia.
Pretty much.
Dark Waters.
Hey, Caesar, how are you?
I'm okay. How you doing?
All right. Hey, you got to cut whatever that is in the background down or cut it off.
Oh, I think somebody's watching the game. I think I heard a whistle.
Yeah. Hey, Caesar, you got to cut that down in the background, man. It's coming through, killing everything. There we go.
Sorry about that.
Ain't no problem. Okay.
What happened?
I don't know. He left. Aaron, you get the link. Are you chasing munchkins?
I see DW in the chat.
Yeah. Dark Waters is coming.
Kumi wants to know, may I join chat? If Vault posted the link in the chat room.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it again.
And that squeaky noise, I don't know if we've been over this before, but that is Mr. Vault's chair. He has the most annoying chair I've ever seen.
Leave my chair alone. It's comfortable. It's like my house shoes. Leave them alone. They look crappy, but they're comfortable. Leave them alone.
And hello to everyone just now joining us. We appreciate you being here.
Oh, yeah.
Is that low enough, guys?
Say that again.
Is that low enough?
Oh, yeah, that's low enough.
Yeah, you're fine now, Caesar.
Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm pretty over this.
Caesar.
No. How you doing in the chat room?
Hold on. We got a lot of feedback coming from somewhere. Cut your camera off.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Hold on. How do I turn it off?
It'll be right.
There's a little camera circle. Just click on it. Or you can always just hold your finger over the cam.
You'll see the camera on one side, and it'll be a speaker. Make sure the camera's lit up red.
Hey, this is Kumi.
How you doing, Kimmy?
Kumi.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's a weird one. I just had a real quick question for you. Is the reason that we're not hearing about these cryptids largely due to the fact that the government realizes it can't protect us from them?
That I cannot answer because I don't have no one that I can ask that will answer that question. So I think it's like anything else. You can have pictures, you can have audio, you can have all kind of stuff in HD, and people won't believe it until you put a body in front of them. And I just don't believe. I don't believe because of our government's industry. Because think about it. If you knew there was a giant werewolf, if there was no doubt in your mind there's a giant werewolf running out there, are you going to go camping anymore? Are you going to go fishing anymore? You got people that won't go back out and log wood anymore. See what I'm saying?
True. I live in the Pacific Northwest, and we have a lot of Bigfoot sightings up here.
Yeah.
But for the most part, people seem to be taking it in as, or everybody I've dealt with anyways, there are some squatchers, of course, but for the most part, people are like, just another critter out there.
And see, that's the way it should be, because these things are just now not coming. They've been there. Most, and what I find when most, I say that again, most of the Bigfoot, they just want to be left alone. And like the researchers that are going out there doing, the ones that are tree knocking and hooping and hollering, okay, if you get some evidence, that's fine too. But most of the time, they're not going to get anything because they're making too much noise. They don't like it. Think about it. You get any other wild animal out there, you start doing what they're doing, trying to hoop, holler, and call and all this kind of stuff, they leave, or they just shut up and let you go on by.
Makes sense.
Like Dee was saying earlier, if you go out there, be respectful. Let them understand you don't mean them any harm. You don't mean any harm of any kind. Sooner or later, they're going to get real curious and mess up or intentionally show themselves.
I was recently invited to go squatching. I turned it down largely because I have no desire to actually run into anything. But I do love to go camping and hiking, and I have not been able to for the last 2 years just due to my employment situation. But I'm wondering now, because I'm one of those minimalist campers. Leave the place cleaner than you find it. I don't do the open pit fires. If I have to do a pit fire, it's a Dakota style pit fire. Leave very little trace that you've been there. So I'm wondering, does that then make me a bigger or a smaller target because I'm now kind of acting like the wildlife. You know, I'm leaving as little trace as possible.
I think that makes you less intrusive, so you're not a threat. So, you know, they may be curious because, like I said, you're out there with a tent. You've got these weird clothes on. There's weird smells coming off you. You know, it's like any other animal. They get curious. Even you get curious over new things or new smells. You've got to check them out. Same thing with these. But like I said, you're not showing any kind of threat to them. And like I said, that's like the fire pits and everything. There's a big debate on that, because the thing is that if you put it out after you leave, that ash and stuff that you leave actually helps the environment.
Oh yeah, that's why I started doing the Dakota fire pits, because it already has the ash in the ground.
Yep.
And so it just goes straight back to the trees.
Exactly. But I think that's a good idea. And if you want to see something or experience something, that's a good way to have a good experience, because you're not any kind of threatening. Now, I want to warn you, if something does come out, don't throw up a camera. Don't automatically throw up a camera and start flashing off stuff, because think about it. 90% if they've had an encounter with a human, anytime a human put something up to his face, usually it was a gun and they shot at him. Well, they don't know the difference in a gun and a camera most of the time. All they know is that human did the same thing last time and he tried to shoot me, or he hurt me. And now this human's doing something similar to it. So, I call it the Hulk syndrome, smash. So
well, that leads me to the other question. Where I live, we've been having a lot of problems with guys going to the forest and setting up illegal weed operations.
I know where you're at now. You're in the green triangle.
Yes, sir. But so I carry.
That's no problem.
I can still carry, but I know gun oils has a very distinct odor to it. Would they not smell that and recognize it for that? Or I guess what it is I'm just trying not to bring any attention to myself.
Yeah, well, see, that's a good. That's been up for debate.
Hey, boss man.
Yes.
Melinda, you've got to turn your cam off, hun. No cams on live stream, please.
It's dangerous for you. It's not just because we don't want, because you're putting your face out there, and you got facial recognition software and stuff like that. Now they can put in to find out exactly where you are. So we just don't let anybody do it. But the debate is, the gun oils and stuff like that give off, but you've got so many scents on you that you don't realize you've got going on you, that I don't think it's a determining factor. I tell you something I do is I conceal carry a lot, even in the woods, because it's not, you've got your protection on you if you need it, but you're not showing it. Same thing like if you walked into Walmart, you're not, wearing it out where everybody can see it, and you want to know that you're safe and have it on you, but nobody else needs to know that. Same way with a Squatch.
No, that's what I do too. I conceal carry, but after all of these discussions about what will and won't put a dent in a dog man and the like, I kind of wonder if all I'm really doing is protecting myself from other people and not from a potentially bad situation.
Oh yeah, and see, I think I've said this before on a live stream. I've gotten some crazy reports from, like in the Appalachians, from moonshiners, and then from out in the Green Triangle, crazy reports from growers that they were doing something they weren't supposed to, or was something how or another, and they had some bad encounters with Sasquatches. I haven't had any yet with Dogman though. I guess usually they don't get to talk about it because they got 8.
That, or maybe they're just not in this area, because this really does seem to be a Sasquatch stronghold.
Yeah, and y'all got some big boys up there.
Oh yes, we do.
Yeah,
and they're not afraid to throw the rocks either.
No, and they're pretty freaking accurate with them damn rocks the size of basketballs.
Yep, especially the basalt ones.
Like I said, and for the people that don't know what the Green Triangle is, there's an area in Oh, the state in the United States. There's a couple of states involved, and you'll just have to go look up the Green Triangle. That's where a lot of the illegal dope growers go on the national forests and go on private lands, and they set up big grow operations for marijuana. It's a big thing now.
Yeah, I thought, and I was told that legalization was supposed to fix all that, but oh well.
Well, actually, I think I think in certain places it made it kind of worse because it's legal for you to sell the marijuana, but it's still illegal for you to grow it.
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and see, now you've got some places that have legal grows, but now they're even getting busted by the DEA. Even though the state said it's legal for you to do it, the government says, "Oh no, we still say it's illegal."
Huh. Okay.
So,
well, thank you. You've given me a great deal to think about.
that's no problem. Like I said, I think what you're doing, if you want, like I said, if you're wanting to have an encounter, or even if you're still not, you're giving back to the environment. You're not going out there desecrating the area. You're leaving it for future generations or your future use.
Yeah,
I think it's a good thing.
Well, thank you. How do I get out?
Hold on, I get you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you later. I appreciate you stopping by. Who we got here?
It says Melinda.
Yeah, Melinda. How you doing? I couldn't see the name; it hadn't popped up yet. How you doing, Miss Melinda?
I'm good. I have a strange question. I grew up in the Sandhills of North Carolina.
Yes, ma'am. I know exactly what you're talking about.
We lived in a lot of pine groves. They did a lot of planting and harvesting, and they would come in and set it up for a forest for 40, 50 years, and they'd come in and take it all out and replant. Well, I know that I've heard you and Dark both say a Bigfoot wouldn't come in your house and you lived to tell. Some kind of cryptid came in our house when I was 6 years old, and I had forgot it as kind of a dream because I was so young, but my family recently was talking about it. These two creatures came in our house and plundered through our things as if they were foraging, and after they made a lot of noise and took out a lot of food and things, they explored some of the house. They actually one of them stepped into our room, kind of sniffed my sister, and then walked out. I would have swore it was a Bigfoot, but what other cryptids could it have been?
It could have been a number of things, but that sounds like a Bigfoot. And I've had reports, recent reports. These things, an old man and woman were laying in their bed, and the man wakes up, and at the end of their bed is a 6.5 foot tall, hairy Bigfoot standing there, or he calls it a hairy creature. At first he thought, I'm dreaming. And all of a sudden he feels his wife's hand go over top of his, and she's shaking. And he doesn't turn his head. He says he kind of like rolls his eyes over at her, and she's looking at the end of the bed, and she's just shaking. And he grips her hand, he says, and he mumbles, just close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. And they both closed their eyes, he said, and then a few seconds, or he said minutes went by. He can't really tell. They open their eyes back up, and it's gone. They jump up. He reaches over and grabs a pistol out of his nightstand and goes to the house. And there's muddy footprints that leads from their kitchen into their bedroom, and a set leading back out. And the refrigerator had been open, cabinets had been gone through, and it just left.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what happened. We were on bunk beds, and my sister was on top, and she was 15, and I was 6. And I woke up hearing someone mess with the cabinets. Well, our parents worked third shift, so it was just me and Vicky in the house. So I'm like, Vicky, and she's like, shut up. And she was trying to talk real low, and I kept crying, and she kept saying, shut up. And we could hear them grunting and stuff. What's funny is after they left and it got quiet, laid there. And I don't care how scared you are. If it's quiet and still long enough, you will fall asleep. And we woke up. My mom was coming in the room, and she's like, Vicky, what happened? Why is the back door open? Why is everything tore out of the cabinets? What are y'all doing? And Vicky shot up out of bed. She said, I thought I was dreaming, Mama. And she told her, and there actually was large humanoid footprints leaving our house.
I've heard that. Like I said, that the one I just told you about, the old woman and man, that happened like 2 years ago. Like I said, and I've heard other people tell stories that happened even more recent, like this last year, of the same thing happening. So, like I said, if these things want in your house, they can get in your house. But just
Right.
because they come in doesn't mean they're curious. They might have thought that y'all wasn't even there because they didn't see a vehicle or whatever. These things are not stupid.
No.
That's like me and Dee was talking. The place he goes out there, like I said, every day. He parks in the same spot. He tells me, he's like, dude, I think they know I'm coming because as soon as I get out of my vehicle, you can hear he said, I go through the woods doing a whistle, and I can hear that whistle. It's like, hey, we're here. And sometimes, a couple of times he's had like logs pulled across the road. He said, and usually when that happens, I just leave because it's kind of like a sign for them telling him, hey, we don't want you here today. He said, and I can come back the next day and the log will be gone.
Yeah.
I firmly believe, like I told him, they have learned your vehicle. They probably have sentries set up. When they hear your vehicle come, they let everybody know, hey, he's coming back. You know,
Yeah.
They all don't always are aggressive. Yes, some of them are, and some of them kill people, but they're not always. And like I said, he's going out there, hasn't showed him any aggression, and it's kind of like seeing a squirrel jump from one tree to the other. Hey, there's that squirrel again. Or, whatever. It's the way I kind of contributed. I don't know if that's the way they think. That's just the way I kind of contributed. They probably didn't know you or your sister was in that house until that's when they walked back there. They stumbled on you and they smelt your sister. It's like, oh, that's one of their kids, and they hurried up and left.
Yeah, because it seemed like shortly after it was odd because the way I was laying, I could see the doorway, and I watched this creature duck under the top of the doorway to get in our room. And when it's standing there sniffing Vicky, and I'm looking at its legs, there's this horrible smell, and I'm trying really hard not to gag. And I'm like trying really hard to be quiet, and after a minute, we heard the other one make a grunt, and the other one grunted back and left. So I know they're pretty intelligent.
And so that could have been teenagers going in and checking out stuff, because think about it. When you were a teenager, you probably did a lot of stuff you knew you weren't supposed to, but you were curious and did it anyway.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And I relate a lot of stories like that to the younger ones. Think about it. Sasquatch in human years that are anywhere from 15 to 20 years old, that's what I consider a juvenile. And then from there up, they get into the young adults, and then you get the big ones and older ones that get into what I call full adulthood.
Oh yeah. Now, have you ever heard of problems about, like, do y'all know if they have like a mating season or if they do rut or?
That I could not answer. I don't have enough information. But say, I was just fixing to ask you, since you said your sister was 15, I know this is a crazy question, but had she started doing her cycles yet?
Yes.
Was she doing a cycle? Do you know if she was during a cycle at that time?
I don't really remember. Like I said, I was 6, but
because the reason why I'm asking, because it said it smelt her, but it didn't reach down to smell you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it didn't reach down to smell me at all.
And see, I've heard of females, them coming in more on females than males by themselves. And I've also got certain reports where females there were a man and a woman or a group out, and there was one woman that was during her cycle and she come up missing.
That's scary to think about.
Well, I'm talking about, dogs, even though when a female is during her cycle and they act weird around them, some dogs do. Animals do that weird, it's not just a one species thing.
Oh no, definitely not. Unlike female dogs that attack a woman when she's on her period.
I've heard of that. Well, if you go back and listen on my channel, I've got one. A lot of people didn't like it because they said it was so sad. It's called Off the Grid. where a man and a woman decided they wanted to go out and, do the whole living in the wilderness off the grid. Well, during one of her, not too long after they were out there, during one of her cycles, she was abducted and they never did find her.
Oh, that is sad.
I haven't done any more like that because, like I said, a lot of people didn't like it, and but it's what happens, and it's the truth. Like I said, you can go back and look at a lot of these missing person cases and stuff, and the females, usually you'll find it's a repetitive thing. It was either right before or after or during their cycles.
Right. It's like
there'll be a whole group, nobody else seen or heard anything, but she come up missing, or they heard stuff and was doing stuff, but they would act funny around this one individual, and it's usually a woman, and it's during that time.
So have you heard lots of stories about the North Carolina area?
Yes, ma'am. I've investigated a lot in the North Carolina and South Carolina.
See, I lived right on the line. It was like 30 minutes to my grandma's house, and she lived in South Carolina.
Yeah, I've heard a lot, especially, well, see, you've got the Appalachian Trails, the end right up end right there close to y'all. Then you've got another mountain range. I can't remember the name of that. Well, it's not really a mountain range. It's more of like a hill range that goes all the way back up into the foot of the Appalachians. And see, I think that has to do, I think they use that climate area, the climate's difference for when it gets hot in the summer, they go up higher in elevation where it's cooler, and then when it's cooler in the winter, they come down. They do. I know they do migrate. They just don't have to stay in one area.
No, I do. I have heard of more reports of them being in that area the colder that it got. It's like they were coming from somewhere.
Yeah. That's like in Texas during certain months of the year. And I hate going into a lot of detail about this, but certain months of the year, you won't hear any reports. And then all of a sudden, within a 2-month span, you get 15 reports where before you wouldn't get nothing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well established they are migratory.
Oh, yeah. But like I said, having a breeding season or a rut, anything's possible. Like I said, I don't have enough information on that. That would make sense, though, why sometimes some of the males get way more aggressive than other times. Especially, I've heard of a woman going into an area and having a sighting, and it wasn't that bad. They might have thrown sticks or rocks or grunted or hollered at her, but then you have a male going to that same area just a couple of days later, and they chased him. They surrounded him. He's a male, so they look at it as like he's part of their competition.
Yeah.
It could be looked at in so many different ways. Like I said, we don't have enough information. That's what I'm working on trying to get, because like I said, I'm more curious because like I said, like that questions you asked me, there's so many questions out there and not enough answers.
That's the truth. And as long as we keep trying to find more truth and gathering more information, the safer we're going to be and the safer it's going to be for them too.
Oh, yeah. Because like I said, yes, I do carry a weapon, but 99% of the time it's not because of the creatures. It's because, like I said, on Property X, I've had everything from reports of poachers out there. The man last year that I got the land from, he even come across an illegal marijuana grow field. Those people protect those things. Poachers don't like to get caught. They're outlaws.
No, I bet those poachers and the harvesters, the people that go out there and grow marijuana, I bet they got some stories to tell.
Well, there was how the marijuana field was caught was because there were 2 guys out there doing it. Well, one guy would stay out there a couple of days right before it got time for it to be harvested. And then the other guy would stay a couple of days. They were swapping it up. Well, when one of them came back to relieve the other one, he couldn't find him. And he didn't, he just figured, okay, well, he flaked out on me and left earlier or something happened. So he just went ahead and pulled his little shift. Well, 2 days went by, and this guy still ain't there. And he kept saying the whole time that he kept hearing noises and stuff. And so he goes out and starts looking around. Well, he found the guy that his buddy, he finds his pack and his gun a couple of 100 yards away from where they'd been camping. And he said there's no way he'd have left that gun. That was his pride and joy. So he actually goes back, winds up turning himself in because his buddy is missing, to come out and get help to find him. And they never did find him. He is still missing to this day.
Mm. And you know, when people find themselves in those illegal situations like that, it's like your first instinct is, I want to get help. I want to call the cops. But then at the same time, you're like, I'm fixing to go down for a whole bunch of mess.
Yeah, well, I think that dude, he got in a whole lot of trouble. They even looked at him for his friend's disappearance because, thinking he might have something to do with it. But I think he's still in jail.
Well, what he could have been, I guess he's doing better now.
Yeah, well, at least he's doing better than his friend.
This is true. Well, I really enjoy the show, and I enjoyed being on the live chat. I got a little one that's woke up feeling bad. I'm gonna jump off here for tonight. Can you exit me out?
That's no problem. I thank you for coming in. I hope she gets to feeling better, or he gets to feeling better.
Me too. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Vaught, can you bump her out, please?
Yeah.
Because I don't think she knows how to get out.
I get it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There you go. We got anybody else that wants to come in?
You need to repost the link, please.
This has been, so far, it's been a really good show. Thank y'all. It's been great, and thank everybody for watching. We have 96 people in here.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Those were some good questions.
I don't know if you got DW's text earlier, but I did. And he's indisposed at the moment.
Okay. No, he didn't send me nothing.
Okay, well, I have it, so.
Zulu texted me, and he's going to be gone for the night because his little ones are chasing him around now.
Papa Midnight, how are you?
How you doing?
Fine. How about yourself?
All right, how you doing? Who we got here?
It's me, Devin.
It's Devin.
Hey, Devin, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I just got off work not too long ago.
All right, yeah, I recognize your voice now.
Yeah.
I was going to try to get up with you this next week and try to see, get you on the phone or something and see if, you want to do some readings or come on the show again or.
Yes, sir. I talked to Dark yesterday. He sent me a little stuff. I told him I'm trying to start my horror narrating channel. That's my name for everybody. Papa Midnight. Okay. I know it just popped up. I kind of like changed it while I was in the chat, so it kind of like got my picture with my new name, but it hasn't got my logo on there yet. But I think you guys can see it now. I couldn't see it while I was in the chat, but
yeah, it's got HMA. I mean HAM.
Yeah,
Papa Midnight.
Yeah.
Hey, I liked it. It reminds me of Papa Legba.
But I called you because the other night while I was working, I didn't get a chance to tell you guys a story something that happened to me when happened to me like 2 days before my graduation.
Go ahead.
2 days before I graduated high school. Yes, it happened back in 2008. I didn't get a chance to, but I told Dark this story. So Dark,
go ahead.
Dark kind of knows it already. But the story goes, before I get into the story, have anybody heard about the lady in white?
Yeah, I've heard several different places having the lady in white.
Yeah, see, when it came to me and the lady in white, it wasn't necessary. The only thing I can find that closely resembles the situation that I was in is the lady in white, but it was way different. So what happened was, 2008, 2 days before graduation, we go to this graduation party. Graduation parties is held in like just a regular building and stuff like that. People are drinking, having a good time. Everybody's just happy because they out of high school. No more teachers, no more anything. So I go to the party with one of my best friends. We go to the party, have a good time. The party ends early because this is parties for basically it's no ID required. anybody under 18 can come into the party. So the party has to end before the actual city curfew. So the party ends at 11 o'clock, probably like 11 o'clock, 11:15 around that time. So when the party ends, we're leaving out, getting ready to get in my car and stuff like that. And one of my other friends from school, he's like, I know of another party, but it's not in a building, it's out in the country. And I was like, okay, weird, but I'll go. I'm not ready to go home yet. Anyway, so we hop in the car, we drive 45 minutes outside of Memphis, Rossville. If anybody's from Tennessee, you know what Rossville, Tennessee is. That's where we went. We went from a paved road to a dirt road to beside a farmhouse near a whole bunch of cotton stalks. Like, you guys been in the cotton field before?
Yeah.
Like not a cotton field, but I mean cornfield.
Yeah, I've been in both.
Everywhere. Yeah, when they're real tall. So we had to go through that, and it was basically a rave in the middle of nowhere. If you can't picture it, picture Freddy versus Jason when everybody was like huddling like their little field before Jason started coming killing everybody. Kind of like that. It was kind of like that setting right there, but it was way darker. It wasn't that many lights. Like, majority of the lights came from the people's like neon glow lights and stuff they had on their arms. So we go to the party, we have a good time, we get ready to leave. Once we get ready to leave, my friend hops in the car with his girlfriend, well, who I think is his girlfriend, but I don't know who it is. So he hops in the car with her. So we get ready to pull out. Mind you, nobody's on this road. Like, there's no walking path on this road. And it's like 3 a.m. at this time. There's no walking path on this road. So nobody should be walking. Everybody should be driving. So as we're pulling out, we see somebody look like they're leaving the rave, but they're walking in the dark. I'm like, okay. My friend like, pull over, see if she out here by herself. Just try to take it to the nearest gas station or something like that. So I was like, okay, bet. So we asked her, she was like, I'm going home. I live not too far. I live like a mile up the road. And I was like, okay. We was like, you walked here? She was like, yeah, I walked here. I'm like, but it was daylight when I got here. I was like, okay. Well, I take you home because my family has a little resort out there in Rossville, but it's like their childhood home. We barely ever use it. People barely ever go there anyways. But I was like, okay, if it get too late, this is where we can stay. So I told my friend, I said, if it get too late, we won't drive back to Memphis because you drunk, I've been drinking, everybody's been smoking, and only thing that's out 3 a.m. is MPD, and I'm not getting pulled over because I'm the oldest, and everybody, if you're drunk, they're going to think I got you drunk. So, no, we probably just going to stay here. So I dropped him off at my Rossville home. After I drop him off at my Rossville home, I get ready to take her home. So when I take her home, when I finally take her home, she tells me where she lives. I pull up into her house. So we sit in the car and just start talking or whatever, chopping it up. And she's like, all right, you want to come in? I was like, fine with me. You know, any 18-year-old dude, beautiful woman, let's walk, let's go. You want to invite me in? Let's go. So she gets out the car. I'm trying to get out. So I get ready to get out the car. I end up getting out the car and I end up leaving my keys in the car. Now, I was driving a Chrysler 300. Anybody who knows, like, if you ain't never drove a Chrysler 300 before, you know a Chrysler 300 does not have a regular key.
Yeah.
It has like that square thing, and I couldn't figure out how to get it loose. It wouldn't come out. So I'm thinking she's walking into the house. So when I finally get it out, she's gone. So I'm thinking she walked in the house. So I go knock on the door. Boom, 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 boom. Well, I didn't beat on nobody's door at 3 a.m. in the morning because you get shot for that. So I knock on the door. A guy pulls the door open like he's mad. Like, he opens the door. He comes to the door. What the fuck you doing in my property? I was like, hold up. Like, it's like, this is just a quick paradigm shift. I went from having a good time to now I'm scared. I'm like, well, sir, I just dropped your daughter off. Sister, I don't know if she's your daughter or your sister. I don't know you. I just dropped her off. This is the reason why my car is here. I dropped her off at home. And I thought, and my keys got stuck in my car. And I was just, she told me I could come in. It wasn't a problem. And he was like, and it's like, his facial expression kind of like changed from like anger to like that. I'm about to cry, but I want to kill you. Look in his face.
Yeah.
He had that kind of look in his face. So push comes to shove, he goes back in the house. When he goes back in the house, he comes out with his shotgun. And I'm like, okay, let me get the fuck out of here because shit just done got real. All right, sir, I'm sorry for bothering you. He said, you motherfuckers get on my nerves. Y'all come around my house every year with this shit. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? So I'm inching away from him. I finally get back to my car. I said, you know what? It ain't even, I'm like, it ain't even worth all that. You pull your gun out on me for no fucking reason. And I just brought your daughter here because she was walking down the street in the middle of the night by herself. And I just didn't want nothing to happen to her. That's all I did. I was just trying to be nice. But since you want to be on this bullshit, I get the fuck off your property. And he was like, you know what? He reached back inside of his house. And I thought he was finna grab another gun. So I rushed to get back to my car. He comes out to my car. He said, hey, come here. I was like, no, I ain't coming. You put the gun down, then I come here. He was like, no, come here. Come here. He said, you see this? He pulled out an obituary with the girl's face on it. The girl who just was in my car, whose hand I was just grabbing, who I just had a whole 30-minute conversation with. Obituary. My daughter's been dead for 3 years. How in the hell are you gonna try to tell me you just brought my fucking daughter up here? You motherfuckers come up here every night with this shit. I was like, fuck this. I got in my car and I left and I went home. I was like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck that was. What the fuck was in my car? What the fuck was going on? I don't know. But I just know this shit is fucking crazy. That's all I do know. This shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. I hadn't had that one. I've had a few girlfriends that, like I said, that should have been ghosts, but
really. But that was like crazy. That's another reason why I had thought I was a sensitive. Remember when I told you guys last time I talked to you guys, I thought I was a sensitive because of that. Because of just a few experiences, just a few traumatic experiences I had in my life. And dealing and that coupled with that, it started making me think, but I kind of like suppressed it as I got older because I was just trying to I really just wanted to forget it even happened. But it's hard to kind of forget something like that happened when you're you 18 years old and somebody just you sitting in the car with this person and 5 minutes later they vanished, they just mysteriously vanished, and you go to the parents' house and they tell you that the person's been dead.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
Hey D, if you're still listening, come on back in, man. I don't know what happened.
Somebody came in with us.
Man, that's a freaked up fucking story right there. I know I ain't never had nothing like that happen. Lakaya?
Yeah, me either.
I don't know. I'm like, I don't know either. It's just strange because the only thing I find when I research it and try to figure out what it was it a meaning? Was it a sign from someone or something like that? Was it a sign from that person? It could have been a million different reasons.
Well, I got a question. Do you remember what the date was when the girl died on the obituary?
No, I just remember the picture. The picture I wasn't really paying attention to like that because you got to think I had a shotgun pulled on me at the same time.
Oh yeah. I know. Most people don't think like I do. I start paying attention to other detail. Like I said, you just had a girl get in your car, hold your hand and everything, and he brings out an obituary. I'd be like, okay, why'd she die? How'd she die? Like, but I understand you're not used to people pulling guns on you and stuff. And yeah, your mind's on the gun. You thinking your obituary is next.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm like, I know the day this happened, he was like 3 years, but this was like May 25th, 2008. Because I remember specifically, this is just a few days before my graduation date.
Well, I tell you what I would do is I would go back and look in the records 3 years from that day. Give it say within 2 months time and see if you can pull up, the obituary he showed you and see when she died, what she died from. And that may help you figure out what this was.
It could, but it could. Yeah, I probably have to pull it up because I had to pull it up probably a few days prior, some stuff like that. Because I know for a fact the commercial appeal when they run obituaries, it's almost a week after the death. Or it
Mm-hmm.
just depends on when. It really depends on when the funeral home sends the information to the newspaper. It just depends.
Like I said, you may have to go back a year, in the archives to find the date you're looking for because, like you said, that's like I know when I was a kid, I can remember. Depends on whether if she was black or white. Now, and I don't want nobody to think I'm being racist or nothing, but like black people, they don't bury their dead as fast as white people.
Nah, we sometimes we'll wait 2 weeks to have a funeral.
Yeah, because you
It
got to
just
get because
depends.
y'all's family is so spread out. It's like I said, most of the white people, especially in a rural community, most of their family is right there. So within
Yeah,
3 days, they put them fuckers in the ground.
yeah. Sometimes, and so I've seen some people have funerals 2 days later. It depends. Just
Exactly.
depend.
Within
It
three
just
days,
depends.
they're planet.
Yeah.
They're gone. And a friend of mine, he passed away. He was African American gentleman, and it took him 3 weeks to have his funeral to
Wow,
get
that's
so
that's
everybody could be there.
yeah, yeah, I can I can kind of understand that because it just depends. It also depends on if you have the money. Can you pay the funeral home to do it? Can you get
Yeah.
that's if you
Well,
get that's if you can get all your ducks in a row.
that's like down in the South.
Yeah,
Most of their kinfolk, most of the people that come, they're in the South. Their kinfolks migrated north, or they came from the north down to the South. So I'm talking about all their families not in the general area.
yeah. People got you got to make plans and stuff like that.
Hey,
Okay, you saying some?
hey, Vault. In
Yes.
the chat, people were talking about pulling guns, and Jack wanted to know: do you have people pull guns on you often?
I used to, it was pretty often, but now not so often now.
I've only had a gun pulled on me one time. I was actually, 15 years old.
That's wow, wow.
And that was
I
only
never.
because we passed somebody on a highway. It was road rage. And they pulled
Wow.
up beside, I was in the passenger seat, and they pulled up beside my window and stuck their arm out and all the way across the lane, pulled up as close as they could to us, and put a pistol right in my face. And when I tell you, if you've never had a gun pulled on you, let me tell you, it is the most terrifying thing you could imagine in that moment.
Look, y'all want to know about guns being pulled on me? Y'all look like I do. And like I said, and I dress in military fatigues and stuff like that. Most people think I'm some kind of law enforcement or government or whatever. And you go to some of these places in like Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, even Louisiana, and walk up to some of these people that don't get to town like but once a month, knock on their door. They don't like the government to start with. And I look like that. So I've been greeted with shotguns and pistols and stuff pretty damn often.
Yeah, I haven't really had guns pulled on me. I've been shot at before, and I have like probably dodged the drive by probably about 5 minutes, probably about 5 seconds before the drive by started, and the people who were in the drive by, who were basically the people that were getting shot at, were bringing guns out the house past me, and I was running in the opposite direction because I already knew it was finna go down. So I'm like, I done seen just I'm like, it's just crazy. Some of the guns I just see in regular neighborhoods, you'd be surprised. Like I seen AR-15s at before they were on songs on the radio. I seen
Oh,
people just
I have a history with AR-15s. I used
oh
to sleep
Lord,
with one under my bed.
look at
And I'm
see
talking about I was 13, 14, 15 years old.
I told y'all she
see
wasn't right. See that how you think what she got with me? I probably got 14 fucking guns with me right now.
let me ask you.
Darkwater was laughing because I think was it the last live stream before last. Lakeia thought she heard something, and they ain't where I live at. They ain't nobody. If you hear something, somebody's unwanted. Unless I know you're coming, you ain't supposed to be here. And he laughed because when she said that, he said it took me like 2.2 seconds, and he heard her gun cock. I'm like, yeah, there's three laying on the desk in front of me.
Oh my, Vault, can you see chat?
No, hold on.
Tater, no, I was going to read it to you. Tater plays. He said his mom has a Alzheimer's and schizophrenia, and they called an ambulance because she was throwing stuff and was disoriented. They sent a cop also, right as you were talking about weed. The cop peeked at his computer. Hello, local law enforcement.
How you doing?
We support you.
How you doing?
Thank you for protecting and serving.
I plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth. You can't do that unless you're in a court of law.
I plead the fifth. I will not self-incriminate myself, Mr. Officer.
I plead the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. I plead them all.
You can't find me, so ha.
Oh, Lord. But,
no, look, when I've been pulled over a couple of times, and it's always funny because they asked me to give them my ID. Now, I have the fortunate that I have more than one ID. I've gave a cop my ID and like, wait a minute, whoa, hold on. He goes, what? I gave you the wrong ID. I gave that one back, give him another one. He's like, wait a minute. This is not even the same state. Yeah. You can't do that. What do you mean I can't do that?
It's an ID.
You can't have more than one ID. I opened my wallet up. I was like, dude, I got like 6 more. Which one do you want? Then if they get real smart, I just reach up above the visor and flip it down. Usually when they see what's above the visor, they kind of shut up and go on, especially if they have any years under them. If they don't, I just tell them to call a certain number and then they shut up and leave me alone.
See, look, you got connections in all the right places. You see, but I typically get out of tickets because I'm like I told you, I'm hospice. So when somebody pull me over, they ask me, where you going? I have to deliver oxygen. Even if I don't have to deliver oxygen, because I know this is gonna make this go fast. This is gonna look at my ID and let me go.
Oh yeah.
It's very simple, but for the most part, for the people in the chat and people that's listening, Papa Midnight, yes, I'm starting up my YouTube channel with the help of Dark Waters and Mr. Vault, if you willing to help.
Oh yeah, I just put your channel's address in the box earlier.
In the chat.
In the chat earlier. Like I said, I'm not technical lingo, y'all.
You said you hate typing, so
I do hate typing.
You said you do hate typing, so
I don't type, I pick. I hunt and pick.
Yeah, but
me and my phone get me in trouble. Like Kay got me because she fixed it where I can talk to it. Well, this stupid fucker don't understand idiot, I guess, because I'll ask for dog and it'll have dingo or some shit put on there. I'm like, that ain't what the hell I said.
Yeah,
that
you probably gotta talk to it. You gonna have to give it a little tender love and care. It'll get used to your voice after a while.
I throw it against the wall.
Why?
Because it aggravates me. I go through probably 2 or 3 cell phones every other month.
Wow. Next time you break one, you can send it to me. I'll fix it for you.
Okay. How good are you? How good are you? Computers with holes in them.
Look, see, what kind of holes? Where did the hole originate from?
45 slugs.
Okay, see, I can probably salvage a hard drive if long as you didn't put a hole in it. I can salvage a hard drive, but I can't salvage the computer itself. But for the most part, yeah, I'm very computer savvy, yo.
I got one that I use for target practice because it got a virus, and the guy's like, "It'll cost you this amount of money." I'm like, "Dude, that's more than I paid for the freaking computer. I'll just go buy another computer." And he's like, well, what about all your information on there? You know, somebody can get it off if you just throw it away. Okay, when I get finished with it, I guarantee you can't get it off. So I shot at it for 2 weeks.
What?
Hey, Vault.
Yes.
Sherry wants to know, how long are we going to run the live stream tonight?
I have no idea, y'all.
You gonna break the record again?
I don't know. No, I don't know about all that, but y'all have the unfortunate or fortunate, whichever one you want to say. I don't have nothing else to do. I set this up just to have to talk to people, to have the guest in, to, let y'all have a voice and talk. And like I said, and I thought it was funny because, like I said, right before we went on live stream, like I said, Hot Pocket, somebody went over there and they called me Forrest Gump. I think they thought they were insulting me, but like I said, according to that movie, that dude was pretty fucking he had his fingers in everything. So I'll take that as a compliment.
I don't know. He sure ended up with that big old house at the end of the movie, didn't he?
Yeah. Then next thing I know, we're on the damn live stream and somebody's talking about my slong. So
why is Hot Pocket, man?
I mean, people have nothing better to do. And what the person doesn't know is I went, checked out their Facebook page, liked the picture with the trailer that you're in front of. You want to talk about, people being, redneck. That's okay. It's all good. But just make sure next time you don't have your stuff on public if you want to talk about somebody not be found.
Oh my God.
Look,
I'm gonna delete my Facebook now.
Look, that ain't gonna help you. You ask DW. Lakea, I believe at one time or another worked for the NSA, the CIA, or somebody.
No. I'm just very well educated.
You ask DW when Unit started his crap. It took Lakea probably 20 minutes to find out that to even find out his mama bought his first little red truck.
What the hell? What the hell?
So that's what I say. When they come over and hack, so they come over and hacked, and then they come over to our channel and started stuff. And I told them before they started, you might want to not do that here because you're not gonna like how it ends. Because, like I said, I can tell you where his front door is in Florida.
Wow.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're not going left. I'm just giving out whatever. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep getting your subscribers. Keep gaining your attention. Keep getting those views and making that money. I know you're up to 2K already a month. Congratulations on, that much money a video. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. Keep going. Just pay it forward next time instead of doing a rant video. Help some of those smaller channels.
Yeah, you might want to listen to your friends when they tell you leave certain people a fucking alone. Look, just because you can't see me and you may think that you know who I am, that don't mean you actually know who I am. I've said it before. I portray a nice person. That don't mean I am a nice person.
If I have to say this every live stream, some people just deserve a whole lot of leave alone. They just deserve it. They just deserve a whole lot of leave alone.
Look, if I go out in the woods with a hairy 12-foot tall possibly creature, or we're going to say 8-foot tall possibly creature that can rip my arms and legs off, and I'll go lay out there in the middle of the night in the woods just so I can try to get a glimpse of him, why the fuck would you fuck with me?
And a lot of people don't understand though. When you are on YouTube and you're making videos, people say, oh, it's not about the money. It's not about, it is. When you monetize a video, that makes it about the money. Don't lie. Everybody wants to get paid. There's nothing wrong with that. You're putting your time, your hard effort, your work into it. Nothing wrong with that. But do not try to lie about it and then want to call other people liars.
Now, this thing has made just a little bit of money. I do. It ain't made nothing. I'll piss away in a couple of hours. I think this channel's made a total of $200 and something. You can go check it out on Social Blade. I didn't know that, but you can go check it out on Social Blade. YouTube don't pay that much. I do this because of the fun factor, and it gives me something to do besides aggravate the locals.
Silly. Aggravating the locals. You are so silly.
Yeah.
But I do commend you guys, man. I'm not gonna even lie. I commend you and Dark and Lakea for the work that you guys do.
Well,
because it takes a big person to say, I want to share my success, not just with other people, with people you probably don't even know, or you probably wouldn't met if it wasn't for YouTube. That's a big thing to do. And like I said, I'm very computer savvy, but I don't know how this YouTube monetization works. I don't know how that works.
Look, I had to.
If you see an ad in a video, that person is making money.
Yep.
Okay.
That is how they make their money, by the views and by the ads. Please do not be fooled. However, YouTube is a big world. It is a big community out here online. There are, I say, there's room for everyone.
There is.
If you can't work with somebody or you don't have a connection with somebody, keep it moving and go on to the next one. Stay in your lane and do you.
Well, that's like I said, I reached out to D and Swamp Dweller last night. And they, I was just, saying, hey, I like your show and everything. Next thing you know, I'm on their show. And I told them, I said, thank you. And I like what you're doing and everything. I'm going to do one tomorrow night. Why don't y'all come on over? And like I said, well, me and Darkwaters, what we're going to start doing, and all like your startup, the smaller channels, I would rather work with y'all and do stuff with y'all because y'all don't have the same mindset as them. They're set in their ways, and it's all about, well, what can you do for me? Like this one guy, Brenton Sawin, I tried to contact him, and his very thing was, well, you don't have enough subscribers to benefit me. I'm like, what? He said, your subscribers, I can't gain any subscribers from you, really, and it won't. There's no money. There's no money in it for me. Well, I never said a damn thing about no fucking money. I just asked you, do you want to do some work together?
Very simple stuff. It's steel sharpens steel.
Yeah,
it is what it is. It's like when we're like, just from me starting up, it puts a creative force inside of you and that grind inside of you to where you'll work harder, to where like some people who have 1 million subscribers, 1 million views, they're getting all this money each month. They feel like they won. I don't have to go out and help nobody else. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. But I always say karma is a bitch. Fast as you got it, fast as it can be took away from you.
Yeah.
Karma is a bitch. Karma's a bitch. You don't want to. I'm like because at one point in time you were in my shoes. That's why I look at it. You didn't start off. You didn't just click on YouTube one day, start a channel, put up one video, and all of a sudden you got 1 million subscribers. You didn't go viral like that. It took work. It took collaborations. It took people telling you. You didn't get. I'm like, it's like my mom always told me. As much as we would like to say we did it on our own,
no,
you do nothing on your own. It's like they say, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to be successful in anything you do because you don't know everything. You don't know how you're going to react to this. You don't know how you're going to react to that. But it's people out there with experience who are willing to give you the helping hand. And that's what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for anybody who's willing to help. I'm grateful if anybody wants to collaborate with me. Anybody just message me on Facebook, Comedic Greatness, and I will hit you back as soon as I can, and we can start working as soon as possible. I'm willing. I'm willing.
Oh, that's like Lakeia. Like I said, she's got 70-something people, I think, at the last count on her channel. She don't have nothing on it. So she's fixing to start giving the people that's coming to her channel something there, other than just having to come here. And she's going to work with like Vamp that's been with us since we started. And what's the other collaboration you're doing?
I have been. Right now, it's going to be put out on your channel. I'm doing a collaboration with Chaos Theory Productions. Please go check them out on Facebook. Wonderful channel. And that's that first collaboration video we're going to do. It's going to be about UFO encounters, aliens,
See,
space.
The aliens and the supernatural stuff is not really my forte. I know enough to stay the hell away from it. But that's more Lakeia's thing, because the supernatural stuff, there's so many things that you run. I've run into a whole bunch of supernatural stuff, but it doesn't really bother me. I don't know why. It just don't. But Lakeia, she that's right up her alley. That's her
my
forte.
My fourth thing is a little bit of religion, and I'm not saying just one specific. I mean, I like to study all. I also like secret societies. Who doesn't want to know about those? I love reading and learning about different known cults that have been established and based. Anything supernatural, witchy, demonic, ghosts, spirits, any type of craft, you name it. That's my forte.
Yeah.
I'll leave the cryptids and stuff like that to Vault and Dark Waters.
Are you gonna do any cryptids, man?
Right about now, right about now. What I was gonna do first, I was gonna wait till you guys send me some stories, And I don't know if you guys want to put it on your channel or my
We'll
channel.
do it
It doesn't
back and
even.
forth, man. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'll work with you. Like, hey, I know she'll work with you. And that's why I was asking if you're gonna stay at more the paranormal, it'd probably be easier for you to work with her because she can also teach you some stuff and she can probably learn some stuff from you. And I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
you've got some weird ass stuff because of being a hospice uh, uh, person that works with hospice people and delivering oxygen. And you've seen a lot of people cross over. You've seen a lot of. They say people that are close to death have a lot of paranormal around them.
I can believe that. That I can believe because I'm like, what I tell, what I tell a lot of people who start this job that I work at. I tell them when they come in, they be like, "So how's the job?" I said, "The job is very easy. It's very rewarding if you like helping people, but there's gonna be some shit out there that's gonna make you not want to come to work the next day. Cause a lot of times I'm on call. I'm on call 24 hours a day, so I could be getting called right now to go out and help somebody. I have to go to a warehouse in the middle of nowhere, and there is no lights in the front of this warehouse. But I have to park in the back, walk around the building. Then I have to put in the code or whatever to get into the warehouse to get the equipment I need to put on my truck. Now, now, mind you, a lot of the equipment we have is refurbished. Some of the stuff is new. We some of the stuff is new, but you got to think. Sometimes when people die, they attach themselves to that equipment because a lot of people be on hospice for years,
Mm-hmm.
and especially if you've been good to them. Like I've been doing this for 2 years, and a lot of I haven't got no complaints about my service because I go above and beyond for my patients all day. But sometimes fear is attached to that equipment, and sometimes it follows you home. Sometimes you will get emotional for no apparent reason. You won't know why. And sometimes I think that's just collateral damage that comes along with the job that I do every day. And that's the person who trained me been here 15 years. I've been here too, with like the two people that been here the longest, because nobody else really wants to. Because most people that come into it, and either one or two things that happen: either the hours aren't good, or they can't stand the smells of nursing homes, and that is a big. It depends on where you go. The nursing homes are bad, and some of it, and I be thinking, and a lot of times I be thinking, a lot of these people that cross over, they be mad, they be vengeful and kind of angry because if you see some of the conditions that these people have to live in, like, I'm like, and a lot of people just do not understand, like the mentality that goes behind being a hospice patient. You go from a person being able to get up, like everybody can get up and leave the house anytime they want to go. They can get into the car, go to Kroger, go to the movies, go out and have a good time. But when you on hospice or you an Alzheimer's patient, you got to have somebody there with you all day. It's like you can no longer do for self no more. And if you're a person 50, 60 years old, you've been getting up going to work every day for 40, 50 years, you're able to come and go as you please, and now it's just been took away from you. And that's kind of hard because you start seeing it in their face that that they kind of tired and they kind of sad and lonely and mopey, and then you have these nurses that's horrible to them, and they die angry, and sometimes that anger transpires and it transfers that energy, that angry energy that they have, it just transfers. Sometimes it happens. I've seen it happen plenty of times. I done seen the Reaper come get one of my patients while I was servicing her the big nebulizer. I forgot what it's called. It's called a trach compressor. You know, the ones that make a lot of noise.
Yeah.
One of those, yeah, a trach compressor. I was fixing that, and while I was fixing it, she passed away. And I just and like and I didn't know, so I walked out of the room, and we walked back in, and she took her last breath. Black shadow, in and out quick. It kind of like I was kind of stuck when I seen it.
Dang.
And this is and I'm like, and it's just that's just one of the few experiences I've had that come down the pipeline. I'll try to grab some more of my stories, but I want to get other people's experiences to see if they match with mine, because there's a lot of people that work hospice, like the nurses. The nurses I wouldn't talk to you if you're just nice, they're willing to give you anything you want. And no telling what these night nurses witness on the daily.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You're in a unique job description that allows you to be around stuff that 99% of the public won't never be around. You know, they have death come in and out of their lives occasionally.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. I had one of my patients passed away this evening. I was servicing her for probably my entire time being here, and it was a hard thing to go because I had to go get her equipment and see her family go through that. And I'm like I said last time, it gives you a great appreciation for the life you do have. Because if you just get up, if you just going about your day to day, you don't really think about dying or being sick, being real sick to where you have to have somebody take care of you, to where you have to, have somebody wipe your butt and stuff like that. You don't think about stuff like that on your daily basis. But because I'm surrounded by it, I have no other choice but to think about that.
Yeah. Hey, I seen somebody in the chat ask you, Lakea, if Skinwalkers.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, y'all.
Hey man, what's going on?
Hey.
D.
Yes, they asked me if ashes on a bullet would affect skinwalkers. Depending on where you get your information from, and where I personally have never used it, I've never tried it, I don't intend to. Hopefully one will never come after me. But some say yes, ashes of a newborn rubbed on a bullet can affect them, and some say bullets will not affect them at all. I mean, there is a lot of conflicting information out there. Like I said, personally, I don't intend to try it because I don't want them messing with me.
Well, personally, if you got a skinwalker father and you send him my way, I got a bunch of bullets. We'll try it a bunch of times.
See, the skinwalker, that's been coming up a lot lately, brother. And I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize, from what I've learned just from growing up in Oklahoma and hearing the Native American tales, that's something that's kind of conjured.
Yep. I've heard a deer antler.
I've heard that too.
Dipped in. I've heard just a regular deer antler, and then I've heard a deer antler dipped in a fresh keel will hurt one of whatever animal they're at the time they're taking on. Like if they're taking on a deer and you have a deer antler that you've dipped in a fresh deer keel, supposedly will hurt them or kill them. Now I don't know. I never have had to kill one, but as long as they stay away from me, they'll keep.
Yeah, I never want to have to deal with one. I mean, when you read the stories about it and stuff,
yeah,
I'll deal with the physical. How you doing, Papa Midnight?
All right. Blessed this evening. Blessed.
Oh yeah, yes, sir.
Blessed to be a part of this great family, man.
Absolutely. Hey, Papa, you need to get D's information, because like D was asking us about last night about like poltergeists, and he found out last night poltergeists are actually it's energy
conjured by our negative feelings, emotions, and anger and stuff like that. I thought it was just the super ghost. You know what I mean? Like the Superman of the ghost world. See, I know a little bit about the supernatural, but not enough to say anything definitively.
I can kind of attest to that because, like my job on a day-to-day, you go through a whole range of emotions, from sorrow, laughter, to straight up anger, and I'll get it. Like one of my stories is while I was working one night, I told you how the building looked where I worked. One night while I was, if you ever seen a hospital bed before, just any nursing home, the little hospital, anybody can attest to how heavy those are, right?
Oh, absolutely.
One of those flew off the shelf right in front of one of my coworkers. Like it flew off the shelf like it was like a piece of paper. It flew halfway across the warehouse just randomly. And at that time he told me he was kind of upset because he just seen someone pass away, and and their family was like kind of like, you have those certain family members who's in it for the money around their death time. They just there to collect what's theirs.
My mother passed away when I was 15, and not to point fingers at anyone, but I know exactly what you mean, and that it's a sad situation when that happens,
Yeah, and he was kind of upset about it. He was like, your mother just died of cancer, and you worried about who gonna get what.
Exactly.
He was kind of upset about that, and he was actually pissed off. He was real pissed off.
Oh, of course,
what he told me, and he was going back to get some more equipment, and I don't know if something, from what he thought, something attached itself to one of the beds, But from what I'm hearing tonight, it could have been. It could have just been that angry energy that was inside of him at that time
Right.
that transferred and caused that bed to just fly out. Because I'm like, it takes two people to take one of them beds, just to take one of them, just to pick up one of them beds.
Oh,
I done got to
absolutely.
the, I done got to the point to where I can do it by myself. But at the same time, it's kind of like, would you prefer to be shot in the leg, or would you prefer to be shot in the head when it comes to lifting the beds up? I prefer to be shot in the leg because I'd rather have help. But if I can't help it, I do it on my own.
Right.
Them
Those
beds
muscles are
heavy.
going to be your muscles are going to be aching regardless of whether you have help or not.
Yeah,
And
and that's
when my mom was sick, we had to actually have one inside the home, and she had cancer as well, actually. And I know exactly what you mean with that. It's a sad situation, and when you get that kind of, and that's kind of what Makaya was talking to me about a little bit this morning or last night, when you start manifesting all that type of anger and malicious feelings towards one another, or just something you're bottling up inside, whether it be something from the outside or the inside, kinds of, I don't know about latches onto it, but it'll express it for you. It's
that energy
scary stuff.
that energy has to go somewhere.
Exactly.
I can put it. That energy has to go somewhere, whether you keep it bottled inside of you or if you somehow release it. I don't know, but kind of.
And see, I believe that in the field that I'm in this research, that a lot of it has to do with energy, the energy that you, as far as the respect you bring in. I won't ever go to my area if I'm angry, or if I've had a bad day, because I don't know how much of that I'm putting on them, if that makes any sense.
Well, animals can pick up on stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. Cause I can tell. I think something happened in the house that I live in too. Cause I got like this horde of cats that's always at my front door every time I come home from work, whether it be in the middle of the day or early in the morning. They all around my house. I don't know why, but I have cats, like all kind of cats: Siamese cats, white cats, black cats.
That could be your familiar.
Yeah, cause I'm like but that's the thing. They don't do nothing. They just sit there.
What's the thing about cats? Yeah, I've had a cat, like, I'll sit on this couch that I'm on right now by the in the front room by the window. It never fails. I never heard it any other time, but these cats will come to the front porch and go nuts right behind me. There's something that has to do. I mean, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about that aspect of it, but
Y'all have to get Lakay in on that, because, like I said, cats have been associated with supernatural and
witchcraft,
witchcraft for years.
Yeah, because I see a lot. Like I see, and the thing that strikes me is odd, because typically when a cat sees you walk up, they'll run. They're like, get away from you because they don't know you. These cats bold. They'll just stand there. And while I'm fiddling for my keys to get into the door, they'll just rub themselves across my leg.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
Devin, I was gonna say, sometimes dealing with certain situations, let's say working in hospice or at a hospital, or things like that, sometimes you can get spirit or entities attached to you.
Mm-hmm.
And they say that felines are very, very sensitive to that. Oh. And sometimes the bowing and the hissing, especially on one that normally doesn't do it or skittish when they should, they say usually they can tell if something has attached itself to a human. It's kind of like their alert system.
Oh, like their sixth sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's something. Well, at least now I know why I got all these cats.
Hey, D, did you ever talk to Swamp?
No, I didn't. I never got a hold of him. He may have actually fell asleep, because we were burning the candles at both ends, and then we cut a hole in the side yesterday. So
I got about 2 hours of sleep. I think I'm not exactly sure. I kind of fell asleep for a while, then woke up and like, okay, I got to get going again.
Yeah, I slept in increments. You sound like me. There's no time to sleep. There's things to be done.
Yeah, you never know. I got to keep a watch on Lakaya, because she's been set the place on fire again.
Lakaya, really?
She set the microwave on fire New Year's night.
What, she put her hair in the microwave?
No. I'm not exactly sure what she had in there, because it was unrecognizable after the fire. But the fire didn't really the fire didn't really bother me. It was because right next door, about 2 foot away, is my ammunition room, and
Oh,
I can only
It was a
imagine what's
hot
in that room.
pocket.
okay, it was a hot pocket. That's when it blew up.
I really did.
It couldn't stand the heat.
So it burnt
can't leave those in
everything.
the microwave too long. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Was it in the wrapper or at the wrapper? Which one? Was it in like the little carton that comes with the hot pocket?
Yes, it was in the cardboard thing, and it was on a plate in the microwave. And
Per the
I
instructions.
normally I normally just hit like 10 minutes on something and stand there and watch it, and then test it every couple of minutes or so. Well, I did that and walked away.
Mm-hmm.
I did not put it on the time it was supposed to be on. I
Oh,
got
wait,
preoccupied,
hold on.
and I set it on fire.
Take a pause button for a second. That ain't the story you told me.
I know, but see, what had happened was,
Yeah.
Here it goes.
Mm-hmm. And now she wants to know why.
and I promise you that, and I promise the next time I tell it, it'll probably be different too.
Yeah.
You'll never know the truth of what happened.
A lot of omissions there, huh?
Yeah. She tried to.
What happened was when her earrings fell inside of the hot pocket, and the hot pocket and the hot pocket kind of like ignited the whole thing. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Hot pockets were earrings. That's what happened.
Any kind of metal in microwaves, that's not a very good combination.
Well, I tell you what,
Vault, we have Ronan joining us on live stream. Say hello, Ronan.
Hey, Ronan.
How you guys doing this evening?
How you doing, Ronan? Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Y'all were discussing earlier before I had my technical difficulty something about the missing people.
Oh yeah. There was a lady come in a while ago that told a story about when she was little that she actually had 2 Bigfoot, she believed, come into her house. They ransacked it and everything. They came back here in the room. Her and her older sister were the only ones there. Well, one of the Bigfoots leaned. They were in a bunk bed. He leaned over the bunk bed where her older sister
How are you doing?
was.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, Ronan.
Miss Lakia.
Hold on a second, dude. I'm in the middle of something. Hold on. The Bigfoot leaned over her sister and was smelling her, and then the other one that was in the kitchen area kind of grunted at it, and he grunted back and left. Well, I asked one of the questions. Like I said, this is just the way my brain works when I start investigating. I ask a lot of odd questions. I asked her. I said, "Well, was your sister already doing her cycles at that time?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Well, was she on one then?" She said, "I really don't remember." I said, well, the reason why I'm asking is because I've heard that plays in a lot of times on certain times that when females go missing or they're just bothered for some reason, certain times of the month, it'll go 3 weeks. And then this week right here, I got Bigfoot slapping the house and coming up on the porch and stuff, and come to find out during that time, there's a female in the house menstruating.
I've heard that a lot too. It's extremely interesting. You have to look at those kind of things. I know you do with your research, and to me, there's something to it because I've heard of dogmen who are built like dogs with the crooked hind leg, and dogmen who have squatch bodies. So in this area, I just found out that there were dogmen down here in Oklahoma in the same area I go to. Never saw them with the naked eye, but they're there because I pulled it out of the film.
Yeah.
It makes you think like how far can they go in the evolutionary chain as far as like the crossbreeding and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Ronan, what was you trying to say just a minute ago?
Sorry, Ronan, I came in late to class. I had to get caught up.
No, you guys good. I apologize.
Oh no, it's all right. I was just trying to finish before I lost my train of thought because I'm bad about that.
I know how that is. I had a question for Miss Lakia. You deal with the paranormal type, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure do.
My earliest memory was something that I've always been curious about. I remember being at home with my parents one night, and we were all, at the time I was, I don't know, probably like 7 or 8, and I was sleeping in between them, but it's like I felt a foot press flesh up against mine. And it was only the 3 of us.
That's all right.
That is interesting. That is very, very interesting. Is that the only time you had that experience around that age and that in that house or place?
That's the only time I've ever had anything like that happen. But I think around I was about 16 or 17. I had a experience where I guess you might call like a shadow person.
Mhm.
I was asleep. Well, I was laying in the bed, and my brother was. We had bunk beds that were down side by side, and the hall light was on. And I pulled the cover down, and I saw this figure, like it was down on his hands and knees at the foot of the bed, but the hall light was on. But this figure was completely dark, and it looked at me, and then it just turned and looked at my brother, and just stared at my brother. And I pulled the cover over my head, and waited a few minutes, and when I pulled the cover back down, a little while later, it was gone.
That's
Can I
interesting.
ask you a question? Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis?
I was just gonna ask the
No,
same question.
not that I can recall.
I've experienced a lot of that before I got into the research field, and I could set my watch to the sleep paralysis I was going through, and I was experiencing some of the same thing, the shadow people or whatever, plus things I could even begin to explain in the time that we have here, out of this world stuff. And I mean, there's a pseudo scientific explanation for it, but I haven't heard a lot of cases where people don't experience sleep paralysis and still see the shadow people.
Yeah,
It's
it only happened
extremely
that
interesting.
it only happened that one time, and I thought it was my dad at first because we had just watched a movie and he told us to go to bed because we had school the next morning. And I went, got in the bed, lay down, and I normally sleep after that situation happened when I was a kid. I always slept with the cover tucked under my feet. So when I like woke up in the middle of the night and I saw this, it took me a second to see that, realize that that even though the light was shining on it, it was still completely dark.
Yeah. I, Ronan, I can kind of attest with you on that because probably from the time I was probably 12 to probably about 24, 25, just recently, I stopped experiencing sleep paralysis. And from where I'm from, they call it the witches riding your back.
Yep.
Right.
So they call it, yeah, that's what they call it. And it'll happen. It'll happen. Feel like some. I'm like a lot of people experiencing being awoke. A lot of times when it happened to me, it happened while my eyes were closed, and I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It seemed like everything went silent
Most
outside of
terrifying.
me.
You're right, Papa. It's the most terrifying experience I've ever had in my
Yes,
life.
and
I've been.
what I tried to do was I tried to sleep on my back to like because this is the only information I'm getting at the time is a witch ride your back. I'm thinking, okay, if she ride my back, I don't need to be sleeping on my stomach. I need to be sleeping on my back. But that
Right.
didn't stop it. It started getting worse to the point where I would wake up in the middle of the night. Like I'll wake up like I think what they call it lucid dreaming when you think you woke but you're really not.
Right.
Or I don't know if I was woke or not. I woke up one time. One time I woke up, I thought I was wide awake and I looked at my hand. And it looked like my hand was swollen so big to where only thing I can see was my fingertips.
Wow.
And I went to the restroom and I tried to run water because I'm thinking my hand is swollen. What happened? So I put some water over my hand. And next thing I know, I was waking up in bed and I looked at my hand and I'm like, okay. And the thing is I was watching a movie and this probably was like 45 seconds of lucid dreaming, but it felt like 20 minutes. And I woke up and I looked around. And as I started to fall back asleep again, it started to come back on me again. And that's like terrible because where I'm from, because I'm from the hood. So it's hard for you to find
Right.
somebody you can tell that to.
I
It's
know what
hard
you
to like
mean.
explain it. You gotta suffer in silence almost. And
And how could you begin to explain it to people? I know exactly what you mean. And the sleeping on your back thing, I found out that exacerbates it. They want
yeah,
to
it
do
really.
sleep studies and everything, and I don't want to go to a hospital and be hooked up to anything. So I studied it myself, and I looked at the spiritual and supernatural side of it as well as what science understands of it. And it's your body shutting down, and it's releasing the chemical that paralyzes you, yet your mind is thrown into that dream state. And
So you're
you're
slipping into
dreaming
REM
with your
sleep.
conscious mind. But yeah, I mean, it's just whatever you can imagine in your dreams or nightmares is thrown in front of you. But
Because I experienced the old hag. That too was messing with me. The old
I
hag.
never
That's what
got
they
the old
call it.
hag. I got the shadow people, and they said the old hag's a part of it. But I
Yeah,
got like the
I got.
demon that sits on your chest.
And the funny thing about it, I didn't realize what it was until I watched this. I think it's a documentary that came out a few like 2 years ago.
On Netflix.
Yeah, yeah,
Magnificent documentary. It's scary, but
yes,
it's so accurate
yeah,
because it's real people who've experienced it.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. What I experienced was the old hag when I finally noticed when I finally was able to, like, I never like I say probably like 95% of my sleep paralysis happened while my eyes were closed. The one time it did, the few times it did, I mean, yeah, my eyes were open. It looked like an old woman, but I couldn't really make it out because it was dark in the room, so I can't really see her. But I know for a fact that she's sitting on my chest, and that is scary. And I wake up and I
Yes.
want to go to, like now. I have problems with going to sleep now. I have insomnia like bad
Yeah,
to like
Yeah, I do
I was
too.
diagnosed with sleep apnea.
I think everybody in this call probably has insomnia to
yeah.
a
I'm like
certain
it's
extent.
and I don't and it's like I think I was scared into insomnia because I'm scared to go to sleep because I never know because it doesn't like now that I'm older it doesn't happen as much, but like when I start feeling coming on, I'll try to wake myself up before it gets too strong to where I can't break it because
Right.
I can feel it coming on because it's almost like a feeling you won't forget it if it ever
It's
happened to
like
you you would
the atmosphere change. I know exactly what you mean. It's like the room seems like it's smaller. Your breathing changes,
yeah and
and
you
I mean
like
you could feel it coming on. It's like I don't know if you've ever. I'm from Oklahoma. I don't know if you've ever been through a tornado, but how they say the calm before the storm.
Yeah. I
That
lived in
that
Oklahoma for a little while.
yeah. Well, you know what I mean, like how thick the air gets and how
Oh
calm
yeah.
it is. But there's no birds, there's no crickets,
yeah
and
oh
then before
yeah
you know it, the windows are whistling at you and popping.
Yeah, I was caught in that tornado. I think it was not this last Christmas, around last Christmas in Tennessee, Mississippi area, and like that Holly Springs area up there north toward Oxford,
Yeah, right.
or Ole
Yeah, I
Miss.
know what
I
you're
was
Because
talking
of
about.
that, yeah.
yeah, I was caught up in that one. I was caught up in that one, and it too. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I just compare it to that because I mean it's this calm almost and almost a relaxing calm. But as
Yeah,
soon as you slip into what would be a dream state, everything around you starts changing. I mean, it's scary.
yeah. It takes you. It
Well,
takes you. It really does.
like I said, I hadn't actually had the paralyzation part, but I can't sleep more than 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, it kind of because you're on edge. It's kind of like you try because when you're trying to go to sleep, when you're trying to get into that good sleep, you're trying to relax, but you can't. Your mind can't relax based on your previous
You
experiences.
feel
So
anxiety. Papa Midnight said it best. Like you don't want to sleep. And that kind of hit me because I was at the same point. I would do everything in my power not to go to bed and just pass out.
yeah, like the only time I felt safe is probably during the day.
Right.
I'll make it through the night. I'll make it through the night, but soon as that first daylight hit, I try my best to get some sleep then, because then I know it won't happen. But
Yeah.
sometimes it'll happen to me during the day, and then that's when it'll catch me like in the middle of like a small nap, like I'll be napping. It even happened to me in school one time. You know, sometimes when you sleep in school,
Oh wow.
and
You're right.
it happened to me while I was in school, and I was just there sleeping. It was like I was stuck on the desk because you know you have your head down, the desk is cold, so you can feel the desk, but you can't get. It's like you stuck there. You have your coat over your head, trying to so nobody won't see you, but you're trying to wake up.
Right.
You're trying to wake up. You're trying to wake up. When you finally wake up, you wake up. It's kind of like you wake up at the wrong part of class. That's when nobody's talking or playing. Everybody's just silent. You just wake up and you're looking around like you had a nightmare, and people start thinking you
Everybody looking at
crazy. Yeah, everybody thinking you crazy. Like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And you can't explain it because now you got everybody staring at you like,
Right.
what?
right.
Me, I'm a big, strong guy, and I don't like feeling vulnerable or weak.
Hmm.
And when I was experiencing that really heavy, I was working on overnights, doing strenuous physical work. Plus, I was going to school during the day, full time. I probably averaged 2 hours of sleep. I think that may have made a small problem bigger. But just that whole feeling of not being in control because
Yeah,
I mean, you're just on there for a ride. You're going for a ride when you
that's all
get
you
that
can do.
supervisor. Yeah, ride it out.
That's all you can do. You can't. I'm like, you can't fight it. It's like much research as I've done, I still ain't found nothing that really just They just say it typically goes away after a while, but
I
it
shouldn't think
happens.
I think being in the area that I'm in, it's just one story, one tale, one like because I'm from Louisiana, and there's so much stuff out here that you
We
just
were just talking about Louisiana last night. Swamp
that's
Dweller, Vault, and myself, and I mean Louisiana, Florida, parts of Oklahoma, Mississippi. There's things that happen that you couldn't explain to some. I don't want to say
right,
Yankee, but somebody from up north who lives in a big, metropolitan giant population center who sees a tree at the city park. When you get
right,
into these, rural areas, and what the old folks tell us, the older I get, the more I experience in this research field, the more I see that what they say is closer to truth than what you're learning in the classroom.
right.
Yeah,
And then the
and you don't
area I'm
want to
from,
get.
it's like the I'm I'm like on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana where I was raised in the woods, and the stories they tell you and all the things you have,
Just
man. And then now I got Walt and Dark and the kid are telling me about dog, man. So I really don't get any sleep.
Vault, I swear to God, you guys have made my job that much harder. I'm serious. I'm serious because I work. This one part of Texas, Lufkin. If anybody knows about Lufkin, Texas, or that area, like if you're leaving Houston trying to get back to like Tennessee or Mississippi, and you're going through Arkansas, like that Texarkana area,
Oh
up there,
yeah,
up
absolutely.
there,
I was just fixing to
up
say,
there.
I've been in Texarkana.
Yeah, see, I have
That's
family over that way. Like,
it's terrible.
stay.
It's
If
terrible,
you're not from there and you don't have family there, stay on the main road. Stay in town.
man.
No, I'm
It's
not gonna try to scare
no,
anybody out
cause
of it. There's some spooky stuff taking place out there, though.
some of my patients live like off the beaten path. So you have to
Oh,
go off a road onto another
oh boy,
road, and 9 times out of 10, I'm driving off GPS. So if
can't track that.
my GPS will get me there, but on my way back, if I don't get a signal, that GPS is not gonna get me out of there, and it's terrible because I know one time I was going down like this winding highway, and it was like in the middle of the woods. It's like you just got brush on both sides, big trees and darkness. That's all you see. No street lights, no nothing. The only lights is coming from my truck, and I'm going around, going around, going around, going around. And just so happenly, because I have Dark Waters and the Vault of Nightmares downloaded on my phone, and this is the only thing I'm listening to at this time, it's just terrible because it's like, oh my God. And
Spooky back
and you
road
gotta
stuff
get
while you're
yeah,
driving
you
down
gotta
there.
get and I have to get out my truck, go knock on the person's door. And now it gets dark early. So it gets dark like 5 o'clock. So you get out the truck about 5:30, 5:45, it's pitch black outside. You gotta make you don't know what's in them woods around these houses or trailers. It
Right?
depends on where you're going. You don't know what's in these woods.
Where I work, I have like all the guys because we sitting there listening. I've talked to them about. Well, I play like Dark and the Vault of Nightmares like podcasts, and I work at a correction. I work at a sheriff's department and the jail, and until y'all all night.
Man.
That's
Ooh,
awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
man, yeah.
They call me in the
get us
middle of the night. Hey, you got any more of those dog man stories?
got that Tyrone Biggums meme. I got one dog man story.
I'll tell you what. If y'all ever find yourself in Oklahoma, we'll take you to go see the White Dog Man.
I used to live
Nope.
I went to school in Guthrie.
Vault, you call
Oh,
Vault,
Guthrie. Yeah, well, you're a
Vault,
stone's throw away from my hometown.
Yeah,
Vault,
what
you
is,
call Vault, you call me Dark Waters' little brother?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Dark. Nope. 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 Yeah, I will not get my ass out there. Nope.
Oh,
But see, you couldn't go with me because I'm the kind of guy that I'm going to go the other way. Like I want to know what's in there, and I'm probably going to take a flashlight and go take a look or two.
Oh no, I'm just the woods. Don't know. I got
Well, I
lost
mean,
in the woods.
it's like Walt and I were talking about last night. If they wanted to kill or hurt anybody, every Girl Scout and every Boy Scout would not make it home.
Yep.
There'd be a lot of cookies that weren't sold. I've seen these things, and believe me, they could pull somebody apart like Gumby. I mean, it would be nothing to them, but I don't think that they're that malicious. They want to be left alone for the most part. And if you do see them, they're either curious or they just happen to be there.
Yeah. And like I said, you'll know if they don't want you in the area. And if you don't,
absolutely.
And it starts out with them throwing stuff usually at you to get you kind of like to back off. Then they get a little more hostile, and then they get a little more hostile. Then I've even had them escort me out of an area before.
Oh yeah, this is Bigfoot or Dogman?
This is Bigfoot. Dogman, I don't fuck with too much. I done had my experience with Dogman.
I'll tell you it's both because that white Dogman that I have is sitting in the middle of a bunch of Bigfoot or Sasquatch staring at us.
You saw a white Dogman?
Oh yeah, if you go to our page on the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project, I just posted it a few days ago. I mean, I'll put it together. You can see it blink.
I put a link up to his page earlier, but if y'all need to, you can go to my page and look over there at the channels that I'm associated with. I forgot what you call it, and you'll see his and Swamp Dwellers and DW's channel in there, and I'll add yours in there too, man.
And Kirk Stokes is our research partner up in Kentucky. If you're afraid of Dogman, go look at Kirk Stokes 19. He has some phenomenal footage of Dogman, and what I call a werewolf staring at him from about 15 yards away.
Speaking of which, since we
go ahead.
I had a reoccurring dream as a kid, and I always just laughed it off, and I tell friends, but I had this reoccurring dream where I'd be at my grandmother's house. I'm sitting around talking or whatever, and it's just me there, and all of a sudden I would hear growling. Couldn't figure out where it was coming from, and all of a sudden I hear like something running. So naturally, I take off running. I'm running through the house, and please don't judge me. Don't think I'm sure. I don't think I'm in.
No, I don't judge anybody, brother. Believe me.
I'm running, and all of a sudden, something like jumps on me, on my back, fighting, struggling, and I roll over, and it's me. Now, don't get me. I don't think I'm any kind of werewolf or nothing like that. It's just, but it was just a reoccurring dream.
Well, that could be anything. Pending doom, warning you. It could be anything.
Fear of change is what I've heard of. Like when you see yourself in a dream, and you're either chasing or being chased by your own self. Like I read this dream book, and I mean, I try to like take everything into consideration, but some stuff you kind of got to look at it out of the corner of your eye. But I mean, that is one thing I've heard. Like either you're going through a change or fear of change or something like that. But when you see yourself in a dream and there's some sort of fear associated with it, it's usually, from what I understand, associated with change of some sort.
Now, see, you got some people that are unique, and we found this out about Dark. He did not realize it. He can. I wish he was here. Dark can actually manipulate and control his dreams.
That takes a very strong mind. That's pretty awesome.
Like if there's something going on in his dream, he can stop it. He can change it. He can manipulate things in his dreams. He can go above everything that's going on and look down on it and take yourself completely out of it or insert yourself into it. Yeah, that I've only met just a handful of people that can do that.
Really?
What about
I've done it once, but it takes so much concentration. You have to first realize that you're in that dream state, and that's hard to do.
From a scientific perspective, that just means Dark has control of his subconscious.
Exactly, which is great.
Yeah, which is it's hard to train yourself to do, but from based off the story that Dark has told us and stuff he said off his channel, based off his experiences, he probably had to strengthen that part of his mind.
Well,
just to get through his day to day.
Well, Dark is a highly susceptible, sensitive. And he didn't realize it until he started talking to Lakay and me. Some of these places he goes to, that's like when somebody starts talking to him about a demon encounter, it affects him worse than someone talking to you about it, because that right there, then it can key in on him and see how sensitive he is, and that's what they get over on, because they look for that power.
Yeah.
And Lakay pointed that out to me, that and I've had other people tell me, but not anybody who immediately just jumped on it. She said it as a matter of fact, like, oh, well, you're sensitive to it. Because I was talking about the poltergeist and all this other kind of stuff. And that's the reason I don't go to the cemetery down there in Brown Springs in southern Oklahoma, because you're right, Bald. It affects some people a little bit different than it would anybody else.
And see, I'm right the opposite of y'all. Where things affect y'all and manifest around y'all, they run from me.
That's awesome.
I don't know if it's Lakea's contributed because of all the death and stuff that's been around me. It's like they're scared that I'm gonna try to grab them or something.
You just evil. You were just evil. That's all it is to it.
She told me one time that heaven doesn't want me and hell's scared I'll take over. But
that's all it is. You're just evil.
Hey D, I was gonna ask you, did you ever get a chance to go check out my channel and look at the video I did? The videos?
Yes, I did watch a few before I passed out actually watching them.
I said I've tried to go through and analyze. I haven't seen nothing in them, but a couple of other people.
I was about to say. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I saw what I thought was something. I mean, that's another thing that I know that you know. Once you have an experience with the cryptids, you can watch a video that'll have 1,000 dislikes and 3 likes. And if there's something there, your eye is it's almost like it's immediately drawn to it. I mean,
yeah. See, at the time, I wouldn't. I said I had the camera. Actually, I was trying to hold it, and then one time I had it strapped to my chest, and I kept forgetting to turn the damn thing on.
Well, there's a lot that goes into it, Ball. And I don't think a lot of people understand. You know, when they say, "Oh, well, you're shaking the camera a little bit," I see something, but just hold it still. It's like, okay, you come in here with me. You hear bipedal action going on draw leaves right behind you, 10 to 15 to 20 yards away. To your right and to your left, there's something going on too. It sounds like somebody picked up a tree and threw it back down. And you tell me that you can hold a camera like Quentin Tarantino right in front of you. Yeah, I'll give up and I'll let you have my area.
Yeah. Well, that's like what, did you get to the part where I found the deer leg?
Yes.
And see, I think that was fresh and that wasn't cut. That was broke off. I think,
my honest opinion, you have some action down there. Like it's an active area, I would say.
Yeah. I think that I come up, the reason why we went to that area is because we kept hearing something. And right before that, we just had a deer try to run over us. So I'm like, okay, we need to go this way. And we're going through and I actually walked. This is how, like I said, people, I'm observant and I still missed it. I walked right past the damn thing. If you look in the video, you can see it in the video because I caught it afterwards. I walked right past it. And then the person that was with me, Lethal, he looks down and he says, there's blood. I look over and say, damn, there's a deer leg. And I just walked right past it, not more than a foot. Because I was paying attention what something was going on the other side of that creek. And I could hear it. And I was trying to see, maybe I could catch a glimpse of it popping its head up or running. And like I said, I think what we did was we caught it. It had caught and killed that deer and was getting it ready, whatever it was doing to it. And if you'll look, you'll see how the leaves are tore up in that.
Right. That's exactly what I was about to say. It looked like you may have interrupted a little bit of a snack to me.
Yeah. Well, when I crossed the creek, crossed it finally, got on the other side, that's where we found the odd canine track. There's 2 of them. And then right below that, it looks like a smaller Sasquatch print. Then it's got that round circle that's 12 inches in diameter. And
hey, Vault.
Yeah.
Darkest wants to know, where are the videos that you've done on the subject? I know you posted Property X, but I don't think you've posted any of your other ones except for keeping them private.
Yeah, I haven't posted any more videos right yet. Like I said, my camera got fried that I was using because I did not know the difference in water resistant and waterproof. It's not the same. I'm in the process. I just got my new camera in yesterday, and I'm fixing to rig up a system where I've got a camera facing backwards, and I have a camera that I'll have facing forward most of the time. The one backwards will be running all the time, but the one in my hands in the front, if I can remember to keep it cut on, it's hard to video and keep an idea of what's going on around you.
Exactly. You are the truth.
Well, it's not just out there. It's just not cryptids. Like I told D, I've had poachers, I've had drug dealers, and everything else come out there. When I mean by drug, I come across a grow out there that was an old one, for some reason it was abandoned. And it was probably, they done cut out probably a half an acre and was growing marijuana, and it died. Somebody just left it and it died.
And see, Kirk Stokes and I said that we only have 2 podcasts, but on our first one, you have to take into consideration things that aren't cryptids. There's hogs in Oklahoma, and I know for a fact Mississippi too, that would make some of these Sasquatch look like a little girl. I mean, I think either Mississippi or Oklahoma has the United States, record-breaking hog. I mean, these things get massive. But Mario Sanchez in the comments pointed out something that I've noticed in my area. There's no other top predators. I haven't seen mountain lions. I haven't seen tracks for mountain lions, but they supposedly are in the area. There's not a lot of bucks running through. And to me, that says that, they know that they're in there.
Yeah. Well, say mine's closer to Alabama, and I'll just put it out. I hadn't really told nobody where my site is, but like I said, it's close to Alabama. And there are wildcats up there, and I found tracks and stuff. And so those things will jump out of a tree on your ass.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like I said, you got to keep your head on a swivel, not just looking for a Bigfoot. It's looking for the other crap that's in there that can mess with you.
You know what I'd like to see you investigate, Vault?
What's that?
The 18,000 acres around Angola.
Oh, Lord. I've been to Angola.
1,000 acres?
Yeah,
18,000 acres of pretty much untouched, like wildlife or forest that's just like in a U in the Mississippi.
I'd say that they're in there.
Brother,
I think that they're anywhere that there's any isolated pockets of forest with running water.
Angola has a lot of mystery behind it because, all right, let's say a prisoner gets out and they run in that area. They wait a full day before they go in after him.
I used to work at Angola, and if a prisoner gets out of there, it's not the fence or the guards or whatever he has to worry about.
Nope.
There was an aerial picture. Angola has a magazine they call it Angolite, and there was an aerial photo of an alligator swimming with a deer in his mouth, and the only thing you could see was just above the shoulder and the ass end of that deer.
There's some gators in there that are as big as damn John boats.
Well, I may be mistaken, but like the Mississippi River flows through there, right?
Yes.
The Mississippi River is like a U around Angola.
Right. So, I mean, that's the old man. I mean, remember those tales that the French were telling when they came down the Mississippi to go to Louisiana and found that state or whatever? Like, they were talking about these creatures in the woods. And
well, I don't know why, but since you worked there, you know what I'm talking about. If they get out, go in those woods around Angola, they get out of Angola, don't just like any other prison. They don't immediately ring the bells and run out there. They wait a full 24 hours before they go in. And usually that prisoner ain't found. If they do find him and he ain't alive.
They've only had, I think in the 3 years that I worked there, there was only 2 attempted escapes, I think. And they didn't go nowhere. It's like they got out and came right back.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot of the old timers will tell them there's no like you said, it's not the guards or nothing else you got to worry about. If you get out of here, you're looking at it. You changed over a 10-year sentence for a death sentence because
you have to be an Navy SEAL to navigate through that.
Well, I've been out there around that place because they brought in some damn training dogs one time, and we were on the back side of that on the Mississippi part, and they were teaching dogs how to at the time they were teaching them how to sniff the water to find dead bodies. Because there's a little area, a little tributary that the Mississippi River makes right behind where he's talking about that it's still water, it's kind of stagnant. And what they did was they went to the local morgue and claimed a body and used it, and were teaching dogs how to smell for the scent under the water. Okay,
I'm looking at an aerial map of it right now. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's a daunting. If they get away, then they should drop their sentence because they're going through all. The Red River State Wildlife Management Area is just right to the north of that. They're going through the wilderness.
If they get out, they should get a full pardon. They deserve to be free.
And I don't know who all is listening, but we're all Southerners. Everybody who you hear right now, as far as I know, is a Southerner. I can just tell by the way we're talking.
Right.
These isolated pockets of forest, I don't think a lot of people understand when we say these. They're so dense and so treacherous to get through that, I mean, especially right here, the river's running right next to the facility.
Right.
Wow.
How many times has Angola been flooded?
I think I don't know exactly how many times, but I know right before, probably about I think right before I started there, 11 or 12, they flooded, and the levee, they had inmates out on that levee and everything, and they're building it up and doing all. I mean, I think every camp was, main prison and all was underwater.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Angola ain't a nice place, y'all. I'm telling y'all, Angola ain't nice. I've been to a lot of damn jails and prisons, not incarcerated, by the way. Been there, and Angola is one of the it reminds you of Alcatraz, but without the island.
And then, I mean, to the north of that, you have this giant wildlife reserve, but directly to the east of that, you have what looks like another giant patch of forest. These people, I mean, if they escape, then I can understand how they wouldn't look for a day. What's the point? Where are they going to go?
Most of the guards live on Angola's property.
Really?
Yeah,
I can see that.
They have their own little city.
They have a community.
Wow.
It's like a little town on Angola.
For any listener, go to Google Maps and just put in that prison. Look up the Angola prison or whatever. That's all you got to put. It'll pop up. Go to the map and look at it. You'll see exactly what I mean. I just sit out my sentence. I'd read books.
Put it like this: it's a about 20 or 30-minute drive. Just turning on to Angola, and it dead ends at Angola.
Yeah, they call.
And that's just turned on.
They call that the long ride.
Wow.
So they got their own farms.
Well, you know, even back in the day, they'd have the prisons and bring the prisoners off the farms, and they were the ones building roads and bridges and levees. You know,
Angola still they have a cattle show and all that stuff there.
Oh, the rodeo! Oh man,
yeah,
that's like
they used to have a bull tournament there where the prisoners would ride the bulls and stuff. I don't know if they still do, but they used to.
Yeah, they have the Angola rodeo. It's every
they're pretty famous for that. Right?
April, it's every April and every I can't remember. It's like every weekend in April, and I can't remember the other month. But it's packed every year. I mean they sell out.
I said I've been on the backside, and I got to go around to the facility, and we actually ate lunch with the some of the prison guards and the damn guy that's over the place, the warden.
Yeah, the warden.
And everything that we ate, everything that they brought us to eat, that they served us, came off of that place. From the steaks we ate down to the turnip greens.
Yep. That sounds delicious.
Now, and I worked in prison before, but I worked in parchment. Now, anybody in Mississippi know what parchment is? That's where I work.
Hey, did you go to Camp 29?
Leave me alone.
Didn't leave you alone.
Hey, Vault.
Yeah.
Y'all about ready for some more questions?
Yeah. I was trying to find out from Mr. Pops, did he ever go to grade school?
People in chat, start rolling out some questions so I can ask them while I have a break in between.
Yeah, he knows where I'm talking about. If he's been to Parchman, Camp 29 grade school.
Man.
Is Ronan still on panel? I can't see who else is still on panel.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Ronan, by the way, how'd you pick your name, Ronan? You know what it means, right?
Yeah, Masterless
Samurai.
Right, Masterless Samurai, which samurai just means servant.
Mm-hmm. A Ronin in Japanese means a warrior without a king.
Right.
But samurai means servant only in words. Samurai were the lords and the aristocracy of feudal Japan.
Yep.
Well, the
All
the
right.
like the reigning samurai. This, ma'am, I'm listening.
Oh no, I was gonna say questions coming in. Vamp wants to know boxers or briefs across the panel.
Wow.
I'll answer first.
Free ball.
Yeah. I go commando all the way, baby.
Ain't nothing like a nice little breeze. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Okay.
Like a little breeze.
You got to watch
Vault.
Vamp now.
Do you know any Bigfoot or Dogman reports in Emian? What is that? Montana?
Hell yeah.
Minnesota? I have no idea.
I don't know about dog.
I can barely see at this point. I'm like sleep deprived so bad right this second.
I don't know about Dog Man, but I know damn well they got the Grass Man and Momo, I think is up there.
Yeah. Okay, are the staircases in the woods paranormal?
I have no freaking idea. Like I said, I seen them one time and we let them the hell alone. We gave them a wide berth because, like I said, I walked all the way around them some bitches. There ain't no way they should have been standing up because there wasn't nothing holding them up.
Yeah.
Vault, what's the scariest thing you've ever seen in the woods or have encountered in the woods?
Will the X count?
That is not nice. That is, man. You are mean.
I'm not mean. Let's see here. I would have to say right now it'd be that pissed off fucking Dog Man.
He wins.
Okay.
He wins.
Do Dogmen or Bigfoot ever fight over territory?
I've heard stories of it. I've never seen it, and I don't think no more.
I've never seen it, but I've heard stories.
Yeah. The story I got, the one of the best ones is a guy and his girl were out, his little girl were out hunting, and they said it sounded like a plane crash because he wound up taking his daughter back home, and he went back out to help because he didn't want to carry his daughter because he's expecting to see a plane crash, dead bodies, people burning. So he went back out to help. He said it looked like a bomb went off in the woods.
Wow.
I'd say it doesn't happen as often as people would think, just because I attribute it to the crocodiles and the hippos in Africa. Mm-hmm. You can see videos of them. They're natural enemies, but you can see videos of them swimming on top of each other.
Oh yeah.
What's the point? They're both top predators. They both have these isolated pockets where there's fresh water flowing through. So they're going to be exerting all that. I think we talked about this last night, Walt. They're going to be exerting all this energy to fight amongst themselves when they could be hunting game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it happens, but I don't think it happens as often as people.
I think as long as they abide by each other's little rules, it pretty much goes. That's like prison we were talking about. That you got mass murderers and everything else running loose on the yard. You don't see a fight every day, but if somebody gets out of line, they get checked.
Absolutely. Right. And like I said, the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. Check it out. I have a white dogman in the middle of a bunch of Bigfoot. That's proof.
Do all female Bigfoots have noticeable breast?
The older ones, yeah. But
yeah, I think it's just puberty, just like anything else. Us. Yeah, I've seen. Yes, I'd say yes.
I like that question because it makes you think. If you see a Bigfoot, I mean, think about it. Women, we come in all shapes and sizes. Men do too. There are men with breasts. And it makes you wonder, if you see one and you assume it's male, could it actually be female because it has smaller breasts and you just don't, they're not that noticeable.
Absolutely. And Lakeia, the first visible sighting I had, and I told Walt about this as well. I didn't get to see her from the chest down. I saw her from the chest up, and I knew just from her facial features that it was a female. So you're absolutely right. They have, I wouldn't say exact similar features to us, but you can tell a female from a male. And I told that one from just looking from her top of her breast up.
And if you ever have any other doubt, if you can see the lower half of a Sasquatch and it looks like he's got a tree between his legs, that's a male.
Vault Shadow Stalker wants to know: have you ever been to Camp Gruber in Oklahoma, Vault?
I don't think I have. I've been so many damn places that name don't ring a bell to me. Camp Gruber.
Camp Gruber in Oklahoma, the motherland.
Yeah, what is that, D?
Y'all gotta understand, we're sleep deprived right this minute. So,
Shadow Stalker, it may be, if correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a place that has heavy Squatch activity, and it's actually a public camping ground, I do believe.
I haven't heard of that one. It must be called. Does it got any other names or nicknames or anything?
I mean, I don't even know if I'm right. I'm pretty sure I am, but no, I think that's it.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I have. I've been a lot of places. I don't even know where the fuck I was.
Fish says, "Hey, Vault."
Hey.
And Mario wants to know, what game does Dogman and Bigfoot hunt besides deer? Maybe hogs, bears, bobcats, etc.
Whatever's in that area that they can grab.
They're omnivores. You're absolutely right. They're opportunistic eaters. And you got to think something that big is going to have a diet to sustain their mass.
Mm-hmm.
So they couldn't just primarily hunt one thing and be healthy, in my opinion.
Right.
Do y'all know of any? Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was even going to say I've heard of them chewing on bark before. I've never seen it, but I've seen big hunks of bark missing off of like gum trees and stuff like that. But see, I thought
gum trees, we could eat that too, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, the Native Americans used to use gum trees to clean their teeth. That I thought maybe that's what it was doing, was using that to chew on to clean its teeth.
Right.
Yeah.
But
have y'all heard of dogman sightings in South Carolina?
South Carolina.
I can't remember if it was South Carolina or North Carolina. I've heard some dogman stuff out of the Carolinas, but I don't remember if it was South Carolina or North Carolina.
I've heard one out of North Carolina, but and there's probably some in South Carolina. But you have to think, just because you don't hear about it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. That just means somebody hasn't come forward. I honestly do believe that they're in every state in the union.
Yeah, and sometimes you can have a Bigfoot encounter, or somebody thinks it's a Bigfoot encounter, and it actually wasn't a Bigfoot. It could have been a dog man. It could have been a damn grizzly bear. It could have been whatever. But like I said, I ain't got my report sheet sitting out here right this minute.
What a lot of people have to understand about the dog man thing is a lot of people do not talk about it like that because that's not, because if you go back to Dark's channel when he was talking about the guy who had the dog man licking on his window, he was trying to figure out information about what was going on, but nobody would say anything to him. And that was just because in some places dog man could be taboo. It could just be a taboo topic. Nobody likes talking about it. We all know it exists. Absolutely. But nobody just like talking about it.
Hey Papa, you know who that was, don't you?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, he told me on the phone yesterday.
Yeah, that
thank you for that.
Yeah, he was in here a while ago. For everybody that's listening, who he's talking about is y'all's favorite guy, Zulu. That's what got Zulu to chasing these motherfuckers, because it was licking on his daughter's window.
Wow.
Maritza wants to know, for D and Vault, what is your take on Bigfoot speaking telepathically?
I do not. I personally don't believe it.
First of all,
I personally don't believe it. I've been around a bunch of Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti, whatever you want to call them, the big hairy fucker. I've never had one telepathically try to connect with me. They threw sticks, rocks, boulders, fucking whole trees, screen, dirt clods. I've never had one try to. If they could do it, why haven't they tried it by now?
It could be. It could be.
I think. I'm sorry.
You can go ahead, D. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, me personally, I've never experienced it. And Vault to tell you, and anybody who knows or followed our stuff, Kirk and I, I'm out there more than probably the people who are hired to drive back and forth through there, and I don't discount it because I don't discount anything. Do I believe that there may be people out there who can communicate telepathically with them? Yes. Can I? No. And I've been out there day in, day out at all times of day, night. And I don't want to call it a rapport, but I mean, it's a mutual respect that I have with these creatures to where they don't harm me. I don't harm them. And for more or less, I think they know what I'm doing. I just want to see them. And every now and again, they'll come out for me. Or even if they don't come out, they're close, but I can't talk to them telepathically.
Well, this is my whole thing with it. If they could talk telepathically or communicate telepathically, that means they can control brain waves and stuff like that, right?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. That's just communication.
Yeah,
but
well, still though,
you're right, Balt, because where does it begin and end? If they can communicate telepathically, who's to say that they can't telepathically do other things?
Yeah. So then they would nobody be having a sight because all they had to do was tell you, well, you didn't see me, and keep going.
There you go. Thank you, Martise in New York.
Yep.
Good question.
When I think about that question, I put it into perspective of just like a human perspective. Okay, when we got here, did we know how to walk?
No.
Now,
exactly.
You put that into perspective of it being an undeveloped trait. Now, there may be a Bigfoot out there that can communicate telepathically.
And that's a brilliant.
That's awesome. That's a good assumption.
But think about it that way. His hypothesis could be right. Look at what we've done throughout the course of human history. We split the atom. We've gone to the moon. I mean, now we're planning on going to Mars. These creatures don't have technology. What do they do if their brains are equal or even a little bit smaller than ours? What are they doing with that evolutionary growth within their minds?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a good hypothesis. That's why I say I can't discount anything, because even in my own mind, I can argue both sides of the fence.
I'm not going to discount anybody, but certain things I've been told, I'll listen, but it's like in the back of my mind, I'm like, what in the hell were you smoking?
Now, don't get me wrong. Like I've been doing this research hard and heavy, and I've talked to people who say they can communicate. I've talked to people who, honestly, I can't say that they can't because they say things that make sense. As far as
this is my favorite.
But I've talked to people who are obviously just con men.
Yeah, I had this one lady, Lakaya can vouch for this. Now, this lady right here was off her medication, I believe. She swore up and down that Bigfoot was teleporting into her kitchen at night, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
And that's the kind of stuff that I think like is complete. If these things could teleport, why would they teleport into somebody's kitchen to eat sandwiches? Why wouldn't they teleport?
Lakaya, tell them about that. That's the same woman that thought that lizard man come out of a hole in her closet.
Yes.
This little bitty hole now, the size of a dime. She swore up now it would open up, and a lizard man would come out.
My thing is though, if I'm going to be a cryptid and I can teleport, I'm not teleporting for no peanut butter and jelly.
Right. Amen.
Give me a New York strip or something like
exactly.
that. Some
exactly.
Some collard greens.
These things are exerting energy to hunt and kill game. If they could teleport somehow, why would they go from venison to, Wonder Bread?
With that same analogy, if they can teleport and if they can communicate in their head telepathically, why would I hunt game? I just take my ass to Walmart.
Exactly. See, that's the kind of stuff that I think muddies the waters, because if there is someone who can telepathically communicate with them, there'd be no one to take them seriously, because you got Joe Schmo over here selling 18 books saying, "Oh, well, I go on picnics with Sasquatch," and he's. To me, I'm not discounting anybody who says that. I'm just saying, me personally,
I'll tell you right now.
For me to believe
that, I told that lady she needed to go see a doctor.
Hey, Vault.
Yeah.
Can you post the link? I've seen one or two other people that wanted to know if they could join panel. Tater Talk is one of them.
Okay, hold on just a second. The other thing that I just think is hilarious, and I can't disprove it, but I think it's hilarious, is the ones that swear that Bigfoot can cloak.
We talked a little bit about that last night, and I think that it may be some, and just being in there with them and seeing firsthand, I think it may be some just advanced natural camouflage.
I think they're really good at fucking hiding.
There you go.
They're the
and I've seen videos and I've seen stuff out there where they looks like they're sewing dry grass and dead leaves and stuff together and almost using them as cloaks.
Oh no! This person here was talking about they can make themselves disappear.
That sounds like some Wizarding World stuff.
I've heard somebody that I trust say that. That's the only reason I give it credence. This person is a dependable, trustworthy. He's not a liar, and he said that he's seen them in front of him just disappear. Now, is it like the Indians say that they hit you with some sort of a sound and they make you forget, or is it that they're actually disappearing?
I think it's infrasound.
But yeah, that they're doing something to cause your brain waves to somehow forget that experience or remember it partially.
It's not that. Like I said, they got a thing down there. They use a lot down on the border to keep people from coming across in certain key areas. As soon as you can stand beside it on each side, and all you'll hear is just a slight little hum. As soon as you walk in front of that, you instantly your body temperature raises 50-something degrees. It makes you feel sick, nauseated. Think about if they were able to hit you with some kind of infrasound that made you all of a sudden just, grab a headache all of a sudden. You close your eyes, you open them back up, and they're gone. They cloaked.
Well, it goes back to that frequency vibration thing that we're all on as human beings.
Absolutely.
Because the way they're talking to, because that's the way they communicate, because we're not in tune with that, it's kind of like our body is kind of rejecting the signal. Hence, raising your body temperature. You're being forgetful. Stuff like that. But
they do communicate through samurai chatter and through their Morse code is what I don't know. It's not Morse code, but I'll hear a knock 30 yards away, then 150 yards away to my east. If that one's coming from the west, I'll hear another knock answering that one.
Yeah, it could easily be, or like we don't know definitely the evolutionary makeup of these creatures, so we don't know what. Because no telling how long they've been around. If they've been around for as long as we think they have, no telling what they've come in contact with to change the way they evolved over time. They may do have a cloaking mechanism to where, sometimes you'll see a white one, you'll see a black one, a brown one, depending on the environment.
Or a tree stump.
They might even turn to the color of the fucking trees. You don't know. We don't because there is no definite proof. We can't necessarily say anybody
right, and that's why I say I only speak from my experience. I've seen them and they just blend in so extremely well into their environment. But so does a snow leopard in Alaska. So does a polar bear. So does a grizzly bear. And I mean,
I got one for you. I messed around with DW with this the other night when I growled and stuff. That growl I hit DW with the other night. That is what I've heard it a million. I've heard it a million freaking times. That's their what I call their leave me the hell alone, back up, you're too close growl. Now he's talking somebody.
Knock on wood, I've never heard that, but I've heard the adolescents I guess pretend that they're something big and bad.
Hey, I don't know if any of y'all ever heard. There's a couple recordings of samurai chatter that is actual samurai chatter. It comes from a Bigfoot. I can mimic it closely. It's kind of sounds like this. It's like that's the best way to tell what it sounds like.
He's exactly right, but imagine if his lungs were 255-gallon barrels.
Yeah, I cannot mimic the sound and the intensity, but I'm talking that noise right there. You're in the middle of the woods. Ain't nobody else around. There ain't no other animals in the woods that make that noise. And also you start hearing that. It almost sounds like a German to Japanese combination.
It sounds like gibberish. That's why I mean chatter. The thing is, I've only heard it once, and I've been going in this area every day for 4 or 5 months. I had 2 of my youngest boys with me, and that we were going further than we've ever gone before. And I hear that and I turn around and tell them hush, because we're trying to be quiet and sneak through there. And they say, that wasn't us. And that's what I was afraid of. I don't know exactly what it means, but I've only heard it one time, and I think it's like a rare thing to get recorded.
I've heard it a couple. I've never been. My whole thing is I've done tried every recording kind of crap you can think of. It never either it sounds like static or it don't sound like nothing like you hear with your human ears. And I just ain't gonna put that. But the sounds faker than hell.
Yeah,
I can't get a recording. Go ahead.
We have several new people that have joined us on panel.
Okay.
Hello, Bob.
How you doing? Who am I talking to?
Trav,
how you doing?
Not too bad. Real quick question. I do get permits off of state game lands, and the one trail that I go is a logging trail. Now, there are older trees, but they are actually, like you said and described, ripped off from the trunk, flipped upside down, and stuck in the ground. Now these things are so deteriorated and old that I gotta say they're at least 30 years old.
So it's not a recent thing. They've been there for several years.
Yes, sir. Should I be concerned?
Well, hold on. Let me ask a few questions. Y'all give me just a minute.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
While you're out there, have you heard any tree knocks? It'll sound like an owl, but it's way too damn loud and too intense.
No, negative.
All right. So y'all haven't had any rock throws, rocks clacked together, anything like that?
Negative.
All right.
Now I've seen earlier here at the beginning of your live chat, I have seen the mounds of stones pushed up against the side of a tree and stuff like that, like peculiar mounds of stone.
Are y'all crossing over where those trees are turned up? Are y'all crossing over into that area, or are you just going by it?
Let me put it to you this way: the logging trail goes right in between two of them, up through the woods.
That sounds like an old clan's territory. Now that clan could have done moved on. Depends on, and that could be just an area they come back to different parts of the year. If you ever hear something that sounds like a screech owl, but it's way too fucking loud and it's just too long, that right there tells you to get the hell out of the area, because that right there is where down.
Okay.
And on top of what Vault said, if I could add just a little bit of conjecture, always listen for the very end of it. They can mimic things like you would not believe, but they have lips. They don't have beaks. They don't have vocal cords of birds. Listen to the very end of whatever it is, whether it's an owl, if they're trying to imitate a robin. Listen to that very last note. That very last note is something that they cannot produce accurately because they have lips and vocal cords.
The other thing you need to look for is this sound right here. A lot of people think it's a buck blowing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what it just reminded me of now. But the way you did it does not.
Well, what that
There's
is,
a distinctness between a buck and that.
Well, what that is that's usually a big male, and he's getting upset. He's working himself up. Usually, it's like you watch gorillas before they attack; they work themselves up. And you've done agitated him to the point where he's working himself up, and when he gets built up, he's going to attack. If you hear that, just back out. Stop doing what you're doing. Just back out. If nothing else, maybe you cut him off from the direction he was trying to go. Just back off. See if everything stops, and then maybe try to slowly go back in that area. If you start hearing stuff again, just leave the hell that area alone.
Or at the very least, you're going to get bluff charge, and that's something that you don't want either, especially from a big male.
It'll sound like a damn 2-ton truck coming through the freaking woods.
Look like it too.
Now I've been in these woods for the past like maybe 8 years I cut down dead trees.
Yeah, you do deadfall removal.
I'm very cautious of what I do, but when I'm cutting, and when I notice stuff like that, it is very peculiar to me. It just raises questions for me, and I appreciate the feedback from you guys.
All right, now that
I appreciate the questions, man. That's what we're here for.
And I think, I've had somebody else tell me that they've been in the areas like that and they haven't had any problem. But you're helping out the environment, because they got little ones too. A deadfall can come down on top of one of them and hurt them. They see what you do and know that you're better in their environment. They're not going to mess with you.
Okay.
Somebody's got their YouTube going. You got to mute your YouTube side.
That was me. I'm muted it. It's cool.
Hey, can y'all hear me, Shadow?
Yeah, go ahead, Shadow.
All right. If you hear if you're out in the middle of the woods and you hear a woman screaming for her life, don't go towards it.
No, that could be actually a damn cat too.
No,
yeah, I've heard that. But
not everything is Sasquatch.
I think they mimic them though.
Yeah, I've heard them mimic a lot of stuff.
Then Bolt will tell you, you'll be able to tell if you listen really, really close.
A woman screaming for help. Help! Help! Like that.
Skinwalker.
Exactly.
skinwalker. Not everything's a skinwalker. That's something like
No, but
I've
like I
heard
said,
skinwalker more times in my life the past 2 months than I have.
like I said, everything is
Hey,
not a
Vault.
Bigfoot. Yeah.
It was also Shadow's birthday, so happy birthday, Shadow, by the way.
Where'd Shadow go?
Happy birthday.
I think he left panel, but it was his birthday today. He's had a birthday weekend, so.
Oh, happy
What's up,
birthday.
Happy birthday.
And many more. I don't know. You didn't have to leave all, but okay. But like I said, everything is not a squatch. Like I said, I had the fortunate or unfortunate one time when I was younger. I crawled up in a tree stand one time. It was dark, and I didn't use a flashlight because I was trying to be sneaky to get into the stand. And I got up there, and it was up north, and it was during shotgun season, and got in that pine tree, and I was sitting there, and all of a sudden I started hearing something. I'm like, is that a fucking turkey or owl? And all of a sudden, all of a sudden it went from doing that to, and then all of a sudden it went to screaming like a freaking baby being murdered, a woman screaming for her life. I all of a sudden started digging around my pocket, got a flashlight and turned, and there's a damn cougar about 20 feet away from me up in the limbs. Needless to say, me and Mr. Cougar parted ways. But like I said, that being that close and that freaked me the hell out. But go ahead, Lakeia.
Will you do me a favor and just check the backside of Hangouts and make sure that everybody that's on panel is being able to participate, and because there's so many people right now and other people are wanting to join that,
All right.
because I'm seeing an extra that I can't tell who it is.
All right, Papa, if you don't mind, you jump out and let somebody else have a turn, and like I said, I'll get back with you later.
All right, I'll get out here too.
All right.
I'll go ahead and log out too. I don't feel like I'm participating.
All right.
It was very nice meeting you, Papa Midnight.
Yeah, and Rowan, I appreciate it. And man, send me an email with your information, and I'll talk to you later because I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things.
All right, thank you. I appreciate y'all letting me
ain't no problem.
Sit in with y'all.
It was very nice meeting you.
Very nice meeting
you too, guys.
Hey, come check us out, the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project.
Yeah, go check out.
All right. Yeah, I got to get back to Oklahoma too.
When you come through, hit me up, brother.
All right, cool. Y'all have a good night.
All
right, you too.
You too.
All right,
thank you.
Yeah, all right, y'all. D, we work sometime. Just probably on Facebook. I'm like, I set up a little message in the chat. So
all right.
See. All right, y'all.
We'll see you later.
Take care, Papa.
All
right. Who we got left? We got, was it Terry and Travis?
Hey, boss man, hold on just a second.
Mm-hmm.
While she's working that, you had a very interesting thing. You talk about the owls and whatnot and how they can mimic. One of the videos I shot last week, you get to hear them do my whistle that I've done every single day since I've gone into that area. It's it's the last video from 1/1/17. The whistle that you hear, that's not a human. That's not me or my fiance or the guy.
I was wondering about that because it was way louder than what you were doing.
Exactly. That was them whistling the tune that I've whistled every single day, and I finally cut it on film. It's outstanding.
I went through and binge listened to all your stuff. Go ahead, Lakeia.
Did you try to call Vamp from live stream?
No, I sent her.
Yeah, that's what I know, but we have somebody that's in the back door I can see, but I can't see who it is, and they're sending out calls to people, and I've already had 2 people tell me that they've been called from this live stream.
Okay, hold on just a second. We got 2 people in here. Who are you?
Yeah, this is Tater Talks, man.
Hey, Tater Talk. Who's the other person in here?
That's Trev. I think he's stuck in there.
Okay.
He may be trying to figure it out. And
Trev, can you hear me?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, I'll get out. Just hold it.
No, you're fine.
You're fine. I was just trying to figure out.
Okay.
Hold on. I was making sure that it wasn't just a ghost. Hold on, because I'm fixing to hit everybody. Hold on, I'm fixing to hit the room.
I think it was Shadow was trying to come back in. I think he accidentally hit the wrong button is what it was.
Okay.
These have been great questions too from the panel.
Oh yeah, that's what I love about it.
We got somebody from South Africa. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I've kind of been talking to him in the chat a little bit. That's outstanding.
Hey, Lakaya, take over for just a second. I got to do something.
Pravish, I'm sorry if I slaughtered this. Pravish Gintosami from South Africa.
Neat.
Welcome to the panel. It's my first time here. Second time doing a live stream. I was on Swamp Dwellers last night. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I seen where Pravish said they wanted to come to America to be able to see a Bigfoot because they don't have any Bigfoot down there.
Y'all have cooler stuff than we do. Hasid. What part of South Africa are you by? Johannesburg?
Hey, D.
Yes, sir.
On the bark thing, man, it's the soft white bark under the hard bark.
You're absolutely right. I saw you put that in the comments.
You can also eat the moss. There's dry land fish. About every 5 steps in the forest, there's food, man.
And that's the thing a lot of people don't realize, and that's why it baffles me that even when the Army Corps of Engineers says that this creature is real and it's out there, that people will still question and kind of almost condemn people who've had sightings. And that's why I'm glad Vault and Swamp Dweller and Dark Waters, and there's a lot of people who are trying to build this community. Because I'm in the research community. These are a lot of narrators, but they're reaching out to me, and that just helps people who've had this experience that they're just burying because they don't have an outlet for it.
Yeah, man, I got a lot of family that's hunters, and some places that we go are very, very thick with brush. And you literally have to hack your way up through these lands that we have leased.
Sure.
To get to the hunting spots. And man, I've seen trees flipped upside down as markers. I've seen bark ripped off about, I'd say right at the base, maybe 3 to 4 feet. And I've seen bark ripped off at about 8 to 9 feet.
Well, some of those could be mountain lions as well.
They tell me it's
the 8 to 9 feet isn't. And I know you being a hunter, you would be able to tell when they push themselves off their back legs and kind of balance themselves and pull themselves up with their front claws. You can tell the difference between that and somebody who, or something that has like a opposable thumb that's just dragging their claws down a tree.
Yeah. I've seen limbs broke at 8 to 9 feet. I've seen
Josh Smith. I'm sorry, Josh Smith. Yes, the Army Corps of Engineers confirmed in Washington State's wildlife guide in 1979, I believe, that the Bigfoot creature is real. They would not pull a joke like that. They put it in the newspaper as well.
Man, I don't know if there's any truth to the rumor or not, but I've heard it's on the endangered species list.
In a lot of states, it goes from state to state, but yeah, like it is confirmed by a lot of states because it is on that endangered species list. You have to think these things cost the state money. A lot of citizens would be a little perturbed if they were knowing their tax dollars are going towards a mythological creature being put on some sort of endangered species list.
Oh yeah, you're not going to pay for a unicorn.
There you go.
Yeah, but man, I've seen some very suspicious things in the woods because I hunt, I do fencing, I fish, I go into spots that no man has been within the last 5 to 10 years.
And that's where they are.
Yeah.
In my opinion, any place that has low to no human traffic and has fresh flowing water somewhere in the vicinity, I think that you'll find some cryptid.
Oh, there's all types of creeks and rivers through where I live here in Kentucky.
And then you got a lot of action. There's a lot of action going on in Kentucky. My partner, Kirk Stokes, in my opinion, he has some of the best stuff out of Kentucky. Go on Kirk Stokes 19. It's phenomenal stuff.
All right,
man. It seems like it's just all sorts of great action going on. Martiza, New York, asked another good question. Some military base have a Bigfoot manual. what to do if you see a Bigfoot. And I've heard that as well. I mean, I don't know from first-hand experience, but I have heard that. I don't know if there's an actual physical manual.
Yes.
That doesn't seem like, well, there we go. Question answered.
That's as far as I'm going to go into that, but yes, there's a manual.
There you go. The confirmation there is a physical manual.
If anybody has had any experience with the military, there's a manual for everything from changing a tire to how to answer a phone.
Fish and game. Have I been okay to investigate? I'm actually a Sooner. I'm a native Okie. I'm down in what they call Texoma, right on the river between Texas and Oklahoma, and that is my primary investigation area. You may have heard Bigfoot outlaws talk about Brown Springs, Oklahoma, how scary it is. That's where I go. Yes, I'm in Oklahoma, Shadow Stalker.
Hey, Fish and Game. Have you heard any more about the missing hunters? I'd like to get Fish and Game in here. Are you off? Yeah.
Hey, Vault. He said he sent you a text or email or something about a way to try to get him on.
I'm working on that. For some reason, my damn there we go. Hold on. When I hit the room a while ago, I kind of got bumped out of the inside the chat part.
I'm loving the questions that are coming on.
This is the part. This is what I love, and
absolutely.
They get even. Excuse me. They get even better as the time goes on. Let me see if I can get Fish and Game in here.
D. Maritza wants to know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. K. I'm sorry.
No, Maritza wants to know. D. Have you ever been mimicked by Bigfoot as far as speaking?
As far as speaking, no. I whistle a tune every time I've gone into my area. And they've whistled it back before, and I know that I'm not going to be harmed going in there. I just have it in my heart that I'm not. But it's the first time I caught it on film. I actually try to find a link to the video. But the tune you hear whistled isn't anybody that's with me, and it's not me. It's them whistling my tune back to me, and it's amazing.
I don't know if there's any truth to it, guys, but some of my elders told me that some of the Bigfoot could actually speak Cherokee.
I believe that. I don't know about speaking, but I bet they could understand it because they watch us. They watch us, and they're curious about our language, what we're doing out there. And those tribes were deep in the woods, and I'm pretty sure they probably picked up on some things.
My thought on that is I don't understand why not, because, I mean, dogs, they're totally different species, but they can understand commands.
Exactly. And this is a species that's so elusive that they're smart enough and they have the cognitive thinking mechanism enough to stay not right behind you, but right outside your peripheral vision. Where if you put your hand on the side of your head and move it back to where you can't see and stop it, that's where they are.
Earlier on, when you said that they spoke something that sounded like Japanese mixed with German, Cherokee uses pronunciations to create a single word like the Japanese and Chinese.
I've talked to other researchers that say if you take the samurai chatter and slow it down by 50%, that you will hear some language that was native to the area 1,000 years ago. I've not had a chance to do it, but it would make sense that they would know some form of human language to me, because there's a lot of tales of Native Americans who, whether you call it gifted or whatever, that would give them things so they'd leave them alone, basically, so they wouldn't encroach on their tribe. So how did they communicate during this whole exchange of goods? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And that's what I love about this subject. You can postulate anything you want, from the telepathic thinking to them being some human hybrid to them being just an advanced version of Gigantopithecus or ape, to which I don't think that they are a Gigantopithecus. But
the Cherokee were at odd ends with the giants, the Sukulu, what they call Bigfoot. One was supposed to have married an Indian girl and took her away into the woods, away from her tribe. And there's a whole legend about it that you can look up readily. But for this thing to talk to the girl and her mother to marry the girl, it had to have known the language.
To a certain extent, absolutely. But when we move out of history into modern times, I have a lot of friends in the Chickasaw and Choctaw Nation who can speak the language. How many people actually know Native Americans who know their their native tongue? The further we move into the technological age, the further we move away from the woodland areas. We go to the metropolitan population centers, and I think that's a lot of why we've seen more experiencers and more sightings lately, because a lot of people aren't taking their families to a picnic. They're going to the mall. Or
well, another thing, due to logging, the wooded areas are getting smaller and smaller, man. Because my brother, he owns a clear cutting company. He's got 2 or 3 log trucks, and he goes out and he's got, man, stories on top of stories of what he calls shadows.
That's exactly what they look like in the woods. Yeah.
He said they'll jump from tree to tree 50 feet at like 50 feet apart at like 20 foot high, 15 to 20 foot high. And you'll barely even see them. They just look like shadows. But
last night, how these things look like they glide through the woods. And they're going through what we call Jesus trees. I think it may be called different things other places, but Jesus trees, bramble bushes, thorn bushes, they're going through these things like they're not there. And if we did that, we'd be in the ER getting stitches.
Between the way their fur and their hide is made, I don't think it would bother them, bro.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, man, I'm going to jump out. That's all I had to add. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you for joining us. Vault, you okay over there? I need to come pat you on the back.
No, coffee went down the wrong pipe.
Uh-huh.
Yep, went down the wrong pipe.
Well, thank you for the great questions. I appreciate it.
Oh, good.
I appreciate Balt and Lakeia for having me on.
That's no problem, dude. I like it. I've enjoyed it.
I just work for Boss Man.
Dean Ball, do you think Bigfoot is being affected by global warming like most animals are? Did you get that question, Lakeia? That's another good one. Martiza, New York's coming up with some.
She is on the ball tonight. I say why not?
I think honestly that it's probably helping them. More sunshine means more growth.
Well, I know the wildfires that they had up around Missouri and stuff like that. Supposedly, from what I understand, it run a bunch of them out, displaced them in a different states surrounding. So what I've been waiting on is to hear the ones that are, you got this clan already set up there, and you got this other clan that's been run out of their area, and now they're in the other area where they're not wanted. So fights break out. I'm waiting to hear the aftermath of all that, because you know what's happening.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I cannot damn figure out how the hell to get fish in here to save my life.
Yeah, he's another old Okie boy. And I know he's seen some stuff.
Vault, Aaron said she can't hear anything over your coughing. Mute yourself.
Sorry, excuse me, I was choking.
Fishing game, I've been to the Comanche Mountains once, and I Robert Dotson, if you know who that is, invited me up there, and I actually got lost on the way, and I went through that national forest up there, and man, let me tell you, they're nothing like what I have down here at Brown Springs, and I'm dealing with at the river. I think that they're what people call Janoskwa, the rock giants. They're bigger from what I've seen.
Have y'all heard of any dogman or Bigfoot sightings in Arkansas?
Yeah,
of course. Well, Boggy Creek.
I think Fish said he sent you a game. Oh my gosh, a link. A link. I think he sent you a link, Vault.
Link where? Where'd he send it to?
Where'd you send it, Fish?
All right, you're gonna
get text.
Well, that don't help me none. I'm not on my phone. I'm on a computer.
I got another OP in here, Shadow Stalker. Sorry about the echo. I don't know what that is. I've tried to Tina Murphy, I've lived in Philadelphia before. I've never heard of any kind of cryptid in Philly.
Vault Fish said he'll email you.
Yeah, email it to me because I can't get it on my phone. Look, dude, you're talking about technologically. Y'all gonna have me shut this thing down because I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm clicking buttons.
I'm watching the chat. I got 3 of my cousins in here. Agent Shadow Wolf, Shadow Stalker, and Fishing Game.
Cool.
Yeah, Agent Shadow Wolf told me that they're at work and we're on the Bluetooth because I told them don't get in trouble for listening to us while you're at work.
Bass Mayhem, have I heard what happened to the couple in Brown Springs? Yes, I've heard. I heard the Bigfoot Outlaw show. I'm the kind of person who does real research. I could not find, and I actually, Butch Reeves is the guy that they said was the journalist that found the bodies. I found Butch Reeves. He said he didn't know what I was talking about. Whether he was lying or not, I don't know. But I've heard that story. Yes. Do I know if it's true? No. I know the mob from Dallas used to come up to Brown Springs and dump bodies just because it's so isolated and it's on the river. But
yep.
Any crypto terrorists, aka Dogman, hashtag Absols, in North California?
Walt, you want that one? I'd say yes, because if there's squats there, you could possibly. There's
I don't have any record. I haven't heard anything. But like I said, now y'all, when I say I haven't heard it, I don't mean like everybody don't. I don't get every encounter that happens. So it could be something that happened today. I just ain't heard about it, or something that happened last year, and I still ain't heard about it. But I haven't heard any of the Dogman. Now Bigfoot, there's always stuff going on, especially up north in the California and even down south in the Bajas and stuff like that. You would believe a lot of people like Bigfoot's in the desert. Yeah, there's they found tracks, they found all kind of stuff out in the desert. What the hell? Mexico. Yeah, whatever the hell they're doing there, I have no idea. But yeah, they've been tracks and sightings. Matter of fact, I think it was not the last Baja 5000, but the one before that. Some guys almost hit one of those Baja vehicles, the sand rails that were going through there. They said it just ran across the track in front of them. Now that could have been a hoax, somebody trying to get some publicity or what, but it was kind of stupid.
That kind of stuff, Walt. They muddy the waters,
Yeah, well, I said, but all I can say is that's kind of stupid to run out in front of one of them damn sand rails because they don't stop on no dime. It ain't a regular car. And these idiots that run around out here with these ghillie suits on, running across the roads out in the woods and stuff like that, you're just asking to get your ass shot.
Absolutely. Well, what you think is going to be a big laugh online, I mean, it's going to end up you not going home. So don't do that silly stuff, please.
Daryl wanted to know, do y'all think the cold weather force will force Bigfoot and Dogman to move into different areas to get away from the cold?
I don't think the cold bothers them, to be honest.
I don't think so either. I think that they may hunker down and like little, what would you call it, Vault, dens or whatever. But I don't think they're doing it because it's cold. I mean, I think honestly they may be more active because it's cold, because we're out in the woods a little bit less than we are when it's warmer. Outstanding questions. You got some smart fans.
No, I love my fans. They're great.
Mr. Chaos said, I ran into a squatch today while getting firewood from behind my house today. Scared the shit out of me. I bet.
Yeah. It probably scared you as much as you scared him. And see, that's what the other thing me and Dee were talking about last night. We were talking about cover scents and stuff. I don't think it's a good idea to try to take all your scent away and try to sneak up on these things, because that's not going to probably end very well if you scare 2 or 3 Sasquatches sleeping, or they're playing with their little ones and you all of a sudden pop up. You're probably going to get smashed.
And Vault told me the old school method, to which, our grandfather, if you're from the South or from the country, our grandparents told us. I'm not going to say it now because I don't want anybody to try it, but he's absolutely right. Do not go out there trying to mask your scent, because you want them to know that you're coming into the woods. You want them to be aware of your presence.
Just think about this. You're going to go into a gym where a bunch of muscleheads are. You're going to hide and jump out and scare one of them. They're going to bat the shit out of you.
There you go.
Like I said, these things have been known to fold people in half
and turn guns into slinkies like it's nothing.
Yeah, so that's not very wise. That's just like talking about the outlaws. They tell a story about a guy that got folded in half and stuffed back in his truck and stuff. I tried to investigate that, and I can't find diddly doo-doo on it.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I ain't saying that. I'm just saying I can't find nothing on it.
They won't say that. They'll say, "Oh, well, Hunter fell out of his tree stand, broken back." You can listen to these radio shows and form your own logical opinions from what they're telling you.
Well, supposedly this guy right here, they had the FBI and all that stuff, so there's got to be a paper trail somewhere. And I know pretty much the keys to key in on, but the area they said, now I can understand they changed the area, they changed names and everything, but I did the whole state, and I could not find nothing that matched that report in any kind of way.
I think Balt's a lot like me. Once he gets his claws into something, he's not going to let it go until he gets the answers that he's looking for.
Well, I just
somebody's telling him, you know.
Well, I just want to know because, like, I just don't do it to other people. I do it to mine. That's like out there. I told DW and stuff. I just found yesterday that the area that I have my property X is within 5 miles of there was a guy broke down on the side of the road. He is a delivery driver. He had broke down and was waiting for he done called his dispatch, and it was hot and humid. Well, he was waiting for dispatch to send somebody out because he'd throw his fan belt. Well, while he was sitting there, he decided to crawl back there in the back, and it was dark. He hung a flashlight up in the back, and he was sorting his stuff. And this was one of those big delivery vehicles that it was open from the back all the way up into the passenger compartment. And he was stepped back there, and he was doing that. Well, he had to use the bathroom. Well, he had just opened the doors and had the doors open because he was trying to get a breeze in there because it was hot. Well, he just stood there, and it's a main highway. He's looking out the back of the vehicle to make sure through the windows to make sure nobody's coming, and he's urinating. And all of a sudden, he hears a. He said it. I was like, "What the hell is that?" So he kind of steps back. He was fixing to reach up to grab the flashlight. I think it said. And all of a sudden, a freaking Bigfoot stuck its head in those damn doors. And it scared the hell out of him. He fell over and reached, and he had a pistol up in the front. He reached and grabbed his pistol, went to, stuck it up, was trying to pull the trigger and couldn't get it to go off, and had the slide locked because it was a Colt 45. He didn't put the safety off. He said, and all of a sudden, when that Bigfoot seen that gun, he made another noise. Then he heard another noise from outside away from it. And then the other Bigfoot pulls his head back out as he finally figures out how to get the safety off because he's scared. And as he does that, he just sticks the gun out the door and fires. Well, it was trying to storm and lightning lit up. And when it did, there were several other Bigfoots kind of out there around the van, and they just took off. He says in every bit of his sense, he believes those things were fishing to grab him and take him.
Well, we never know about that kind of stuff, but anybody who's listening, if you see one, you can postulate that there's other ones around.
But I was doing research, like I said, trying to find out any other sightings around my area to get an idea of when they're coming, when they're going,
right?
And found that one. But like I said, I do research on not just my stuff, on everybody's stuff that I hear. But that's one if they want to contact me and tell me where or when or whatever, I'm not wanting the whole gist of it. I'm just wanting to figure out what this guy did, because what I think he done, he was out shooting and shot at one of these damn things and pissed it off because they said they found blood and all kind of stuff like that. I think not the one he shot, he got pissed off. I think the other ones that was with him got pissed off and they fucked him up.
That could be the case.
Maritza has another good question. She wants to know, D, do you think the Bigfoot family unit is as complex as gorillas and apes, or just a smaller size?
As complex as gorillas and apes. Honestly, I think it's as complex as any Native American tribe or our families now. Look, I don't know if you've ever watched The Godfather, but look at La Costa Nostra, like mafia families. I think their hierarchy is going to be close to what we see in the Sasquatch community. They have a head, and they have lieutenants. They have, you know, every family member has a certain task that he's performing day in, day out.
I know they use sentries. I know that. I know that.
Sentries are most of the ones I get on film.
Yeah, like I said, I know they use sentries because I've run across them, and that's the only they figure out little key points. They get there, and if you once they've left that area, if you go to that place and stand there, you would not believe the topography you can see and how vast you can see things coming from a long ways out.
Oh, absolutely! Like the sentries, they're an important, or day watchers. I think a lot of people call them. Yeah. They're an important part, I think, of whatever kind of hierarchy they have or family unit they have.
My favorite question people ask me, well, all the hunters out in the woods, why don't more of them see them? Because they don't want to be seen. He's got a gun. They know what a damn gun is, so they're not fixing to come out and mess with that damn, because he's more likely to hurt one of them. Yeah, they may get him, but one of them's going to get hurt too.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I took a guy in that didn't believe me. You know, by the time we left, he did wholeheartedly. But just because you grew up hunting in the woods, that's a whole different ballgame. When you're out there looking for him, you'll be lucky to see him then. You're not just going to stumble into him because, you know, you spend 5 out of 7 days hunting in the woods. I'm sorry, it just don't work that way.
Fish and Game, I got your email, and I can't figure out how to get it today. It keeps trying to open up a whole new deadgum thing, and if I do that, it keeps warning me that it will shut my live stream down. I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't want to screw nothing up.
And I want to apologize to everybody in chat. I'm sorry I didn't catch that one in time. That crazy. I was like now actually having a coughing fit, so I'm very sorry about that. But they did get the boot.
What happened?
Crazies, nastiness.
Yeah, okay. I saw that nasty old Brock.
Well,
anyways, Josie in Norman, Oklahoma. You asked me about the WinStar, which is the world's largest casino down in southern Oklahoma. Brown Springs, that's my research area. Not that cemetery, but as us Okies know, the entire area. That's where I do my primary research.
And regardless of what you heard, it is not private property. It is a game reserve. That means you're not allowed to hunt or harm the animals on that area.
Right.
And as long as you abide by the rules, there's no reason why you can go from California over there, and as long as you abide by their rules, you can be there.
Right.
I don't even think they have a set time that you have to be out of there by, do they?
Not that I know of, because I've talked to see the Light Horse Police. It's Indian land that was donated to the state, Native American land. And I've talked to the Light Horse Police who help police the area, which is, you know, the Native American police, before I've gone in at like midnight. And I mean, they're laughing. There ain't no squats down there. And I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. I'm just taking a hike in the middle of the night.
And that's the other thing y'all don't understand. Y'all go to places like that, and if you go on native land and you get arrested, you're not dealing and you don't fall under the same guidelines that you do when you get regularly arrested. That's
sovereign land.
They are a nation basically into themselves. So, you know, the fines are different, jail time sentences are different, a whole bunch of stuff is different.
You know, most times they work with the county, but they don't have to do anything.
Nope. The only police organization that can go on there and call jurisdiction and it winds up being a cluster is the FBI. That's because it's federal. Yes, locals have no authority on there.
Tater Talk's right. Tribal law.
Yeah, they have to call and ask permission before they can even cross over onto the tribal lands.
Jerry Jackson Jr. vault. Jerry Jackson Jr. asked, why do y'all think the Bigfoot are more aggressive down in here in South Texas and Oklahoma versus up north? I think you can answer this better than me because you've been everywhere.
Yeah, because I think they've been messed with more. All right, like we were talking about the big thicket area. Y'all don't understand that big thicket area is notorious for the cartels to bring their drugs across and to carry their monies back. Well, if they run upon something like it out there, you think they're going to stand there and just ooh, ah, whatever? They're going to shoot at it. They're going to point lights at it. They're going to aggravate it. Well, if that happens enough, every time one of these things come across a human, they don't want to get hurt. So the first thing they're going to think of is, I call it the Hulk syndrome, smash. And they take care of a problem before it becomes a problem, and they just go about their business. That's
I'm
why
gonna start using that. Vault. Like I like that. They're gonna smash everything in front of you because I think that they know that we fear them naturally.
Well, like I said, if every time you walked out your front door and you saw somebody and they shot at you or tried to hurt you, that means sooner or later when you walk out your front door, the first person you run into, you're going to have a conflict with because you think they're going to try to hurt you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
And I believe that's the reason why these things are more aggressive in certain areas than they are in others.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like my area, the Bigfoot Outlaws say it's they only were able to spend 30 minutes there because they've seen more tracks in this area than they have in any other one in America and all this other kind of stuff and how scary it is. That's all well and fine, but it's individualistic. It's what you bring in.
Well,
me personally, I don't bring guns. I come in and I'm non-threatening.
Well, let's say that is what happened to them. All right, you go out there, you yourself, your wife, your kids, maybe a couple of friends or whatever, but you never have more than what, 2-3 people at a time with you?
I don't like taking more than 3 people. I have before, but I mean, I don't like it.
All right. I guarantee you when they pulled up there was probably 5 to 10 or not more of them. That right there is a hostile act in itself. That means you've got a group now invading your area.
Absolutely.
It comes back to, just being smart about it. The more people you take in, the less you're probably going to see, or the more likely you're going to piss them off because you're invading their area.
And that's why I don't like taking more than one in. It's like Vault told y'all. Look at your situation and assess it from that. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anybody else. Look at if you're coming into contact and it's multiple contacts, say they trust you. You can go through there that they're kind of showing themselves, and this is an elusive creature. I think that they prop themselves on their anonymity. But say that, they're showing themselves to you. You bring in 4 or 5 of your friends, like Ball just said, that trust that you built up, you're using that in a way that they may not appreciate.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, I found this out myself almost the hard way. Let's say you're out there right now at night. You hear something or whatever, you're naturally going to flick a light on and point it that way. Well, first thing is, there was a guy that was on here not too long ago that said the same thing. You point a light at it, okay, you've seen it. Take the fucking light off of it because these things are nocturnal animals and it hurts their fucking eyes.
Yes, sir.
You're hurting, regardless of what you think, you're hurting that animal. So you don't think he's going to try to hurt you back?
And if you don't want to listen to that, listen to it this way. Look at it this way. You hit it with the flashlight. You're in the middle of the night. I understand if you're afraid or whatever. Would you rather want something angry with you or just annoyed?
Yeah, point it down at his feet, or something. Just get it off its freaking face.
I'm going to do whatever it wants to do regardless because
that flashlight ain't going to help you.
Yeah. It'll make you feel better. I guess you can see it coming. I mean, maybe.
But
thank you very much, Shadow Walker. Stalker, I'm sorry.
You wouldn't believe how many times I've heard of people, well, I had a light on it and it just like it got even madder. Yeah, you're blinding the piss out of it.
Absolutely. But see, we don't go in with our head on a swivel. We don't go in thinking these type of things. Everybody, all 86 people I see now that are watching this, they believe. They're believers. I honestly believe that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they wouldn't be.
That situation, it doesn't have to turn ugly.
That's like, see, I firmly believe this. This is just my opinion, my thoughts, y'all. After being around in the woods for years and being around other things, all right, these animals are out in the woods. They're not susceptible to the same rigors we put on our bodies. They don't have that. You don't have the over noise pollution where our hearing is not as good. The weird smells and stuff of all the time we're putting out colognes, perfumes, and trying to mask the natural odors of things. So their smell is way better than ours. Like I said, they're walking around at night and they're not doing the things to their eyes, straining their eyes, reading and stuff like that, like we do. So their eyes are better than ours. So you go out there, you take an animal that has better hearing, better sense, and way better sight at night than we've got. Now you throw in you're shooting at it. You're making a lot of loud noises. You got perfume on, cologne on, or something else.
And on top of that, you're hitting it with an artificial LED light that would hurt our eyes.
Yeah. And now it's supposed to be okay. All right. It's not supposed to act like it's getting pissed off. Yeah. I get pissed off when people point lights at my eyes.
Exactly. I mean, it's a lot of common sense.
And the other thing is, I hate perfumes. You can ask Lakeia. There's just a certain few she can wear, or I can stand to be around. I don't like the smells because it messes up my nose and it makes me sneeze. Just think, if it bothers my sense that boy, how bad would it bother them?
And I've been told this by someone who's a little bit wiser than me in this research field. Do not wear colognes or perfumes. You have to think about it this way too. We don't know how far in the animal kingdom they are as opposed to being a humanoid. They put pheromones in a lot of colognes and perfumes. These things work off scent. They work off hearing and seeing and everything, but their scent glands, I'd say, is a whole lot better than ours. Yeah. You don't want to be wearing some perfume that's throwing out, hey, come and get it if you're a woman, or hey, I'm a big, tough, handsome guy if you're a man out there in those woods.
You might get a date you don't want.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chaos wants to know, is it a good idea for him to leave a gift to like Bigfoot to let them know he's peaceful?
Doing something once is okay. That's not habituating. I wouldn't go out there and do it every freaking day.
No, we were just talking about that as well. That's where the Bigfoot Outlaws jumped on my case, because we had a what I call a spy in our Facebook group, and they didn't contact me in person. I'll tell the story. Y'all haven't heard it, I guess. Episode 28, part 2 of their show. They talk about a gentleman going down to Brown Springs who has created a gifting station. That's not what I was doing at all. I've been going in there for 2.5 months every day until that point. I've got what I like to call live action. And it was fun. People were asking me to do it, so I did it. A few weeks later, the Bigfoot Outlaws jump on there and say they heard about me, and they talk about the perils of doing it and whatnot. The thing is, and I said it on Swamp Diller's live chat last night, and I'll say it now. They didn't make the peanut butter. I opened it up, stuck my finger in the woods, because all eyes are on you when you're out there. Keep that in mind. I ate it so they could see that I'm putting something in my body that's not hurting me, and I put it back down. That was the longest period of time I stayed away from them. I came back, there was a dead goat with its head twisted around backwards on my trail. And this isn't a hunting trail. This isn't a beaten path. On the trail that I take going into the area. So if you're going to do that, I wouldn't continuously do it like Vault says. That may create a problem. But the cognitive thinking may understand that, hey, this human is showing his appreciation for us not ripping him to shreds or chasing him out of here. I mean, with me personally, they said, hey, this guy's coming in here. He's not hurting our young ones when they run out in front. Let's do something for him like he tries to do something for us. We don't want that crap that he puts into his body, but let's go give him something. And, it was amazing to me.
Yeah, and see, that can be looked at it 2 different ways. It could have been, like you just said, or it could have been, let's show him what will happen if he messes up while we let him be here.
Yeah, there you go. It's all your interpretation. It's situational.
Do y'all think in a worst case scenario, will a flashbang help a few seconds when encountering a dogman?
I don't know about that. I don't want to try it. I'll put it to you that way.
I think faith in some religion, whether it be Christianity, Buddhism, something, if you believe in a higher power, I'd get in contact with them if you make one of those things mad and they come after you.
Personally, I try not to even make a noise. If I think there's a dogman in there, I back out just as way more quieter than I come in case he's around. I don't want to alert him, and I leave.
That's the thing. Yeah. And I hate to keep repeating myself, but when you're in that situation, don't go back to what Dee said or the Outlaws or Britton Sawin or anybody who was on it. Look at your situation. Assess the information that's in front of you. Because just like Vault said, that could have meant, hey, we're tired of you coming in here. Here's what's going to happen to you if you keep messing up. Or, hey, we appreciate you not harming us. We appreciate what you tried to do. Here's our gift in return. You just have to assess your own situation.
That was a good question. Yeah.
Absolutely. They've all been great questions. This is
I
fantastic.
Any more, Lakaya?
I'm scrolling. Hold on. Let me find some.
I found one. While she's scrolling, Fish and Game asked me what's my most terrifying Bigfoot encounter. I've only encountered it in this one area, but and I told Lakaya and Walt about this last night. It was what I call the teenager. We were going through there, and I had my wife, my 3 sons, and my daughter with me, and my neighbor across the street is a 15-year-old kid. We're going through what they call a nesting area, and I've been going in there every day. I was comfortable. This teenager growls and then rushes through the brush at us, and I hear a melodic hum. I don't know if did you hear it, baby? I don't know if anybody else heard it, but I did. And as soon as he got to where he was going to get in this clearing where we were for this nesting area, it kind of hunkered down in this bramble bush and slunk back over this hill where it came from. That was probably, and I didn't react to it. I just kind of looked at them because, what reaction could you have? If they wanted to, they're going to have you. But
running probably would have been the worst action.
Exactly. They're apex predators. You never run from an apex predator.
You're not going to outrun him anyway, so you're just going to die tired.
Yeah, exactly. Tired and kind of confused.
Okay. Another question. Maritza again. Excuse me. Being that Bigfoot has been seen by so many military soldiers, do you think Bigfoot has learned military tactics?
That's one of the questions I don't know one to ask.
Honestly, I think that those military tactics that they use, because I even say they have fallback positions. I'm sorry, in my area, I don't think they learn that from anybody. I think it's ingrained in who they are.
Yeah, that's just natural. Anything that's out there like that, or I don't know how to explain this. Where do you think the military and stuff you learned it from? From people watching and observing how animals do things and figuring out what worked, didn't work, and using stuff. You're not just born with that damn knowledge. That shit came from hundreds of years of battle and
Hannibal, Alexander the Great, the double envelopment. Splitting your main line to where you can. These military tactics that you're talking about, Vault's right. Where did we get them from? Is the question. You can hypothesize either way, but they do use tactics that are militaristic.
Hey, for how many years was the military tactic to form a line, form your ranks? You're on this side of the line. You got your enemy on this side of the line. You just point weapons at each other and pull the trigger.
My favorite song and I'm a history nerd, like Old Hickory in the Battle of New Orleans. We had old boys jumping out of pecan trees and hiding behind cotton bales while those Brits are standing up like a chessboard. All right. These tactics evolve over time, but they have something that doesn't need evolution.
The biggest thing that I want to express to people is, all right, those tactics are called guerrilla tactics. Why do you think they're called that?
Guerrilla combat.
All right.
You're using your environment. You're using what's around you to encircle and eliminate the enemy. What they're doing is they're just keeping an eye on you. When you're in there and you hear the footsteps to your right and then one behind you, those are what they call the day watchers or the sentries or whatever, right, Walt?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the terminology.
Yeah, I call them sentries because that's what they act like.
Exactly. And when you go in there, there's always going to be one on your right. There's going to be one on your left, whether you just hear birds singing and see butterflies or you can see trees shaking. You're always going to have one on your right and one on your left somewhere. And they're going to be watching you the whole time you're in the deep brush.
Vamp said there was a guy in here earlier named Jesse, and I'm sorry I missed your question, Jesse, if you're listening. And he was wanting to know what kind of apparatus is being used to fire a 20-millimeter rifle when hunting dogmen.
It's probably going to be a 20-millimeter Gatling. It's the same thing that's on the front of a A-10 Warthog.
And how about a FLIR? Do they show up?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're warm-blooded creatures.
Anything that gives off heat's going to show up. They also make a 20 millimeter, what they call a recoilless rifle. It's not a regular rifle. As a matter of fact, it looks kind of like a bazooka because you don't want that recoil hitting you. It kills on both ends.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just feeding those bullets through there, and it's like holding, I don't know, a bookshelf or something. I mean,
yep.
It's not going to have that kickback like if you're firing a 308 or a 30-06. Me personally, I don't go in with a gun, and I don't allow anybody who goes in with me to have a gun because I've spent so much time in this particular area. And to me, like I'll go back to the same thing, that it's the trust and the respect.
Well, you know how they're going to react. You know how they react usually. If they act differently than that, that probably means they don't like who the other person is, and
exactly
leave.
Exactly.
What was
you saying? Throwing that element that they know will hurt them. I'm sorry, Miss Kay. I don't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, no. We have so many people asking questions right now. I'm trying not to miss anybody. So if I miss you, I'm very sorry. Try to ask it again.
Hey, and I'll put the link back out there if y'all want to jump in here.
I'm trying to help you out, Miss Lakaya. Like, I've been scrolling down there. See, every last question that's asked is great too.
I'm watching two different things here. I'm not able to see the chat right this minute. I'm watching the back door and the room to make sure nothing happens like we had happen last time.
Sean wants to know, will they get mad if you don't take them a gift?
If you've been gifting them, yes.
If not, no. Why would they get mad for something that they don't know, that they don't associate with you as an individual?
Yep. That's why I say don't start it, because if you forget it for some reason, and I've heard of people having that, well, I forgot to take them their fruit that I usually take them, and they just run me out of the area. Well, it's because you didn't give them their treat. It's like a dog. If you, every time you come home and your dog greets you and you reach up and give him a milk bone, well, you come in, don't give him a milk bone, he's going to be agitated, and he's going to agitate you because he's going to be sitting there waiting for his milk bone and keep on sitting there and sitting there.
You're getting them used to something. They're associating a treat with you. If you just go in as yourself, they're going to be just as curious. They're going to get just as close. That's just an added element that, people were asking me to do that I did. And they even said, the hell with this. We don't want it. This is crap you put in your body. But here's what we eat. And this, where I go as a nature reserve or whatever, there's no goats running around in this place.
Yeah, so that came from somewhere else. That's what I meant to say earlier.
Some farmer, missing a goat.
The other thing I was going to say, like I was telling you earlier, that's like you can ask D. I believe they've done tuned to his vehicle, and they know when he's coming because they will meet him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And see, that's what I'm. One of the things I was telling him, I was trying to avoid. I go at different times. I park different areas, and I may walk a half a mile or longer to get where I want to go to keep from park when there's a place to park closer. Because, like I said, I'm trying to keep them as confused as I am.
When it comes to missing people in national forest, how many do you think are related to Bigfoot, and how many are related to Dogman based on percentage wise?
There's no way to tell that.
Yeah, that's a that's a loaded question, because when you have those two categories, you're taking out someone getting lost and, like Balt said last night, stepping off a cliff because they don't know their surroundings. You're taking out mountain lions, someone who
bears,
Dallas, who goes to national forest down outside of Austin. There's a lot more elements than just that. The cryptids aren't the sole responsible entity for people coming up missing in the woods. A lot of it is, natural. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Bob.
Jeremy Bain said, actually, the ATN Warthog's main gun is a 30 millimeter. I'm just trying to follow chat. Sorry. So I don't know if that was replying to somebody in chat or if it was talking to y'all.
They may have done replaced. I know it used to be. It used to be a belt fed 20 millimeter 6-gun Gatling gun.
Yeah, I think that they kind of upgraded here. Well, the military upgrades their
all the time
so often. I mean, we're splitting hairs talking.
That's like the A10, not the A10. I mean the Spooky. At one time, they used a 20 millimeter on it, and I think they upgraded it to a 30 or 40 on it. It used to have a 105, and I think they upgraded it to it's got the same. It shoots the same thing that a freaking Bradley shoots.
I love this format because I can talk outside of the cryptid world, and I can say that I know Vault won't mind. We have the most advanced military body. I'm talking about Navy, Marines, all of them. We have the most advanced military that planet Earth has ever seen. So if there's something better out there, best believe we're going to have a prototype for the next thing in line.
Well, that's like most people don't realize. They got there's all right. Most people know what the SAW is. It's the infantry squadman's fully automatic. It looks like a M60 but smaller. Well, they've got one now that they've produced a round for that has no hull to it. When it fires, the hull is part of the propellant. It burns it out. The only thing you get out the side of the gun is the casing to the chain that was holding it. You don't get a shell out. When it fires, it burns hull and everything and pushes the damn round down the barrel.
Trev has joined on panel, and a lot of people wanted Tater to come back on and tell a story that he has. Is that okay with you, Vault, if he comes back?
I don't care. What's going on, Trev?
No, not much. That's what I just came on to say. I think Tater should come on and share his story with us and a question about dogmen. If they're so, how do I want to say, on the killing path, why doesn't somebody eradicate these dogmen in any safe way?
Because they're not. They're territorial. This is just my opinion. I think that they're territorial creatures, that they inhabit the same places that the Sasquatch do. And like we said earlier, if these things wanted us, they would have us and they wouldn't drop a bead of sweat.
All right. Let's put it this way. Think of the dog man like this. If they were out to kill everybody they come in contact with, within 6 months, they would take out more than half the population in the United States.
Oh, yeah. And we'd get a quarter way through before we even figured out exactly what it was as American citizens.
Exactly.
These things are so elusive that an area that I've spent the better part of a year in, day out, I didn't know they were there until I reviewed footage. And the one that I caught was a white dog, man. I mean, if that adds any kind of... And I don't believe in this whole that they're monsters and they're looking to kill and eat us and all this kind of stuff.
Now, I do believe they're more aggressive in certain areas, and I do believe certain ones... I do believe they're more aggressive than a Bigfoot, and I do believe they get way more aggressive in certain areas because of people fucking with them.
Yep. A Bigfoot's going to let you know when you're encroaching too far before he hurts you.
Yeah, I like Taylor. I like Taylor, Mississippi. Those things have been messed with. That now, when humans come around them, they automatically attack.
Okay. And we would too. Just like you use the analogy, if we walked out of our front doors every day and we had somebody taking a pop shot at us or in our face with some sort of a camera, I mean, you got to think even then, and I'm saying this as a researcher who's in the field, adamantly. There's a lot of times that I don't even take my camera because you're encroaching on their space. They're not coming to your home, you're coming to theirs. And you have to take that into consideration if you're gonna be a researcher, in my opinion. And granted, like I'm still, I guess what somebody would call green a little, whatever.
I'm greener than a gourd.
But you just got to use your own common sense. Like if you're gonna go out there, you're gonna have to spend more than just a day and a couple hours.
Oh, I was seeing more and getting more activity before I started carrying a camera out there and trying to take pictures of everything.
Absolutely.
I believe they think the camera is some form of weapon, maybe. So
like Lakaya was saying, the energy.
Yeah, well, so that's the reason why now I'm fixing to put a camera on my backpack that runs all the time, so it's not in my hand. I will have a camcorder with me, but I'm going to put a forward-facing one too that runs all the time. That way, maybe not having something in my hands that could be perceived as a weapon, that maybe I'll get the activity I usually get when I don't carry a camera.
Right.
And that'll give you even more time to be ready and available to, heck, use your hands for anything. Heck, if you see a dog man, what's the first thing you want to do? Be holding on to a camera going through the woods?
No, I want to. I'm going to freeze. I'll tell you right now. I'm not going to try to engage it unless that so much is coming at me. And I'm going to tell you right now, but what you would walk around with in the woods, a 9mm, 40, 45, even 308. I've heard of people shooting with a 45-70, which is a freaking damn elephant gun.
Yes.
And it didn't have no fucking effect on them. A 12-gauge shotgun, that's a 1-ounce slug coming at you. They'll knock hinge doors open and shit. I've heard of people shooting with them and it didn't have no effect.
And what I tell people and what I've done and what works for me, when they are out in the open, look at them and keep going. And I guarantee you I won't guarantee it, but I'm pretty positive that they won't bother you. Because think about it. They're used to seeing people who look at them and they're immediately raising their gun to fire, or people who look at them and they're immediately taking off. Add this into the element. What if you just look at them and keep walking like you just seen some guy standing in the woods?
Or better yet, I'll give you a good example. Ape Canyon, but years and years ago, a gold miner shot a Bigfoot, and then later on that night, other ones came back and they were throwing boat. They were trying to tear the damn shack down around them. It's usually not the one that they shoot at or they hurt. It's all the other ones. Because think about it. If somebody shot your dad or your little brother or whatever, would you not get pissed off? These things only know one action. If you kill me or hurt me, I try to take you out too.
One of the videos we did in the Bigfoot Dogman research project that I put together, I edited it. Now I put Lloyd Pye. I don't know if you know who this gentleman is. Very smart guy, Lloyd Pye. There is no chimpanzee carcass or bones that have ever been found. Now let's think about that. A chimpanzee is in almost every zoo, right?
Mm-hmm.
People say there's no Bigfoot because we can't find their bones. Ape Canyon, the story that Vault's telling you, they went and retrieved the body. That was in my mind, that was their only purpose. They wanted to retrieve the body because if they wanted to, they could have broken into that cabin and turned every last one of those lumberjacks into a light snack. They could have pulled them apart like they were made of Play-Doh, but they didn't. As soon as they retrieved the body, they retreated back into the woods.
And I think a lot of these times you hear people getting attacked by Bigfoot. I think what that is sometime during that Bigfoot's life or that clan's existence, they had an encounter with a human. It went bad. They killed it. They ate it. Well, they're like, wait a minute. This is a source of food. Well, we can they're readily fucking available. Every time one comes through this area, we snatch him up. We got food. See, nobody's thought of that.
And I mean, it's sad to say, but they are opportunistic eaters. And if we're going in there and we're causing them nothing but trouble, and I hate to say it, but David Paulides even documented in this book, if we have someone elderly or someone who's young, who can't defend themselves, they're not going to, I don't believe that they want to work too hard for their meal. That's why it's reported that they hunt in packs.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, and it's sad to even think about, and I don't think it may occur from group to group or tribe or whatever you want to call them, from region to region. It may be certain types, but you can't really argue with a lot of the evidence that's out there that may be taking place, that they're picking off the weakest ones in a group.
Well, look at this scenario, because it's happened before in other animals. Well, I don't know if y'all remember or ever heard the story over in Africa years and years ago. I think it was in the 40s. There was 2 male lions that were actually brothers. And one of them had killed a human, and they both fed on the body. Then they got the taste for human flesh. So they were going around and killing humans. They were hunting together, which is odd in itself. 2 male lions, they usually don't stay together, but these right here were brothers.
It was. I know the story. It's 2 female lions. The Ghost in the Darkness is the movie that was made.
Right. That's right. I was thinking of that movie.
Yeah, but it wasn't females. They were actually they changed that. It was actually 2 males
because they have them stuffed.
Yeah,
and from their nose to the end of their tail, they were 20 feet long. I'll promise you, Vault, I wouldn't tell you a lie. They were male or females. I'm sorry. And that's what was, because the females do the majority of the hunting in these lion packs. But they were abnormally big too.
Don't think about it. Look at how many calories they were consuming eating the humans.
Wasn't their manes mangy too? When you have a lion that has a mangy mane, they're almost like not necessarily a runt, but I can't even think of the word. Like when it's like, I can't even think of what wasn't the description. I remember hearing the story, but wasn't the description of them 2 lions? Didn't they have mangy manes? And when you have a mangy mane, they're almost like an outcast of the lions. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Well, I said all I knew, the way the story went, that I was told that they had developed a taste for humans because they were such easily prey. We're the easiest
food source. Yeah,
we're the easiest prey. Unless we have a weapon, we're defenseless, especially against a lion or something like that.
Especially one that's abnormally big, that's 20 feet long from nose to tail. One of your subscribers, Atlet, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this, Atlet 500, the Lions of Tsavo. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's it.
If you've never heard of that, go read that story or watch The Ghost in the Darkness.
Yeah, they were, like I said,
brilliant.
Like I said, those lions, male or female, they were seeking out humans to eat. They didn't chase anything else to eat. They only fed on humans.
And Vault's not kidding when he says they were seeking them out. They were. I don't know if you like Metallica, but listen to that song "Seek and Destroy." They were picking us off like we were nothing.
Very captivating story too to read.
Yeah, they were building a railroad through there. And
absolutely, that's why the guy. Yeah. Yep.
Hey, boss man.
Yes.
How much longer is live stream going to be running?
I don't know why.
Oh, I was just wondering because of the time, and I think Tater is now back in chat. So if you could post the link so he could come up and tell a story, please.
Oh yes. Hold on.
Before I get out here real quick, me talking about those trees uprooted and they're very old and stuck upside down in the ground. Now it's very close to a water source, and the part of the woods that those trees are in it's called the old hickory forest, and there's old hickory trees that are probably 60 inches wide. It's an old growth forest that back in the day Pennsylvania was clear cutted. I mean, clear cutted to the extent where there was nothing growing in miles and miles if you stood on top of a mountain. And we track up and down that trail with my children, and I have 2 little ones, all the time. And there's 2 or 3 parks that are available along this mountain road, and the mountain road cuts off into the woods where this is, and that logging trail goes right across that on the deeper end of that hickory forest, I want to say. Is that something I need to be concerned about with my kids? And this is why I've actually got into the Bigfoot to anything, all the above.
I'll say this: anytime you go out into the wilderness, because that's not our area anymore, you got to have your head on a swivel. Always expect the worst and go about your business. Always have a plan for your plan for your plan.
Oh, absolutely.
And like I said, just keep your wits about you, because today you go out there and nothing happens. You don't see nothing. Tomorrow you go out there and you bump into one and it's not in the best of damn moods, and it's just the worst encounter you could ever think of. And then the next day you go out, you bump into another one, and then all it does is peek around at you. It's a tree.
Absolutely.
It depends. Like I said, these things are like humans, where every one of them don't have the same disposition. They got mean ones and nice ones and goofy ones, and
exactly. Like the teenager I was telling you about, that guy. He's a kind of a prick.
Yeah,
he's doing everything in his power to intimidate me, but the rest of the tribe
I wouldn't let my kids get out of eyesight, and I wouldn't let them get too far.
Oh, absolutely never in the woods when I'm with them. Absolutely.
And if you start, you'll know, because that you got that sixth sense. Everybody does. Especially if the woods ever go silent around you, you'll know what I'm talking about. It sounds like you stepped into a vacuum. You need to leave the same direction you just came from. Don't keep going forward. Turn around and leave, because it was. Put it this way: why do you think deer and stuff? If you're a hunter, a buck walks into the area and it don't kind of like it. It don't run across the field and take off. It turns around and goes right back to the direction it just came, because that way was safe. Nothing happened to him until he got to the point where he was, and then he turned around and went back. Just think of that.
Understood.
And you're a good dad for even asking that question, because I know a lot of people can give credence.
Well, and it never made sense to me, and I crossed that logging road plenty of times, and I've walked past them trees, and I it's like one of those things you double take, and then here in the past, and it's all about, shit just pops out at you. And this popped out at me, and here I am talking to you guys.
Well, supposedly hickory nuts are one of the things they like to feed on. Hickory nuts, pawpaws, something that's actually poison stuff I've heard of them eating is buckeyes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Buckeyes are poisonous to me and you, but I've heard of them. I've heard several stories of them having a handful of buckeyes and sitting there throwing them in their mouth like we do M&Ms and chomping on them.
That's funny you say that, because there's buckeyes all through that forest.
Well, and see that it depends. It could be a place that they just occasionally come through. And like I said, that was an old clan, but usually that to me is a clan marker to let other clans know this is my area. You stay over there and I stay over here.
That's what I was going to say. I've seen the same thing in my area, and I think I don't know if it's an intimidation thing, because whatever did it was big. I just think that's the alpha male saying that, hey, this is our tribe. If you happen to wander through here because there's a ready water source, you eat, you drink, you keep going.
You should see the paw prints in these trees.
I can just imagine, brother. Like, I've only seen the alpha male in my area once, but I'm not ashamed to tell you I could go the rest of my life and never see him again. I wouldn't be sad.
The largest one I've ever seen, the male, and I ain't sure it was the alpha, was almost 14 feet fucking tall, about 4.5 feet across.
Yes, sir. It's like the story I told you, man. I thought that it was the biggest tree in Oklahoma, and I've been going in this area for right at 3 months every day. I started going different times a day, and I saw a doe panting and sweating running across the street and running across this road leading to my area. I didn't think too much of it until I saw what I thought was the biggest tree in Oklahoma. I, kind of ignored it, went down to my area and sat there for a long time thinking about it. I pulled back, and this big mama jamma was sitting in the same place. It hadn't moved an inch. And the way this was the earliest I've ever went. It was 6 something, almost 7 maybe. And the sun was hitting its back. And Vault, that's where I think, me and Vault made that connection, because he's seen the same thing. And I thought I may be losing my mind, even after seeing the females in the adolescence. When the sun hit its back, you could see the crevices where the muscles were. And this thing was so ripped and defined. It would make Brock Lesnar, Arnold Schwarzenegger, anybody you could think of look like a chump.
Well, it's amazing how they can stand in an area and never fucking move for hours or sit and they don't move. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, they turn around and walk off, or they lean back around the tree, or they just leave for no reason. They stay there forever.
That right there shows discipline to me.
Yeah. Tater, what was your story you had?
Yeah, man, I had a dog man that stick its head in my passenger window one night.
That's interesting.
Very.
He would have had a new car, because I'd have left it.
I tried to. All right, man, I was going down a back road doing about 35, 40, and I seen what looked like out of the peripheral vision to the right. It looked like somebody had staked an Angus cow to their front yard with a log chain. So I keep going, not paying attention, because, well, it's normal to have animals as pets out here in the countryside. Right. And I look over because I just get this weird feeling like the back of my hair the back of the neck on, man, I can't even talk. The hair on the back of my neck stood up because I felt like something was watching me, you know. I look over to my right, and I swear to you, the eyes that I saw were as big around as my fist. They were orange with red flakes in them. This thing, its head, looked like if you took a pit bull and a German shepherd, bred them together, and then just grew it 10 times larger than normal. Okay. Now, it started to pant, and when it did, it curled its lips up. The canines on each side that protrude, they were one big canine, a medium canine, and a small canine. But what was odd was they were shaped like a coyote. You know how a coyote has that angle on them?
Yeah.
The breath smelled like roadkill, man. And after that happened to me, I've had anxiety attacks ever since.
You have every right to have. But what's funny is how you described that. Dee, do you remember how I described the first one I saw? What I told you, it looked like it was mixed.
Yes, sir.
The
eyes is what got me.
Yeah, like I said, it looked like I said the easiest way I could describe it. It looked like you took a German Shepherd and the biggest pit bull you ever had and mixed them together. But it was the size of a damn cow.
Yep. Yeah, I thought this thing was a cow. It had a log chain around its neck that was broke.
Exactly what Walt told me, and that's why
I didn't see no log chain. But like I said, that's the way you describing it without the chain. It's exactly the first one I ever saw. That's exactly the way it looked.
How did you get out of that situation, Tater?
Gas, man, gas. Everything on me tightened, and the gas pedal hit the floor instantly. I took a curve that nobody would take at 35. At 75, the rear end of the car slid around. I was moving that fast.
I don't blame you. I did basically the same thing when I seen this thing. I was doing everything that this little vehicle I was in would do.
Yeah. And I was in a Buick Century, the 1990 model Buick Century, the long one.
Yeah.
I have an 01.
I ain't gonna tell y'all what I was in because I hate the little damn thing. It belongs to Lakia. I hate that little bastard. I call it a matchbox with fucking wheels.
Are you talking about my ride?
Yeah, I'm talking about Iggy. Y'all, she calls it Iggy, as in Igor.
I'll tell you what, Taylor,
sure do.
Did you say that it had a chain around it?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It had a log chain around its neck. I thought it was a pet cow staked to this guy's yard because there was a house to the right, the yard, and then this thing sitting there. I thought it was just an Angus cow because it was black, right?
Right.
I didn't pay no attention to it. But there's a little bit of detail that I didn't tell you. As I was getting away from it, when I hit about 65, 70, and I took that curve, it pulled its head out. And when it took off running, I seen the arms, the front. I'll call them arms because they're not legs. It had elbows that stuck out sideways. I didn't see no hands. I can't compare the hands because of the grass. But this thing had like a hump in the middle of its back, kind of like a hyena. And the way it ran, it seesawed. You know how a dog has a fluid motion and its legs come together?
Yeah.
It was nothing like that.
I know exactly what you're talking. It's like a gait. It's a gated run.
It seesawed. Its front would come up and its back would come up.
I can hear in your voice, Tater, that I mean,
I believe everything you're saying because you have sincerity.
Yes, I can hear your voice trembling because I know what you mean about that anxiety, but it's almost it's something that I've learned to deal with a little bit, but it's always there. Even though I know in my mind that nothing's going to happen to me, that anxiety, it almost kicks in when they're around now. if that makes sense. But the chain around the neck,
that's what's got me
fascinating.
I don't know who's crazy enough to put a chain on that thing, but there was one man.
Who could get close enough to do that? I mean, when you said that, my mind went to 19 different scenarios as to why and how.
I can't. That's an odd one there. Like I said, I ain't doubting you nothing because I can tell in your voice. But the chain, did it do it, or somebody else, or did something else do? Why?
Is that a tool too? Could it be a tool in some sorts?
Man, I don't know.
We could postulate on that on what it could be. Was it tight around its neck?
It had a little, just about an inch worth of slack on its neck.
Like a choke chain.
Yeah. And it was an actual log chain that was padlocked onto it.
See, that makes it even more crazier.
Yeah, see, I was thinking maybe it got into a tractor shed and, was rambling around. You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking.
I missed part of the story. Are we talking about a dog man or a Bigfoot?
I got an idea of what maybe happened because I've heard of somebody doing this before. The lock, was it in? Well, you probably couldn't tell. And see if you can take a chain. This is a way that some people snare like bears. You can take a chain that's big enough for that chain to slide up and down when it's closed in it, lock it on one end, and then slide it through there. You basically make a noose.
That's what it looked like.
It was trapped.
Yeah, somebody had done tried it. That thing's been bothering somebody, and somebody tried to damn trap it. Because I've heard of people doing this with big grizzly bears. When they're trying to relocate them instead of trying to trank them or whatever, they'll use a big log chain because it's harder to break. And like I said, they'll take a lock or a U-bolt and run through the end, and like I said, they pull it back and make a noose out of it. And they set it up in a snare so it'll go around its head or leg. Usually it's its head. And the more it pulls, the tighter it gets. Well, eventually it'll stop pulling. It won't. Sometimes they have killed bears because it can't let off the pressure and it smothers them. But usually they can let off the pressure and they can breathe and they may struggle some more. But it sounded like somebody tried to catch this damn thing or trap it for some reason, and it broke the freaking chain.
They couldn't have known what they had on their hands, though.
No, but I've heard that now. That's the only thing my mind jumped to in a scenario when he said it had a lock. Yeah, I wish he could have told if the lock was through two eyes or if it was just through the end eye and then it was sliding.
Tater, with like the situation you're in, I doubt you're looking for details. But that's extremely fascinating because what I was thinking is my mind immediately went to who could get close enough to one of these things. We were just talking about, telepathic thinking and whatnot, all that stuff. Was this someone's pet? Like,
man.
And if it was, I have 1,000 questions for the owner.
Man, I can think of 2,000.
You ain't kidding.
Not to make light of his story, because I honestly walked away and missed a good chunk of it, and I come back to hearing it had chains and stuff around its neck, and I was sitting there thinking, we have a BDSM cryptid now? What? That was my first thought. I was like, what in the world?
Hold on, Lakeia, you gotta hear him describe what this thing looked like. See, y'all, Lakeia was with me when I had my first encounter with this dog man thing. Tell Lakeia what this thing looked like.
Okay. You know how a pit bull has a big, broad head with a short muzzle?
Mm-hmm.
Now you take that and you mix it with a German Shepherd to extend the muzzle a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
And to tuft the ears. You know how the ears point up?
Mm-hmm.
They're cropped.
That's what it looked like.
Mm.
And it was as big as a cow.
Tater, I'm new to this family. Being from the research field, and they're kind of like the narrator, but they get story. You know what I mean? The stories come into them and everything. What you just said is verbatim what Bolt told me
last night. When it was word, and no one else heard this because we were talking after we went off the air. This is Lakeia does not sound exactly like what we saw.
Exactly. Yes, it does.
Because I even told them about how pit bulls got their jaw muscles are up on top of their head. The big muscular on top of their head, like that's why I considered it like a pit bull, because it had those big giant muscles. And their ears look like big giant spades. They're perfectly spades with tufts of hair coming out the ends of them like a damn a leopard. Not a leopard. I mean
I know what you're talking about. You said it last night. That smaller breed of wildcat.
Yeah, it's a lynx.
Lynx. There you go.
Yeah, but I'm talking about it.
I'm not kidding. Like he told me last night, like an intimate detail of his first sighting, and you just repeated that. That you had me hooked right there. But when you got to the part where you said the chain was around the neck,
that fucking freaked me out. Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, well, that's scary.
And like I said, the only thing I can think of, unless somebody, and like I said, please, if you're listening, write me. I'll give you my damn cell phone number because I got some questions.
Yeah.
But I think it was that somebody tried to use a bear snare, and like I said, up north they use damn log chains, big 3/8 log chains.
I didn't know that that's how you made a bear snare, but we do have small black bear in the area.
Well, I'm
talking the picture starting to come together a little bit. He may have thought he had a black bear on his hands.
Yep. See, they do use steel cables, but I'm talking about, think about it. Most people got, especially in the rural areas, they got chains laying around. They don't have steel cables.
That's the old school way of doing it. I've heard the steel cables, but our grandfathers, they didn't have no steel cables. They had some old logging chains and anything they could in the tractor shed, any kind of link chain.
Yeah, I've seen everything, like I said, from a big master lock used because that's what they had, and then I've even seen them use U-boats, big U-boats, and like I said, they hook one in through the end of the chain through the eye, and then they had where to run up and down the chain on the other side, and they pull it open and make a big loop, and they hang it in between two trees or whatever, and when the animal comes through there, their head will go down through it because they put bait right there on both sides of the chain. And when they stick their head through and they keep walking, because usually an animal doesn't back up, it goes forward, the chain tightens around its neck.
And a lot of times they have that deadfall. They dug a deadfall and it's hung.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another way it tightens. As soon as they put pressure and it kicks that deadfall off, they got another spring. It's hooked to a spring trap and it'll pull it tight on it. Usually that's for killing, like I said, because it'll hang them.
And maybe it was that, but this thing was just so muscular. And heavy.
It's that he took his trap with him. He had in some bling bling.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go get the chain back, so he can have it.
That's a terrifying encounter, and it makes me think. Going back and find that footage of that white dog man, but to look at it, if you look at this video, it doesn't have that look in its eyes of fear or anger. It looks like a dog.
You described the first encounter I ever had, which got me into trying to figure out what the dog man was, and like I said, that went on for a while until I figured out what I needed to figure out, and I leave him the hell alone now.
But the thing that really got me is when I looked in its eyes, man.
Oh yeah, that's the same thing I told him last night. That I won't never forget the eyes.
They were almost cartoonish, the size that they were.
Yeah, they're about the size of a grapefruit.
Yeah, and where you said the flakes of red, I took a picture inside of a nest and looking back on it and like sitting and thinking, I think it was a dog man nest. It's just from the area I was in, but I really wish I could show you this picture and like see if it, I'm not trying to bring it because I could tell by the way you
hold on. Hold on. We can do that. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, it's the one that I showed you, Walt.
Yep. I gotta figure out how do I do this?
Don't be clicking the wrong buttons, Walt.
I would.
Justin's way more handsome than any of us while we're jibber jabbering.
Now, did this thing give chase to you, Tater?
It kept up with me from 35 miles per hour up to 65.
Wow. It kept pace with you?
It kept pace. The body outside of the car looked like it was smoothly moving. except for the seesaw type deal.
So it wasn't like exerting a whole lot of energy to try to. It
It
was kind of
wasn't
galloping along.
forcing itself at all, D.
That's incredible.
At
Wow.
about 65 is where it opened its mouth to kind of pant. And yeah, that's when I seen the canines.
Like Walt said, you have every right to have anxiety. I mean, I've dealt with these things.
Now I wonder if
I'd give it up if that happened to me, to tell you God's honest truth.
now I wonder if the time that thing had its chain till it met you, I wonder what the time in between that was to maybe encounter it with you. You know what I mean? I don't know if it was agitated.
The incident
where it was looking for somebody to take this out on, or you know what I mean?
Did it growl or show any kind of aggression, Trader?
It didn't growl, but when it opened its mouth to kind of pant, it was like it snarled because it raised its lips up.
Mm.
And I don't know if it was just trying to catch a scent of me to see if I was the person that offended it or what.
Well, I'll tip my hat to you for having presence of mind, for doing what you did and getting out of there.
Oh, honestly, there was no presence of mine. I'm a big boy. I ain't even gonna lie about it. I had to change my underwear. Everything tightened up and let loose at the same time.
It's fight or flight, though, brother. And I mean, you did the right thing. You weren't sitting there, just confounded. And a lot of people paused in that fear.
Oh yeah, you had the frame of mind to do what you had to do.
My legs, honestly, I stiffened up, and that's what saved me because my leg hit the gas when I stiffened up. So I don't know if I really had to fight or flight at that instant, but I do know that it was the strangest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. At all. It tops everything.
Thank you for sharing that with us, man. That is an experience for
thank
me
you.
just to listen to it.
Yeah, like I said, that brought chills down me because, like I said, you describe. I couldn't. You couldn't have described that better if I'd have coached you or what to say.
And this is, Balt and I just met each other yesterday, and we hit it off like gangbusters. I mean, we get along really, really well. And he told me this story, and like I said, verbatim what he told me, you did. And yeah, when you talk about chills, especially when it got to the part where a chain was around his neck, my Lord.
I got no clue who had balls big enough to put that thing on there.
I think Balt's right. The only thing it could be is a trap. I don't see someone keeping this thing as a pet.
Nope.
It broke a log chain, so it's got to be pretty stout, man.
And it's keeping pace with you going 65 miles an hour before it even opens its mouth to give a pant.
Yep.
I had a Great Dane at one point in time. She'd love to get off the chain and just sprint. She galloped like a horse. You know what I mean? Like,
do people actually hunt these dogmen?
There is a group now, supposedly, that Zulu that comes into our stuff. He's involved with that are actively hunting ones that have been known to go out and hurt humans.
Wow.
I mean, does he have some kind of military background, or is this a conventional posse of assorted men, or is this government issued people?
This ain't government issued people. I can't get into that. That's
okay.
It's not my story to tell, and I don't want to get nobody hurt or in trouble. You know what I mean?
Not a problem. Understandable.
Oh, like I said, that's the way I am. If it's not, if it's mine, I could go in probably a little bit more detail.
Absolutely.
I just tell you, the people that are doing this, they're worse than if the military showed up on your front yard.
Got a couple of them around here too.
So I mean, you can take what he just told you and really put your own mind to it.
There's supposed to be a way to get the damn picture in this freaking.
I really want Tater to see it because he'd have the perspective of seeing it that close, and we were pretty close the day that I got this picture. And it just so happened the sun was at my back. It was during the day, middle of the day. The sun was at my back. We were looking inside of a nest, and they were adolescents. But even in the darkness, you can see the detail.
Boss man, if you can't get it posted, Tater can always email you, and you can email him back the picture.
Yeah, he can do that.
Or give me a few days. I was actually going to add it into a compilation that I'm working on some of the recent footage I've gotten. It'll be on the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project, our YouTube page. And honestly, like Vault and Swamp Dweller, they kind of got me going on this because I love the participation by the people who are watching. Like I'd be open to doing this on our page.
Yeah, well, it gives you access to the mass, is what I call it.
Right, and they're active. It's not, everything's ho hum. They're in there. They're asking very great questions.
Yeah, and well, that's one thing I can thank my whole listening group. Every once in a while we get a troublemaker in here, but Lakea nukes them pretty damn fast.
I try my best.
Well,
I said, what we try to do is anything like you look over the chat. There's people talking everything from love to religion to Bigfoot, Dogman, witches, guns,
and it's civil. And
yeah,
and it's intelligent. I like that.
Well, and it's a free roam. Nobody's gonna come in here. I don't care how crazy it sounds. I'll listen to you, and everybody else will. We're not gonna judge you. It's not what we're here for. We're here to learn. Look at the stuff we just learned just then. I never thought about nobody trying to catch one of these things because they may have thought it was a bear and trying an old trick, like I said, the chain noose trick on one. That gives me an idea of some stuff. I'm not going to say, but that gives me some ideas.
Take it easy there, Vault.
And like I said, that's what I love. I love learning, love thinking about stuff. I never would have thought about taking and putting a camera on the back of my pack facing behind me in case something, and never thought crossed my mind because I'm not used to that. And somebody gave me that idea, and I'm fixing to try it.
Right.
Hey, Vault, Fish said you can read the story to the panel that he emailed you, but I know it's getting late, so you might want to do that next live stream.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'll fix it, and Fish will fix that, and read that next stream.
And Taylor, if you want, you can jump on our Facebook page, the same name, Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. I'll put all of our evidence on there. Kirk Stokes as well, which he's been doing it 20-something years, been on YouTube 7. But you can take a look at the eye shine. Or I'll give you my email. Feel free to email me. Give me a day or two, because there's been a lot of people here lately, but I'll definitely get back to you.
Okay, man. But yeah,
I tell you what. Hey, here's a link to his page. To his YouTube, so you can have it and go check it out. Subscribe to him, everybody. Y'all go subscribe.
And always, we appreciate y'all for joining us, and we appreciate all the questions. Excuse me. Be sure to subscribe to us if you haven't here at the Vault of Nightmares, and share on your Twitter. We also have a Facebook page under the name The Vault of Nightmares you can check out. I'm Lakea the Librarian over at Twitter. You can find me there. And Vault is known as Vault Keeper on Twitter as well, so you can find him there as well.
I'm going to have to jump on you guys' Facebook page. I'm not a part of that. I mean, like I said, you got a great crowd.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you to leave a. Hey, shoot me a email.
I'm posting the link to the Facebook page of the Vault of Nightmares in the chat.
Okay, and D, I need you to shoot me an email with your phone number if you don't carry it, and I can give you my phone number.
Yeah, for sure.
Look, dude, and this little channel, like I was telling you last night, don't get discouraged because I put my first video up May the 24th of 2016, and we have already grown to 12. I think it was 1,200 and something subscribers. So,
I'm not discouraged
like 1,200 and something.
That's phenomenal. Yeah, I don't get discouraged. I mean, Bigfoot Outlaws, they had their little thing with me. Outside of that, that's why I squashed that, because that's not what I'm in this research field
Well,
about.
that's one of them groups I don't particularly put very much in because, yeah, I don't know if y'all remember me saying this. I'll go ahead and shoot it out there.
Oh Lord, don't go left.
I'm not going left. I'm telling the freaking truth. One of the groups that downed me for working with dark waters, that's one of them because he's a black man.
That's sad.
Yeah, if you don't believe me, go call Dark on his phone and ask him.
No, do not call Dark on his phone right now. He is asleep, and he is not calling me to get on to Boss Man.
I ain't talking about y'all call him right now. I'm talking tomorrow. Y'all call him right now. You do it at your own
thing about Vault. He's brutally honest, and that's something I never said in public. But I
don't have those.
I got that feeling. I mean, but what do I know? I'm just a new researcher in Oklahoma.
No, look, I don't have that. DWT Vault does not have the filters that I'm supposed to have or should have, because if it comes to my mind, I say it. If it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry, but that's just the way I feel at that time. I would rather tell you the truth and hurt your feelings right now than you think that I think a different way, and then you really get your feelings hurt later on when you find out not. To me, that's just worse. That's double lying.
That, and I mean, like we discussed last night, it doesn't matter what color you are, what your religion is. If you want to get into this field, it's something that's personally gratifying to me. Yeah, if you want to know the truth, that's the truth of this world.
Well, that's just like the crazy idiot tonight talking about my schlong. What the hell does that accomplish? That was just retarded.
I'm glad I came in late.
Yeah, Lakea explained today.
Lakea got all the riffraff out before I got here. Thank you.
Yes. Well, it was actually privately messaged to me several times with screenshots that there was a person that decided to sit through 2 hours of one of Vault's videos and then run over to Hot Pockets and complain and pretty much bullied a woman over there, from what I gather, and then wanted to talk about Mr. Vault's neither regions. I mean, it makes no sense at all to me.
It's completely ridiculous. When I got into this, there was a lot of people who reached out, a lot of big names in the research field who helped me, and I never expected somebody who is supposed to be a veteran to try to push down what I'm trying to accomplish. But there are those type of people out there. Thank God that there's people like you, Lakea, Swamp Dweller, Kirk Stokes, Fred Canny. There's more good ones than there are bad ones.
Well, somebody said it not too long ago about DW. It shows me way more what kind of a man you are to help someone that you don't have any idea you may not ever meet in your life than it does to try to help your neighbor next door.
Absolutely. And I wasn't kidding you. Me and Vault just talked last night, and we ended up talking from what? Almost midnight to 7 in the morning.
Yeah. No, actually, I think it was like 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm an hour. But I mean, honestly, like if I hadn't got so tired, we could have kept going.
Yeah, like I said, and I got plans to get up in a couple of hours and go again.
That's outstanding.
Hey guys, I'm going to get off here, but I just want to say, coming from a point of view of my understanding, you guys are informing me what not and to do when entering.
That's what I made this for. That's why
awesome. And I'm one of them people that are here saying, it is appreciated.
Oh, that's no problem. And if you hear something else, hey, if you come up with something, come back and tell us, if there's something else going on, or if you hear something, or come back. That's how we learn.
Absolutely. Hey, you guys are teaching me.
Well, that's what we're here for. It's not. I'm not trying to hold the knowledge and trying to charge you money. And you wouldn't believe how many people I run into do that.
That's disgusting to me.
When I was trying to find out stuff about Dogman, it's like, well, you can join my my group, and it costs you like $200, and we had discussions about that. Okay, why do I need to pay you $200 to tell me about something that you may not know what the heck you're talking about?
Exactly. I had a big researcher. I won't say his name, but it's somebody that everyone would know. He said that he would coach me for $45 an hour for 2 hours over Skype. And I was like, coach me to do what? he's like, "Oh, well, I'll give you some hints and stuff." I said, have you been to Oklahoma?" I mean, me, as intelligent as people think I am, I'm still just a simple country boy. I was trying to understand what he was going to do for me for $45 an hour with Skype. You know, I told him, "Oh, thank you," and within the next month, I had my first sighting.
I said I'm not sure. Like I said, yes, I do monetize these videos and stuff. I don't make enough off of it to pay for the gas going back and forth to what it's just crap I do. It's just something else. And exactly. somebody complained about all the commercials. Look, the way I do it, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing, there's a little button that you mash that says, "Do you want YouTube to place your ads for you?" I hit that button, and it places I don't even see where the ads are on my side. And then somebody will come complain, "Well, there's too many ads." I go look at it. Well, okay, it might be too many ads. Then I spend 2 hours trying to figure out how to remove one freaking ad.
But so what a lot of people don't understand is when you do that, depending on how long your video is, depends on how many ads they place in there.
Because
exactly.
Well, sometimes YouTube will place an ad every 10 fucking minutes. And some of mine are spread out. They made the first part of it may be 10 minutes and every 10 minutes an ad, and then it may go every hour an ad or every 30 minutes. But I'm sorry, I don't know how to do it without doing that because I already got it set up like that. I don't know. I just apologize for anybody that gets aggravated because they're watching. Fish said, "If you don't like it, go buy YouTube Red." Okay.
Yeah, YouTube. If you subscribe to YouTube Red, you pay a little bit of money for a subscription, but you don't get the ads.
Yeah, but okay.
The overall point is like I don't think Vault's making millions of dollars, and neither am I. Like we're doing it because we're passionate about it. You know, that's one thing that we do have in common.
I'll tell y'all a secret. Like I said,
YouTube. And I've said this before. You can go to Social Blade, check out any channel as long as they have their subscribers public. That's to monetize them. You can see an average. It's not going to be an exact. They have a low ball number and a high ball number of what that channel is earning. You can check out any channel.
Yeah. I mean, Bigfoot Dogman Research Project. You go and you look at what I've made from the time that I've put into editing all these videos together. Go and look at all the big money that I'm making doing it. And yeah, you can see I'm doing it for the money. I'm doing it for this right here. These people get in contact with me if I can help them.
I got one better than that. You go look at mine right now. I think mine, the top, hold on, I'll pull it up. The top end of mine, which like I said, this is a guess, and they're getting way the hell out there. And there ain't no way in hell I don't think this channel ever make this. It says estimated yearly earnings $39 to $631. I just spent $1,500 on a freaking camera. That's one of them. I bought 4 cameras, y'all. So yeah, I'm really doing this because I'm making money. I'm losing my fucking ass on this shit, but I'm doing it because it's fun.
My thing is, I'm the type of person, I want to encourage people, especially the ones that are complaining about the ads. Start your own YouTube channel. Don't put the ads in there. Give us a link. I'll subscribe. I'll watch your videos.
Yeah.
And I mean, all that stuff's riffraff to me. Like, I'm just happy that I met Vault, Lakea, great people, great channel. I mean, and like I said, y'all are bringing people together in this divisive community because when you hear this cryptic community, whether it be reporting stories from first-hand accounts or someone like me who's a researcher, there's so much divisiveness and it's like this competitiveness that doesn't need to be there.
No, it's
because then you get into the embellishments and make your story sound more exciting and that kind of stuff I don't like. It hurts the community more than it helps, in my opinion.
Oh shit, I can't see it.
Question for you all here.
Yeah.
Now, back in the 30s or 40s, Pennsylvania was stated as one of the highest missing persons in children in the United States. Is there truth behind that?
I've heard that actually. I lived in Norristown, outside of Philly for a while.
Yeah, and like I said, it can be contributed to it. Look, most people don't realize in the United States at any given time, there's probably 5 to 10 serial killers working. That means there's active 5 to 10 people going around killing people for no fucking reason, all just randomly.
Right.
Night Vamp.
Night Vamp.
I hate to leave such good company, but I'm gonna head that way. It's been an extremely.
Like I said, don't forget to send me that email with your number and stuff in it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna do that as soon as I get off.
And then I'll call you and you'll have my number.
Yes, sir.
Ain't no problem.
I appreciate the time.
Hey,
absolutely. I appreciate the question, sir.
And as always, y'all, don't forget to lock your door and have a good night.